the guy who was in tabseN's team has kind of followed in those exact same footsteps.
But isn't tabseN just the best, Trav? I mean, that is, for me, he's... Big and tabseN are synonymous. I imagine when he decides he's done playing, he has to have a role in that organization as a coach or something else. Like, I can't imagine a world where those two names are not together.
No, I think he already does, honestly, at this point. Now, there's no way that he's not, like, you know, a significant part of the org behind the scenes, or, like, maybe even, like, part owner at this point. He's been on the team for so long. How many players have you got now that have been, like, in one org for that long a time? You've got Rain from FaZe, you've got BTN from Nexus, and you've got Crims from Fnatic, right? There's only a very few left now. They've kind of stuck around all that time. And look, tabseN, as I said earlier, the issue with Big is he can still look like their best player on occasion, which just kind of shows they haven't really grown, I would say, in the last however long. But it doesn't mean that we don't like sort of appreciate him for what he's done. The calling can be a bit awkward. That's what, you know, Matt mentioned. T-side calling, tabseN maybe looking a little bit weak there in the modern day. But we can't, like, you know, shake our head at what he's achieved in his career, that's for sure.
I got to give him props, though. When we watched that game against Saw, I thought some of those comebacks were very much because of his calling, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, the whole team has come under huge criticism for so many reasons. The changes they made to the coaching staff behind the scenes as well, right? I think it's the main thing. Just sort of swapping and switching the same people over and over. Even Process is like a recycled German talent, right? So it's like, it's just putting a plaster over something that needs a bit more than that. So it's a weird one, but yeah, I've got one final narrative I really want to mention before we go live into this game, is that Big versus OG was the game in last year's Thunderpick World Championship. That was the game that would have got Big to Berlin, a homeland, and that was crazy, but they lost it. They choked it, so they need revenge here today.
They need revenge. This might be the chance to get to land. We are done talking. It is time to head on over to Dwig and Eternal J. Even when they're not talking, you're talking about them. That's how popular they are.
As Reddit would certainly agree. Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, second half of the day, the final couple of matches to qualify to the Thunderpick World Championship. And Dwig, you and I, we haven't been very hot on Big. We were doing that series between them and Saw. Same Veto, same sort of feelings for me personally. I can't have more faith in this German team. OG, for me, have got to take the series, and they will start things off well. Spook to kick off in the pistol. Crimbo is first to fall. JDC down the same.
Well, I hope Spook delivers like he did out on Overpass yesterday, because that was entertainment, wasn't it? That was a proper performance from him individually. And I've got to be honest, Jay, I think this is going to be an outclassing from OG. I don't think Big even have a chance to hold weight in either one of these first two maps of the series.
Already 2 men down and no signals of a responsive. You see them backing off the passive angles as Height holds his USP in this hell entrance. 2 men to spot. Third player also just out of vision. Second individual on the CT defensive line can only do so much here as they're just funneled into more kills. Triple for Spook. Nicodol's got one of his own. And tabseN 1v5 is out of the round. It's a pistol win for OG.
Now, a discussion that we have quite consistently, Jay, is playing up to your opponent, right? But I also want to get into the conversation of playing up to the match. Now, there has been very few LAN qualifications for both of these organizations recently. So we have to look at the details of when those matches occurred, what were the results. Now, we saw on the 17th of August, OG in the final match of the Starlighter closed qualifier. Now, they took on Foot at the time, which is the ex-Na'Vi Junior lineup. Now, Jay, going into that matchup, OG, they constantly lost head-to-heads. They really struggled versus that team. Foot at the time was on a good little winning streak. They were beating a lot of top teams in Tier 2. What was the outcome of that best of 3? 13-5, 13-6 for OG. It was comfortable. They completely stomped them. And that's the kind of performance that I feel, especially after how OG looked versus M80 yesterday, that they'll be able to deliver to a side like Big.
They delivered a thrill ride in that matchup in yesterday's proceedings, and they're going to try and deliver a thrill ride of pace right here against Process, who will get the first blow. The Spook with 2 back. Crimbo Scout to respond to a 3-on-3, but can't hit the headshot on Adam B. This fast pace of OG, the Big can only just barely keep up with. The Julies of Height keeps the trades going. The 5-7 to tabseN sneaks in to strike back and pull one over on the OG side.
I'm not even really sure what that force buy is from Big. Do they have anyone outside? Do they have anyone A? Do they have anyone lower? Bro, everyone's at ramp. What a strange stack that is from the German side, and I get it completely if you're the T's. You've got your first player core under boost, your hell rotation, your third player on the ramp. You're just expecting that you can run down B, and then all of a sudden, there's 2 more CTs at lower. That is such a weird setup from Big.
It feels like a pure anti-strat, honestly. Like, in what other circumstance would that work other than a ramp rush?
Well, they had 3 players that were trying to go towards Secret. That's why they dropped 3 in the lower corridors. They probably want to get down there to the double doors area, get up to the Secret stairs, but against the ramp rush, you end up finding that all 5 of them are basically fighting against you.
Well, for Big's benefit, they bounced back on an OG side. It will be on the force buy of their own. Upgrade pistols only across the T side board. Scout back in for Nikolas. And slow to the outside for these pistol individuals, bomb included. Tabson has no vision past the smokes. No HEs will be thrown. None are available to the CT side.
This is a great opportunity for Big to be able to start off on the right foot on the CT side, get themselves with the economy in order, get a little bit of a round streak going, put pressure on the young in-game leader of Crizzen. Tabson has spotted him out towards a credit card, and now the Tet9 is basically sandwiched between the Hell player and the Mini player.
And Spook struck again in the opening kill. JDC is the man to fall. That's his 6th kill for Spook in just a couple of rounds. 3rd one here. Tabson trying to work the outside angle where Crizzen is continuing to be a thorn in his side. The dink down at 20 points of health. Hyped flank should be able to deal with the Dane. Meanwhile, the B bomb site is being taken and Tabson will end up falling. So Crizzen should be able to escape with a 2-man advantage temporarily. Falls in the end, and now Big set up for a disadvantage on the retake. Hype took damage.
Well, there's no way they go for this. Knowing that Hype's got dinked, you're looking for exit frags. You're saving onto these weapons. And, well, we're going back and forth to the start of this best of 3.
Indeed we are. Pistol for OG, stolen break for Big, counterforce from OG. And more damage to add to the tally as Arostos gets his pick on Process. Crimbo even could get tested here towards Garage. They're reading onto his position. 2 men potentially to fight. SMG isolated as Crimbo at least gets that 1 frag. Hype has already made his way out towards T-spawn, so he won't be able to be in a risky angle. OG can't find that individual, and Crimbo will also maintain his life. So a couple of M4s will stay in for Big, but the rounds once again go in favour of OG.
Now, for me, if there's going to be some performers for the likes of Big in an important series like this, it's got to be the veteran players, doesn't it? It's got to be your Tabson, your Crimbo, and your JDC. With the level that they've all participated in the past, this is a series that's a must-win. We're looking at Big at, what, 47th on the VRS? They're getting very few LAN opportunities. And right now, even with OG on the back and forth, these sort of resets could make it very difficult for the CT line if OG were to go 4-1 up.
Well, it's Hyped, one of the newer pieces, one of the 2 pieces brought in over the course of 2025. It strikes first in round number 4. Nico's the victim. Struggles with that weapon over the course of this matchup. However, OG's advantage is turned back into a 4-on-4 with a trade back to Crimbo. Tabson on the lower bomb site is taking damage to his decon face. You know where he is. He just can't seem to hit his shots, but neither can the T's.
I'm not sure how Crizzen's got that opening kill. It looked like Crimbo was just napping out there. Anytime a T-side player is walking through a smoke, you'd give the advantage to Crimbo every single day of the week. Working so hard for that opening kill as the scout, and now it's back to a 4v4. Now, OG have full ramp, but they're not committing with it. They've got options to go down lower, wrap into hell. They're grouping back into lobby, which indicates an A-lane.
First contact for Hype. Good bait there with the shoulder face. Counter smokes immediately up the Process. That should at least stall things out over at the squeaky door. Maybe even change tact for OG. They are looking to lean into trophy room. There's a backstab also inbound from JDC. So the longer they take, the quicker Big will win this round. 30 seconds. And slowly but surely, the pincers closing upon them. No one's watching this angle. Adams caught. Crizzen just about holds the trade somehow. 3-on-3 now established. Process close. Hyped scout will land its shot. The UMP now discovered. Arostos going to get that kill in. Hyped being pushed away by an AK. Spook gets the headshot together. And Tabson's high HP for this 1v2. The plan will be secured. He has no kit though.
It's likely that Tabson wins this round. When they're so low on HP, all he's got to do is get a good timing, and he might be able to get it against Spook on the rotation up from Ven.
Yeah, he was being watched by the Swedes, and he gets his headshot as Tabson's looking the wrong way at the wrong time. OG connect 2.
Now, don't get me wrong, that flank from JDC is excellent. They're stalling for time, they're re-smoking out there towards a door, they're blocking the T's in. However, we're both watching the POV. Would you not say there's a lack of trigger discipline there? I know that they're just about to move into the bomb site, they're just about to come out from door, but if there's a little bit more discipline, bro, he doesn't even round the corner to see if there's anybody else. If he just goes slightly wider, that's 2 kills, 100%.
And that should have been enough, really, to make the difference in the round. They're big of the ecos to deal with. Mac 10 to Nikodos. Fighting well enough with his lack of Kevlar across the CT board. Crimbo does get a couple of picks out of the rafters, so a little bit of damage being done. Nothing major to OG, nothing that should make a difference, especially as Hype goes down next. It's just 3 that maintain their lives. A 4-1 start for OG.
And I would say the one advantage that Big may have in this single best of 3 is just how many upsets there's been in this entire closed qualifier. I mean, we saw, what, 9Z beating BetBoom. You've got OG beating M80 yesterday, Venom beating NIP and Omega in back-to-back series. And then the very last best of 3, Paravision going down to 9Z. If we're looking at stock in all of these best of 3s, there's probably been more upsets than the favorites actually winning.
Tabson forced forward very quickly. So many players to finally get 2 of them on the lineups. Headshots on Adam B. Spook must have taken a dink in that exchange as well. Well-placed flashbang from Hyped and all. And an advantage for Big this time when the rifles come out to play.
Well, Big is certainly being active. We're seeing them make info plays, they're making raps, they're being quite positive to their approach. And for Tabson, that was clean to be able to get 2 kills instantly. And it sort of halters the outside play. You've got to wait for the Diac smokes to come in. Nikodos is expecting perhaps a vent rotation that someone comes up from secret. Now it gets silent. There's plenty of time on the clock, and everyone is grouping on the outside.
Engaged for Crimbo, fights Nikodos and wins it out. Reduced to 2 men on the OG side. At least they find process to cut them down to 3 over on Big. Lurk upstairs for Crizzen. The bomb meme of Marastos gonna make no qualms about his rotation room. He has enough room to plant the bomb as well. Crizzen is just looking to cut those rotations as and when he sees them. ADC starts moving and takes his head, or has his head taken clean off there by the Dane. Bomb plant actually not even going to get secured. They're going to go back upstairs. Might allow Crimbo a chance to change the complexion of the round. Bit late to the incendiary, so Aristos will get that away.
Don't know about Hyped on this walk forward out from lobby, but Crimbo's got another incendiary here from Heaven, so they might think that it's 2 from Heaven.
Oh, shot missed to the orb, back out of lobby, so now it's all on Crimbo, who's revealed himself with the footsteps. Aristos waiting, as is Crizzen from cover. 1 man seen, second adjusted towards. Flashbang's over. He takes the fight early, but Aristos is watching for the headshot. He will claim another one.
And it's funny, when we were casting the series of Big versus Saw, we were getting so many big clutches, weren't we? Across map 1, 2, and 3. A lot of 1vx. Mainly Crimbo was winning them, but mainly because he was always the last player alive. But that one right there, that was a difficult clutch against one of the best clutches in the tournament for me. Missed shot into the AWP, and we saw a lot of missed shots coming out of Slacks, didn't we, in that M80 series? And you'd hope that that doesn't appear for any squad when it comes to a quarterfinal.
Yeah.
You want good showings, you want a discipline. And I know that Trav was talking about that rematch from the Thunderpick World Championship last year. I'll go into a little bit more detail. That was a 2-1 game that OG won in the play-in. So that advanced OG to the LAN finals. It eliminated Big out of the event. Now, back then, it was Tabson, Crimbo, JDC, so the same core, but with Sirison as the AWPer and then Rigon as the 5th. And then for OG, Crizzen was there, but it was with Fiku, Modo, Buzz, and Mikey. So that kind of tells you that Big have changed quite a few pieces in the 4th and 5th player department, whereas for OG, they've really tried to gut the roster over the last 6 months or so.
Only 1 man remaining from the last year, so OG at the pace with confidence now against the lighter weapon buy of Big. Walk right past Tabson, who can get a couple kills out of this one. Once again, Sneaky is the captain. He does reduce it to a 3-on-3. We'll wait to see whether there's an opportunity opening up for this double doors player, but JDC's smart, knowing that once they do, they have to commit towards it and wait the process and go to get the position. In fact, Crizzen strikes earlier than that. Take the kill together, double up, triple for the Mac 10, an ace, in fact, for that man. It was going to be an eco anyway for Big, so shan't be too disappointed with how the outcome looked, even though it was close from Tabson at the moment.
Well, Trav was talking about it a little bit on the desk, that OG have had some issues with those anti-half-buy, anti-force-buy rounds. I wonder if they've come into this playing game and they've tried to adapt by just pure pace. Look at what happened, what was it, the second round, right? After winning the pistol, they just rush round. You're now going into round number 7, you're 5-1 up, you know you're up against a Lighton Buy, and it's a rush again. Maybe they're trying to deal with some of the issues of what they've had in the past by just pure acceleration. I know that it's been close in both of those rounds, but that might just be what Crizzen is recognizing and what needs changing.
A lot of praise to this young man for all of his leading in general. Adam B is the first to fall to process. Actually takes 2 players out of the fold there. Not sure exactly how. I think there was a lobby extension up to the roof, in fact. Heights has caught Arostos, so those 2 players were boosted to silo around there. And that one flank angle unchecked by all of OG leaves Big in with the second round.
Even though Big, you'd say, are a weak nuke team, they still play a lot of nuke. Last 3 months is featuring, what, 5 wins, 11 losses for them, making it a total of 16 maps. That's the highest out of any other map in the pool. So you expect, to a certain capacity, some good fundamentals. You're expecting some good timings. I think where we're going to see more of the issues and the difficult nature to convert rounds and be successful is going to be in that second half. So when you're down at this 1-6 scoreline where you've not had much of an ability to fight against OG, if you can bring it back to maybe around 5-6 rounds if you're really lucky on the CT, then maybe there's a contest in the second half. But I think it's very reliant on just how many CT rounds can realistically get gained.
The desk said the big strengths are in the CT side, so they've still got the chance to make it an even half if they go flawless from here, which, to their credit, they have done over the course of the tournament at times. The problem is, however, that OG will have already ensured that they will not be able to lose this half. They will not be able to gain a CT advantage. Ryan back will be real. See it from Process perspective, how that round come undone for Adam B and Nikodos. Dane again not quite ready to receive any sort of push forward as the fight got lost quickly. Big now have 3 AKs to work with now. Going forward, firepower plenty. Can they keep it? Can they extend it? And they start getting a streak together, because it could well lead to a 6-6 half if they can get this rifle round.
Process hasn't played many officials since joining up on Big. He's only been here for, what, a couple of weeks. The one map, which is the most played in the pool since he's joined, has been Nuke. So this is now his 4th official. So he can get a little bit more comfortable with how they want to play, what they want to be able to structure. My largest concern might be JDC, the door player, 1 and 8, and gave away an opening death within, what, 10 seconds of the round? That's an easy opening kill for OG.
I'm going to continue on that ramp campaign. Tabson has found a kill on the outside lurker Spook. Crimbo, flashbangs coming his way. They don't affect him all that much. 2 kills found as a result. 3rd pick isolated well. And Hyped will close out the last of Crizzen. Big, a very nice round, even when they lost that opening frag, even when things felt like they were going to fall apart.
And for JDC, I mean, this is a guy that, as a door player, you need to be quite active, rotating down for the vents, helping on the outside, helping your angle with util. Only averaging a 0.93 rating out on Nuke, making it one of his weakest in the pool. Be very thankful that Crimbo out here towards ramp is very sharp. Good crosshair placement, little bit of counter strafing, ends up with a triple. And for OG, well, considering that was a 5v4, I think Crizzen's going to be disappointed to not convert that gun round.
Especially with the fact that it leaves them on pistols now. And Big have gained a major leg up that will really close the gap. Only 3 upgrade pistols brought in by the T side on Spook and Arostos for the Deagles. P250 for the captain, who will be first to fall. This time JDC picking up the opening.
OG are just trying to see if they can duel this outside player of Tabson deep in the garage. JDC struggling with the player towards the top of the red, but he's got a teammate that can swing in, so even if they try and swing all together, you've got Process to deal with too.
Spook got found. You could see that all the potential in that round seemed to go under wraps. He hit that opening deagle shot, and again, he has been a very excellent player for OG over the course of, I want to say, the last few weeks here. And having some real great performances individually over the course of Thunderpick especially.
it's funny when you reflect on the 2 years, because there's no denying that this iteration of OG has felt like the most threatening. To us, at least, they've been really successful in Tier 2, they've been able to beat some really good teams, but yet they've only been to 1 LAN in 2025, and yet last year they were at 5 international LANs. So they had more opportunity at the Tier 1 level, but I think they're proving more at the Tier 2 level now.
You could argue that's part of the process of a rebuild, though, for OG. Again, 4 of the current 5 players came in over the course of this year. So you'd lose VRS ranking points, you'd lose a little bit of stability. Sometimes you will have dips in form. It's not like the year's been completely infallible for them. I've had their misses as much as their hits, and more hits as of late. Trying to make this event one of them. Back on the rifles with the AKs across the board. Limited utility sets here. Put some smokes down in the diags. 4 men towards outside, definitely indicating that there's going to be a take of Secret. The red smokes will try and confirm that. Hype's AWP is ready to receive them.
I haven't seen the 1-2-3 being thrown frequently. OG have typically gone for diags almost every time they've pressured towards the outside. Now Hyped can just get 1 pick and then fall back, just go back to safety.
Oh, he misses, and that gives Spook a perfect chance to get the kill for it. Even Crizzen goes captain v captain and wins out against Tabson. JDC seen, faces in, Spook gets caught on the jump up, but Nikodos is fast to respond. Crizzen does get dealt with eventually. The man advantage has been maintained by OG. The B-bomb site is free to plant.
You know that Crimbo's the ramp player, so you're expecting him to come from the ramp entrance, and for Process to already get the kill, you're expecting him to come from Secret. Now, with the money where it is, you might as well attempt it. There's no point saving, but it's a tough 2v3.
Doesn't look like they've got their hearts in it. Crimbo will make his way down the vent to start to form up with Process, a flash in towards Deacon. If they get Adam B, then maybe they might go for it. It might be a little bit late in the day, though. And Adam B just gets the kill. Now Process has to fall back. There's no sense in there wasting his life. Even if they do have the cash here on the big side, it's just better to hold on to the AK for the final round of the half. And even that won't be allowed as Nikodos will hunt him down. OG now have 7.
And even though Process might be a role player, he's been on big for, what, 20 days? And this is the most important match for the organization. This is potentially the match that puts you in the conversation of a team that might make the major versus a team that has no chance of qualifying to the major. For big, lands aren't coming easily for them. They're starting to go to these lower level lands because their VRS rank is just so poor right now. This has got to be the addition that puts everything into place, that sort of redeems what has been a very subpar 2025.
One chance to make that LAN qualification. And that's to be in this particular match. Redemption condition achieved by Hyped and Tabson in this round. Shot with a AWP. Tabson this time wins the IGL battle. Aristos trading in lobby, but are not ready for Crimbo to peek forward and catch him off guard. Advantage again for the big side.
Adam B is trying to work lower, and in a 2v3 like this, I like the separation because it gives you more chance of creating a bit of a pathway to the B-bomb site, but also to catch off Crimbo. Now, JDC's given away his pods. Adam B needs to try and get this duel and get it in quickly.
Swing in from JDC, loses his life. Adam B will now get a chance to clutch the 1v3. Bomb goes down. Second man up of Hyped or been spotted. Shoulder bait burst, baits out the burst. Goes the double doors behind it. Adam B's ready for the second round scene. Crimbo gets the engage, and now he knows where the last player is. Hyped has got to make noise. He's going to push onto that bomb site. He's going to smoke for the bomb as well. He's trying to get Adam to peek, and Adam's just not biting. Opens the doorway. Hyped is continuously toyed with. The Swede hears him going into the bomb. Has not tapped it just yet. The AWPer just seen to the shoulder, and Adam B will extend the half advantage. 8-4 for OG.
And I think back to some of the clutches that OG were winning out there in the M80 series, the Crizzen pistol clutch as an example. It went on to achieve so much more. It went on to 2-0 that series, and now I'm looking at a first half against Big where we saw, what was it, the Rostos 1v1 trading out the Heaven player on the A-bomb side, and now we've seen a huge 1v3 from Adam B down on lower.
Mentioned that Crimbo was getting all the clutches for big when they played against Saw on this map up, and now they're going the other direction, this time for the OG side. It means that big will not have much to speak of in terms of the CT half of things. And again, going back to that conversation they were having during the pre-matchup, the CT-sidedness of big right now, down at this advantage, that might be a concerning factor, especially when they have choked those massive leads that were gained on the CT side previously.
Well, just reflect on the Saw series with some numbers. Big were down, what, 0-7 on their T side of Train? And then, yeah, okay, it was a good response. They ended up closing that map. And then on Inferno, they were down 5-11. Exactly the same situation. They came back, they had a really good round streak. But that's against a Saw side that has a new 4th and 5th player that's quite inconsistent online recently. OG aren't inconsistent. They're in really good touch. They've won 17 out of the past 21 best of 3s on HLTV. So I think challenging those deep and extended round streaks when you're down by a lot of rounds, it's just not going to be achievable to a squad at the caliber of OG.
Not at the style they're playing at the moment. They've at least stepped up their game by comparison to that opening best of 3, and they've at least kept it a little bit close at certain points. But OG have pulled ahead of the scoreline and move into the defensive half, where they could very quickly and easily start to run away with this opening map.
Big bringing no one towards the outside. Everyone's going in towards inner, and it seems as if it's fast towards ramp. This is going to be very aggressive.
Flashes, electric decoys being sent in. Prison and Adam B just hold their nerve, hold their vision, get 4 kills, no trades. Lock them out, lock them down. Pistol win for OG.
And for OG, they're playing in that Star Ladder 500k LAN event next week. Let's just put a picture in our minds. Qualifying to Thunderpick, 850k, going to Star Ladder 500k. Bro, their VRS is going to look really good, isn't it? With how they're playing right now, with what the potential is of them being, what, 30th on the VRS right now? Yeah, they're for sure going to be qualifying to the major.
Especially considering that I take a look at the field of opposition they have at that Star Series event, and it's like, wow, I put OG within the top 4, maybe top 3.
It could be a deep run, you're right.
They might be out of the major invite zone as of this morning, but imagine that may well change very soon. Blocks only for big. Arshiko won the rifles out as soon as possible. OG do take a couple casualties to Crimbo, but at least he's doing some amount of damage. Almost gets Arostos for the 3rd kill, but not to be. True test of the rifles for big now. One round that they really have to win, else this will be a 12-4, 13-4 most likely.
Now, when I look at Big in their map pool, they pick Train, they pick Dust 2, they pick Mirage, they pick Inferno. It's sometimes difficult to know what they're going to pick in every single best of 3. It's not for OG. They pick Nuke and they pick Ancient. Now, I thought they were going to pick Train against M80, but that was sort of external circumstances. When Big's permaban is Ancient right now, there is a lot of preparation that you can do for Nuke, because you know that it's coming out. You've got 2 assistant coaches, you've got a head coach. But to me, individually they've let themselves down, haven't they? I don't think it's been so much about the tactics. When you've got your door player that's going 4 and 12, when you've got your AWPer that's on single digits, Crimbo, the ramp player, your most supportive anchor piece, he's the only one putting up numbers.
Individual disaster from Big that will only continue with Crizzen catching JDC. Another opening frag against that man. Process gets Adam B. The trade back for the Big side. 4 on 4 now established, and B bomb site is the target. They've already got players downstairs. Rotations inbound to join Spook. Counter mollies, trying to get ahead of the curve here. The M4 swings out. I thought Spook transferred that kill to the second man, but Hyped toys with him back towards Dark. Arostos is traded, but Crizzen gets on top of the fights and gets OG that man advantage and the bomb.
Crimbo was late lurking in lobby to cut rotations, and even though players were dropping from A into vents, he's not been able to activate. And for the CTs, well, it's a lack of respect, isn't it? Rather than just giving them ramp and maybe giving them the bomb plant on B, bro, they just keep fighting. Glass, out there to the double doors, out towards Dark. They just keep going one by one. And now Crimbo finds himself in a very difficult 1v2, and he doesn't even get Nikodos. OG at another round, and for Big, well, you're just running out of rounds. You're running out of chances in this first map.
Indeed you are. Talk up half advantages all you want, but if you're down by a massive margin, you lose that pistol and just have no breathing room. You just don't get any opportunities
even when we look at the 3-match winning streak that Big have taken recently, let's be honest, Jay, let's add a little bit of context. They should have lost versus both ESC and SOAR. They should have got 2-0'd by the Poles and should have lost towards the Portuguese. So while HLTV might say, oh, look, you're getting a few wins under your belt, you have to look deeper at those matches and realize it's a struggle. It's not easy best of threes that are being pushed forward.
You go to a step beyond against a team like OG and you start to realize how you may well be a lot more out of your depth than you might think.
Well, we kind of ripped the series off when we were just casting the M80
yeah,
OG game.
I mean, we literally turned around and was like, these teams are not, neither of these two squads are going to be M80 or OG. And so far, we're proven right, Blake. OG's map pick, so there's a silver lining, at least for the German squad. They are going half by a call from Tabson. Really no ideal call to make in buy strategy here. OG have got such a commanding lead. If you try going to overtime, you're looking at 8 in a row. They need to give the Tech-9s a chance to try and steal. Its process will miss the opportunity to do so. JDC will at least open up in his stead. Arostos on the back of sight, getting a kill. Hyped is low, will fall back to the Portuguese player. Prison is involved. The USP is brought in, and all will fall for the T sideline. Map point for OG.
And I'd say for anyone to go and watch about the winner's interview that Crizzen had with the Des when they beat M80. I think one of the questions were, do you see Big as a threat? And you can just see it in his face. It's almost like a chuckle, isn't it? Yeah, as any player, you're going to be confident. But when you know that you've got Big in the next round, of course you're high confidence. Of course you know that that series isn't going to be threatening. And this is such a statement. And they've just not been tested from the first half and now moving into the second half. This is a great showing, a really clean performance from OG today.
Eight map points. Big get to score on the second half, and it looks like they won't score at all, minus this rifle round going particularly well. And the desk did say it might come down to who's the better T sides. I mean, well, quite obviously OG have had the far better T side. Prison on the outside angle does find Tabson first. One player has walked past red. Orpa tested. Hype does connect the shot this time.
Book is going to get sandwiched from both the secret player and the deeper Orpa. He gets out of trouble, and for Big, has been quite passive in the T side. They've not really been excelling when they've worked picks. They've tried to work timing, slow the rounds down. JDC's going to get caught. Yeah, this round's completely collapsed.
Down to 2. Arostos, the only easy trade you're going to get. Might also find an angle onto Spook here. So Process may well get a couple because he's lost Hype though. That's the bomb dropped. Kill found finally, but a 2v4 required. Third one just denied the last hurdle. And OG make it look very simple. 13-4 to kickstart this map and kickstart this series.
And I'd say expected. I'm expecting this to be a comfortable series to come out for OG. I'm not expecting them to get tested. If you can 13-10, 13-10, the #1 comp in the team of M80 yesterday, then Big should be a layup in this best of 3.
And so far it's proven that to be the case. Again, the silver lining for Big is the fact that they've got their map pick coming up. But again, OG, just the style of play that they're holding for with the win conditions we've set for these two teams, with the general sort of position that we hold them in Counter-Strike, it has looked like no contest here. And I have a feeling that that's going to carry on for map 2. And I don't even think we're going to even see map 3, unfortunately, Dwayne.
And we talk about it frequently, about sort of teams in Tier 2 could all beat one another on their good day. You can see the separation here. The separation between the two qualities it's so far. It's just so large between OG and Big.
Well, we can see the separation. I hope the desk can do so as well. It's back to Sam and the boys.
Thanks, gents. I mean, I don't really disagree with Jay and Twig there in terms of what we just saw on that particular map. There was no contest, Hayes.
Unfortunately not. I will say it does feel like maybe one of those games where the scoreline seems a bit more one-sided than what it actually was in the server. Not in the second half. The second half was a bit of a steamroll. Nah, Sam, don't look at me like that. There were definitely moments where Big had 6 out of the 12 rounds. They had opening kills in 6 out of the 12 rounds in the first half. They lost against the 4-Spy. They lost the 3v1 to Adam. They definitely should have gotten more rounds out of that first half. So I know it looks like a train smash, but I do think that there were quite a few close rounds in the mix there that went OG's way.
Here's my thing though, Hayes. Like, we said it. You said it. That Big's T-sides were weak. They know that their T-side is weak.
Yeah.
So therefore, when you are on the CT side, there is no excuse. You got to get rounds on the board, and they really struggled to do that, Trav. Which is, I would say, this entire series was lost in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, OG actually proved me right straight away with how they struggle against these sort of half investments, these proper force buys that they can look a bit shaky on. But you know what? Like, they fixed it straight away, right? They went a bit faster. Drake pointed it out. Like, they're using a bit more pace rather than overthinking it necessarily in those sort of rounds. That seems to be working for them, especially on Nuke at the moment. And all the important rounds went OG's way, man. It's not just the obvious gulf in the defaults, the synergy, the communication. You can even see how much better the communication is just from watching the game. But it's also the late round wins as well, right? The Adam B clutch was huge. The Arasdos 1v1 versus Crimbo, that was in the first half, I believe. That one was massive as well. That's one of the ones Matt pointed out, right? That could have actually made the half like a 6-6, could have made it a lot more competitive. These all small things can matter, but Arasdos, it was an easy angle, playing below, behind the A-site silo, looking up toward heaven. You've got to hit the instant headshot there. You never know what angle the CT is going to swing from, where the head is going to pop up from. It can be hard to get that flick 100% accurate every single time, and especially in a high-pressure 1v1, but he did. He hit it against a guy that's usually the clutch man for Big and Crimbo as well. And ever since then, they kind of just put the hammer down and completely swept them, as we thought they would as well, especially on this map. This map is a very good example of like a weakness versus a strength.
So why did they let this map through, Ace?
Because they had to ban Ancients. If it wasn't Nuke, it would have been Ancients, and it probably would have been a very similar result at the end of the day. I mean, OG looked so well versed here on Nuke, right? I love how quickly they act and react, because they can sometimes bring a fast-paced tempo to the round, but Big were taking quite a lot of initiative on their CT side. We saw Tabson frequently looking to contest outside. There were the rounds where they were trying to crunch in towards lobby. Process got that key double. JDC was contesting door probably too much for my liking, I think, especially considering he wasn't in great form. I think he had to just change up from being the guy to try and find kills to the guy who's just controlling and keeping that control in his team's favor. So I think that OG actually did a pretty good job of kind of containing that initiative that Big were looking to bring to the table, and then very quickly figuring out, okay, they're pressuring outside, let's take ramp. Again, outside, let's take ramp. Okay, they're pushing from ramp, let's go through Squeaky. There was always some sort of a very quick solution for OG, and so like I said, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Nuke or Ancient would have been the same result.
Okay, so focusing in on OG, I mean, they've obviously won it. They won it in really spectacular fashion because the scoreline says so. We were not necessarily what we saw in the server. I mean, key takeaways when you're taking a look at them. If you were the opposing team, Hayes, what are you trying? Are there any weaknesses that you're looking at going, oh, we could potentially abuse that?
I mean, like I said, the opening stages of the rounds were actually pretty good for Big. They just need to keep the screws a bit tighter going into the later stages of the round. I feel like when they got those opening frags, sometimes they would look for another kill to try and make it 5v3. Then that player would go down and things could cascade out of control from there. So I think the openings in the early stages in the rounds actually showed quite a lot of confidence from Big side. But then I think from there it's important to just slow things down a bit and try and use your advantage to finish off the job, play to the strength you've created. As far as weaknesses go for OG, I don't think that they showed many weaknesses or deficiencies, but I think it's more that there were positives for Big to draw on going into their mapping.
Trap, for you, standout player from OG that you need to call everyone's attention to?
Yeah, I mean, Crizzen top fragged, right? Sure, there were some eco kills, but they were important because the round actually was a little bit close. And was it his ace that he got with the Mac 10 when Tabson played Trigger Discipline toward ramp and got 2 with a 5-7? Crizzen is, he's not like one of those players that is an excellent fragger as an in-game leader. In the higher level games, he can chop off a bit, but it just shows you that he does have the capability. Very smart, playing way beyond his years, right, with how he goes about just the server in general, with his individual, let alone his in-game leading. And yeah, I mean, I know this guy to be incredibly passionate, incredibly hardworking. I had a chance to meet him at PGL Copenhagen, for example, last year. And he was taking notes watching FaZe on stage, right, while he was in the arena. Like, this guy is looking at every single top team on how to improve his team.
I have him here as the MVP because of his individual performance, but as you mentioned, his prowess as an IGL certainly contributed in a big way to their success with the reactions that they had on their T side, winning 8-4 on the T side while also calling a fantastic game. Fully deserves that MVP tag.
Damn, I love a fragging IGL though. I don't know why. It just excites me. Let's take a look now as we move forward, because this is the big conversation that has to happen, right? Oh, I said big. How funny. Train, that's their map pick. And I'm worried. I think our casters, Dwayne and Jay, they sounded worried as well. They were pretty emphatic in saying that like they think that OG is going to close this out 2-0. Talk to me, Trav, about Big's train. Should we be concerned?
I think that is the map where their CT does look a lot better, like we've kind of been touching on as well. But the thing is that it was just an obvious gulf between them. I do think OG are going to have enough. They don't play as much, like Train, I feel like. They don't play it as well either. Like they had a couple of losses recently, OG, against BetBoom and Paravision. There's always an argument when you've played the team you're facing today before, which OG did play against Big on Train in ESL Challenger League about a month or so ago, that Big, it's easier for Big to go back, look at that, fix their mistakes, than it is for OG to continue to innovate and continue to surprise Big. So I do think Big have more of a chance here, but if you look at how OG have performed in this entire qualifier and recently in Tier 2, it's just 10 times better.
Yeah.
And as well, like OG don't lose in general to too many teams that are like embarrassing losses. They've lost a BC game when Simple looked really good. They've lost to BetBoom and Paravision, which are losses they've managed to get revenge on afterwards, right? Because they play each other so much in Tier 2. But so yeah, I really do think that OG are going to have this one under lock and key, but Big will get closer.
I don't want to abandon all faith on Big just yet. I know Dwayne and Jay, Trav clearly as well, all on that 2-0 camp. I think that Big will have... I think they've got a chance of making this competitive and even forcing this to a third. I know we didn't see many great signs from them on the previous map, and OG did look sharp, but I want to believe. I mean, they were down 7-0 at one point against Saw the other day on Train. They then won 13 rounds in a row, 7-5 half on the T side, and then flawless on their CT side to win 8 rounds there. I'm hoping that's kind of gotten them in gear, and they can fall back on the successes that they found in that series on that particular map against Saw and bring that to the table here on OG, but they have to be at their best. I'm looking at someone like Hyped in particular now coming into this game with the AWP. He's been lackluster, but that doesn't mean every single game is going to be a poor game from him. Even when somebody's in bad form, they will still have moments where they can deliver, right? And this has to be one of those moments for Hyped.
You mentioned Hyped. We've got to look on the other side as well because it will be a battle of the AWPers. So Hayes, in your opinion, how does this measure up?
Not great for Hyped, obviously. I mean, if we have both players at their peak, then we could have a pretty cool conversation about these two players and what they bring to the table. Nico Dodge is just a live wire, so he is the guy who can just kind of ride that wave of momentum, and he's just going to be looking to take fights more often than not, where Hyped is a bit more reserved, and when he doesn't have as much confidence, then he's not going for as many picks, and he can go into a bit of a shell, and that will be a problem on the CT side of Train in particular, because he has to be that omnipresent AWPer. He has to be the guy who's for an opening pick Ivy, gets a frag there, rotates, looks for a different opening pick the next round in towards Pop. He needs to have that confidence about him, which we know we're going to get out of Nico Dodge.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, is that Nico, I just think like there might be quite a lot of this game, especially if it's a clean start. We'll just stick with the rifle for a long period of time as well. I know Train is an AWPers map, but it's less so in the CS2 version. I do think he's just a better rifler and AWPer. I do think the 0.89 that we can see there is a little bit harsh on Hyped, but that's just, you know, shows the gulf in current form as well. And the thing as well, I was touching on how good Nico is on the rifle and the AWP actually on Nuke, right? And how the stats really read well for him. On both sides, it's like a 1.22 in the last 6 months. On CT, it's even a 1.29. He wasn't even needed on Nuke, right? So he just was a regular game for him, going like 9-9 or whatever. If he plays well and needs to play well on Train, I think he just will. So that is the thing, really.
Is it going to come down, Hayes, to the same win condition that we had on Nuke, which is stronger T-side wins this one?
Definitely going to be a big aspect of it, right? Because we know that the CT sides for both these teams on Train are very reliable, in particular Big. I think they sport nearly a 70% win rate on their CT side of this map, so we know that their CT side is on lock. T side, not just on Train, but across the board, has been lackluster, I'll use that word again, for Big. I mean, it is one map they've been a bit better on their T sides, but they have to be sharp this time round. And I'm just looking at Tapson, because you could see even when they beat Saw how much that win meant to him. You could see in the webcam he's really pumped. He's still very emotionally invested in all of these games, don't get me wrong. Tapson is not checked out mentally by any stretch of the imagination, and I think that's going to be one of the key factors now in the break, is Tapson trying to rally the troops. I mean, they've been in this position way more than they would have liked, where their backs are against the wall, all on the brink of being eliminated and not finding the success that they would have wanted coming into a qualifier of this nature. But that's why someone like tabseN, a leader of men, is going to have to now rally those troops, instill that belief, get everybody on board once again, get them all buying into the dream and the excitement of the moment, because as soon as the captain drops his head, everybody's going to follow suit. So sure, the T-side's a win condition, but tabseN also just keeping everybody locked in and focused on what matters is also going to be key.
Yeah, and I'm glad Dweg picked up on my point about last year's Thunderpick World Championship as well, because, you know, we were kind of a bit rushed for time at the end of that segment, so yeah, he kind of added a little bit extra that I wanted to point out about how it's not the same OG anymore, only Krizen's left. But that game, me and Matt casted that game last year in the play-in. That was the most horrid choke for Big you could ever wish to see. It was on Anubis. They were like, was it 11-7, Matt? We spoke about it yesterday.
10-7 and then 12-10, I think, yeah.
Yes, so they had like
11-10,
leads.
excuse me, sorry,
Yes, they had leads on Anubis, and that would have got them to the play-in. Sorry, got them through the play-in to the Berlin LAN, home event, home big LAN. That was map 2. They go on to map 3 and get dumpstered 13-1.
On Ancient,
so,
yeah.
like, on Ancient. So that's the crazy thing. That was in the palm of their hand for such a huge event for them, and now it looks like another one is slipping away against the same opponent.
In the palm of OG's hand, because they just need to take Big's map pick, and they'll be guaranteeing themselves a spot in Malta for the Thunderpick World Championship. We are going to find out if they're able to do it, or if Big can claw their way back and take this to a third map. But first, a break.
force the kill, but last second, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Train now on the horizon. Big are going to have to work real hard if they want to take something back in the series and stay alive here in the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifier, because that's what it's really all about. Like 2-0 up for grabs on the OG side. If they win it, they will be moving forward towards the LAN. Big have no second chances, and as we've said before the break, and as the deaths seem to iterate as well, like we have very little faith that Big are going to hold this one.
Yeah, very little. Rostos going aggressive out towards the brown holes of the Julies, trying to get up close and personal for an opening kill.
Pistol started aggressive and well for OG over on Nuke. Do the same here on Train with Nikodos, can take first contact with his Portuguese teammate, falling away from the ramp entrance. He'll get to the heaven angle and fall all the way back to the back lines.
And when we look back at the previous head-to-head that happened, what, just under a month ago, we had a 13-9 on Train and a 13-9 on Nuke for the side of OG. So Big weren't able to take a map. Got to wonder what they learned from that previous series and what they can adapt going into Train now.
Spook struck first, Tabson down. JDC seeing to the cross of Crizzen. Crimbo will at least get one of those trades back, and the bomb can safely get planted. But the 4-on-3 is set for a retake. At least Crizzen is low HP here.
Adam B just trying to work the edge of this smoke. Process is in a very up-close and personal position.
And does the Swede recognize it? Will he check that corner? Focusing the bomb train and E-Box, and the red and Process will get his kill. So now we're down to a 3-on-3. Arostos next to task, and the Glock moves forward, gets another headshot. Process delivering the goods here. Crizzen can take height back, though. Nikodos seen and flanked, and Process continuing his press until Crizzen is forced to tap the bomb without the kit, without time, and without HP to resist the peek forward. Big will claim the opening pistol.
Now, we have seen that even though the cores are different, Big were able to beat OG in a best of 3 earlier on in the year. It goes all the way back to February during the IM Dallas EU closed qualifiers. Now, it was a lower bracket map, so Big was able to push the likes of OG out of the tournament. The one map that got won by the Germans to start off the series was, in fact, an opposition map pick. It was Mirage. It was a 13-4. JDC went 26-9, nearly 150 ADR and a 2.09 rating. He was very quiet out on map number 1, and I really want to see what he can do, because he's meant to be a takeover player. He's meant to be the most sufficient rifler on this organization.
There will be 2 rifles at play for Big. Mac 10s on 3 others. OG will not respond with a force buy. Happy again with the harsh eco pistols. USPs, P2Ks, that'll be about it. Rifles will be out for the next one. They were to force back a steal, and they got counter reset on the second round range at the start of Nuke, but no such need to do so here. JDC will mop up all of the CT presence. Easy pickings, as it was always expected to be.
Yeah, Big are playing TNL on Saturday at that BetClick LAN in Poland, and then also Big and OG are both attending that Urban Riga Open event in a couple of weeks. So it might be that we get to see a few more of these head-to-heads between these 2 organizations. Start getting a feel of online performance versus LAN, where they really sit overall in the grand scale of Tier 2. OG with the opening rifle round would like to make a statement and return early.
Spawning come with their automatic weapons. Big playing bonuses in this round, and Mac 10s may work well against Spook, who's without Kevlar on the helmet. 2 players on the B defends bomb. Hasn't committed the brown halls. At least 3 players are there for Big. No major move early. They are playing the defaults out, hunting down the OG individuals. Try and pick them apart.
And you might look at Train and say, oh, OG aren't going to be very good on it because they don't play it. Well, what about Overpass yesterday? We went into an M80 series of a map they very rarely play. They've only played, what, 2 officials on HLTV, and that looked comfortable at times. They were able to recover a really slow start into what was a really good end of the map. Train might not have many officials, just 3 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months versus 7 wins and 4 losses for Big. 2 players down on B, very slow. Not a lot of counteraction here for Big at all.
Now starting to form up over at the Brown Halls. Tabson's on his lurk out at Ivy, which will get taken down by Adam B. I think he was sneaking through that smoke, giving an easy kill to the M4. Only a Mac 10 available for him. Hype with the second Mac 10 for the big side. JDC trying to enter, and he goes down to prison. Arastos on site also holds a kill of his own, and his teammates can clean up his counter trade. His OG are in fact on the board.
Now, you know, Jay, I love VRS. Great system. For Big, they've played at 8 international lands in 2025. Now, this includes tier 1 events like IM Katowice, IM Melbourne, IM Cologne, PGL Cluj-Napoca, PGL Astana, and recently the Fisher Playground. However, in all of those events, Big were invited directly through VRS rather than qualifying. And now we're seeing the VRS decay, aren't we? We're seeing the team struggle getting down here. You are very rarely ever going to get a VRS invite again. So all of these online qualifiers and closed qualifiers, it's going to have to be something that Big play in frequently. And we always know that their LAN form at the tier 1 level is so much more consistent than their online form is at tier 2.
Just to make a point of how far Big's ranking has fallen apart, negative 11 places month on month from Valve's official updates. So, yeah, not exactly a pretty sign to see. At least they'll go positive on economy, as they half bought into this, well, not even half by actually, kind of like eco with Deagles. Got a bomb plan out of the B bomb sign. Done a hefty amount of damage to several CT players. JDC is going to pick up a kill on Crizzen. Hype's getting up close and personal as well. His Glock revealed. Spook trying to hunt him down, trying to take him out. He takes a lot of damage in return. They are stalling very decent time here, Big, and the kills could still come in for them. Nicodos just got 2, however, and Adam B will follow it up. Nicodos will clean up the player over towards the trauma train. Foul on him. JDC should get covered off. He will go down soon enough. So decent effort from Big, and the bomb plum bonus is nice. But OG will even the board.
We've had a couple of rounds where Tabson on the lurk has been unsuccessful. Now, you have to look at it and say, well, one of them was a gun round and one of them was an eco. So I don't think you can criticize that, but it is something to keep an eye out for the next few gun rounds. If we keep seeing these deeper lurks from Tabson, are they going to be successful? Is he cutting rotations? Is he creating impact that's going to make a difference on the round? 2-2, OG will not be able to get the AWP in straight away, but you expect that efficiently you get Nicodos on it. I know that the desk is talking about how strong he is as a rifler. Easily, for me, one of the best riflers as an AWP that we've got in tier 2.
Tabs has just taken down Adam B and flashing in against Nicodos. His back is turned, but he's covered off by the harder cover right there. Doesn't up is eventually found by the captain, but Crizzen again wins the captain fight. It's caught on the reload though, and there's 2 players behind that smoke alongside JDC over at T-Con. They'll combine to take down Crizzen and Spook. And Arastos is in a 1 versus 4. So again, moments of brilliance from Big when they have those big flashes of potential. But with rounds like this, which look uber confident. 4 men alive and a lead regained.
Beaten by pace. And when I reflect on that Saw series, I thought on both Train and Inferno, we were getting some really slow T-side defaults. But on Train, on occasion, we did get that acceleration, that quicker maneuver. And for OG, they were caught flat-footed out there towards Ivy. They tried to get aggressive, they get punished. Crizzen and Nicodos then try and stabilize by both pushing towards that deeper area. They both end up getting caught. A good change of pace from Big, and it has affected the economy. The AWP is up, but the in-game lead is down to an MP9.
JDC tag low, Crizzen charging forward into T-Con. And Spook will get the trade back onto his forward player, so 4 on 4 with HP over Tabson is established. Split play seems like it still wants to come in quick though. Incendiaries will stop them.
This is good information from OG. They know that it's heavy in T-Con and they know there's a lurk aggressively out here towards Pop Dog, so a resmoke can go down. Now it just starts to stabilize the round. Spook and Adam B have to maintain Ivy, T-Con, and Pop Dog, while there's a rotation of a second player to get out here to help out Rostos on B.
Does leave A with only 1 man.
They should clear Brown Halls. If they're going to play 3 on B, I'd be surprised if they sit back and play passive.
Push will start to begin from Arastos, who will look on the Brown Halls and see nothing there. The second man's going to start the rotations into the A defensive, particularly to watch for Ivy control, which is where Tabson and Hype to inbound from. That is the AWP of Nicodos. Smokes over on Zed in the meantime. Adam B about to lose some vision. And also his life. Down and out. Orpa still waiting. 2 to gain. 1 to 4. Hyped ready. And Nikodos doesn't peek towards it. He knows that he's out there with the bomb on his back. Utility sent. Force forward a Spook. And actually Crimbo assists in the kill against the bomb defensive. Nikodos missing a shot back on Seb, man. He's down to the last of the hyped here. 6 seconds though, surrounded by CT presence. Tries to plant safer, but goes close to Nikodos, who lands his kill shot in the end and evens the board again.
Fundamentally, that round is a joy to watch, Jay. So we see that they've got the triple B, then there's a little bit of aggression, isn't there? Rostos gets out there at Heaven, clears out the brown holes, they start forcing rotations back. Now Spook is just wasting a lot of time, not over-peeking out there to Olaf. And yes, while Adam B gets caught against Ivy, look at the patience for Nikodos to not reface, right? How many Orpas would we look at there to get that first kill and instantly try and search for the second? Instantly look for that refrag. He just deals with it with patience alone, and then with the flanking from brown holes, just everything about that round was pure quality.
Oh, shot from the Orpa. Nikodos damn near landed a collateral there. 2 players were lined up. I think he got the leg of process only. 20 HP himself. A little bit of util damage to Crimbo and Hyped. Seems they want to go quick into this B bomb site as well. They've already got 5 players back at the brown holes. Third man not in assistance. The ace site defender. Actually, Krisen's going to start hunting towards Pop Dogs. So it seems like it will just be these 2 individuals to watch out for the hit. Molotov's being sent in to the Orpa's position. Nikodos going to have to fall back early. Arostos will hold the corner of that bomb train and will hold on well enough towards Heaven, but not forever. Him and Arostos and Nikodos will fall. JDC on 13 taps it up close with Spook. Will deal with him. Another big accelerated round that will work out for them.
Clean entries out on the bomb site. Arostos does well to reposition, gets that first kill on the off angle of the players coming out from Heaven, tries to get on the bomb train and just can't quite stabilize. And then for the AWP, you're tucking underneath his barrel, aren't you? It's quite a close duel out there from the oil train. And maybe this is what Tabson is encouraging himself to believe, that we need these quicker accelerations rather than the slower defaults. When we commit towards an exec, let's just fly in with pace, let's have some really good trading. And the utility usage was very good with the flash assists. Big have now picked Train for what, the 7th time in best of 3s in the last 3 months? We know between that and Dust 2, that's sort of the larger maps that you would go to. Mirage also options, Inferno 2. They picked Train against the likes of Saw, and even though they were down 0-7, they won 13 rounds in a row. So on a basis of that, if they can keep this first half competitive, then they've got a much higher likelihood of closing out this map and trying to force it towards a 3rd.
I will say, it feels like they are hitting harder on Big. Mentioned how on Nuke, the individual performances just weren't there for them. The tactics were okay. And now JDC, who was bottom of the board, 0.33 rating on Nuke, is actually now up there with Crimbo as 2 of the top players on Big at the moment. Of course, Crimbo maintaining, everybody else providing the support that they require. OG can't keep that impact going forever, although Adam B will certainly try. Pistols out on this force buy, and Hyped is the first victim.
The Jewel was a bit too far away to try and recover the weapon. Spook is going to start getting aggro out there towards T-Con. JDC all about time in the shadow. Well, it looked like it got seen, but no reaction from Spook.
Checking that corner, JDC almost had his back turned by a moment. Spook checks, doesn't hit his shots. It's a good thing JDC didn't peek that. Comes out on top, Molotov to Adam B, who will get forced away. Will not be allowed to find that pick. JDC does eventually come up with that kill against that man. So revenge has been had, and advantage has been reclaimed. And Big are ready for the A-bomb site hit. You've got 2 to defend it. Scout and Nikodos is getting smoked off, and I think it was just seen before the smoke had bloomed. Arostos, decent deagle on the first man. Second, not so much. And that M4 of Krisen holding back on that B bomb site now will be the only element that can steal around for OG. Might already be considering a save call. He's being marked. The Scout is already backed away, and Tabson will not plant dangerously over a Zen. Krisen will still walk forward, but right into the hands of JDC will cost him his life.
Just get a bit of patience there from Big, don't you? They lose an opening casualty, and they're waiting for intent out in T-Con. As Spook knows that if he can get on the front foot, get that kill against JDC, then you can recover the AWP. It's a 5v3, the round's over. Instead, him and Adam B kind of separated. They both don't go in together. JDC gets a couple of easy kills, and then from there you just start pummeling the util. You make it very difficult for the B rotations coming out from Com with the smoke. OG will not be able to answer back to a tied-up score, so Big can start extending the lead round by round, get themselves up to 5. Get themselves in a state where you can probably start hitting anywhere between 7 and 8 T rounds. Much better.
Much better indeed. Threatening on this T side is certainly where you want to be at for the big squad. Because that may well be the difference between winning and losing over a team like OG when we expect this one to go down 2-0 with how proficient OG have been. Big holding some level of contention on train could be an encouraging turning point at this best of 3. Dragged it out to 3 maps against Saw last time out, and so wouldn't be impossible, even if we think it's still difficult at the moment.
Just getting a bit of revenge from being knocked out of a cup about a month ago. I know that it didn't have the same amount of stakes. It didn't really matter from the likes of Big, but right here when you've got close qualifier, spot at LAN on the line, very important for OG to get there for their major dream. Very important for Big to get there to at least get a taste of what Tier 1 is like recently. Because, I mean, well, outside of Cologne and Fisher Playgrounds, they haven't really faced a Tier 1 team in a long time now.
Most certainly when we're getting invites to those events directly. Not with the ranking being where it is. OG. And the funds to buy back into round number 9, so the formality for Big to make number 6 back up, so now they will have to pressure the half advantage over OG's side of things. They do get one of the kills back over at Ivy, and AK that Crizzen could hold over to the next rifle buy. A little bit extra firepower, a little bit extra punch. OG have allowed Big a chance to start to dictate on this map. The German team now can no longer lose the half.
This is only the second time that Process has been playing Train. He played that one official against Saw a couple of days ago, and that was his debut with Big on this map. Now for OG, you start wondering, could this potentially be the worst scoreline that they've had at a turn of the half in the comp? Look back at the series yesterday against M80, they went, what, 6-6 on map number 1, and then on map 2 they were down 5-7. Looking at a 3-6 scoreline, and you think, well, if you're maybe only getting even 4 rounds, 3 rounds, have you got enough backing? I have HLTV telling you that both teams have got higher round win percentages on the CT side of this map, but I often put that aside because when you're playing high pressure games, swing rounds are going to mean everything. Those sort of numbers, to me, can get overinflated when we talk about these certain matchups.
OG are ready for more fast, big plays, but Big have gone back to the slow style, random slow default. Instead, pace picked up in a pop dog, which almost works out well for Crizzen on the double. He only gets one of them. Spook forced to trade back, hyped. The 3-on-3 is secured here. Spook nearly loses his life to a fight out of the T-Con angle. JDC knows that he's close towards Red Train. Smoke's put in by both sides to cover an angle of attack with CT forces and to block off Big's progression from OG. They are still now. That bomb's going to make his way back in.
The Smokes have given Spook cover, and Adam B's been able to insert himself out to Olaf, or get himself into a hell, really. Spook is now backing off, and the B player, Rostos, is not on the front foot. He can rotate quite quickly out to connector.
JDC is taking his sweet time with this. Big. Ever so slow, ever so careful. They will suss out Adam B in the end, and JDC posting up his 10th frag of the game. Looking for number 11, which he'll get on Spook. Triple not quite secured. Arostos needs a triple of his own. The 1v3 scenario, the best that he can do is throw out nades, which will miss. Bombs plant on the backside of the train. He gets Crimmer regardless, though. Where's Tabson? 1v1. Doesn't take the high ground. Arostos needs to be careful about this. He checks his angle and doesn't even get a dink off and all. But the AK has a little bit extra. And OG will make another concession to Big, one that will win the half.
That's a bloody good effort there coming through from the Portuguese, because that round has almost nothing in it. You're in a 1v2 where you've got to run through a connector smoke. You're being read completely. There shouldn't be even the first kill. Getting Crimbo was a surprise. And then to get Tabson down to as low as he does, to get that dink off but not the final kill. Now we saw OG winning quite a few clutches out there on map number 1. Now we're seeing Big, how important that clutch is from Tabson to get the scoreline up 7-3.
The clutches were a, excuse the pun, big component to their series they oversaw. They lead by 4, and OG just don't have the funds to keep resisting. The buy is weakened. The AWP and Nikodos is all they're going to have. Hero weapon, what is otherwise a basic set of pistols, which will do well for Crizin. 5-7 striking down JDC to open up.
Knowing that they've got all of Brown Halls, they just need to focus on a crossfire to defend A. They just need to be worried about T-Con, Ivy, and Pop Dog now.
All sorts of map control on the extension. Arostos getting Tabson next. Process close to Crizin. Checked for. Will go down. Deagle miss. Smoke is sent. Spook takes the chance to swing, but Process is ready for it. A little bit too late. The window was missed. 3-on-3.
Spook's going to be fuming at that one, being held on the smoke. Crimbo should get a 3P on Arostos. It's the player that's a little bit further back of the old bomb, though, from Adam B. That might be the surprise.
Crimbo, just seen him. Tap. Burst. Damage was done at the dink. Adam B. Gonna try to cut him off, but Arostos is a little bit more impatient. 20 seconds to the clock now. Hype is seen by Adam B. Holds from lands that tag. Tech9's pull. Nikodos will now move closer. Pick his moment. Shoot the barrel on the bomb site. Look towards the bomb carrier, but Adam B. has picked up an AK and will shut the last man down. That is a massive steal for OG.
Well, I'll give credit to Big for their composure in the 3v5. They really try and stabilize by just slowing the round in, waiting for mistakes. The problem is they just run out of a bit too much time. And I think the kill that could have been granted towards the back of the bomb train was probably the defining kill of the round, wasn't it? If Crimbo falls there, it just changes everything. He knows that he's tucked, but he just can't get the AK off. And OG still around back, and now you've got the AWP saved in with 2 AKs.
OG. Pressuring from Spook. They know where he is, and Process will still fall regardless. Opening kill followed up by Adam B's AK. The AWP shot of Nikodos just about connects on JDC. Caught dipping out of the T-Con entrance, and this round should send the way of the OG side. It should be a 5th to close out the half, and I have a half recovery when you consider the Big. We're on quite the one up on the streak. At one point it could have been a 9-3 advantage, and OG give themselves a little bit of an opportunity going into their T side half now.
What a shot coming out of Nikodos. That didn't even look like that could have potentially been a kill. Very good last round for OG, and that's going to keep the spirits up high. Yeah, it was a difficult half, but you'd probably expect that you're going to be in for a decent fight versus Big. Now that you've gone onto their map pick, it's not going to be as comfortable as map number 1 was. Even if I still think it's going to be a 2-0, there is going to be contention. And for Big, overall, defaults looked pretty good there on the T side. Now they've got to try and press it and show that JDC can still perform on the CT, because I'm looking at his first half performance and I'm thinking that was quite good, right? That's what we have as an expectation from him. But I also think what we've seen over the last few days, think about Rigon as an example, right? A guy that performs really well on one map for him, but then really poorly on the other 3. I want to see if JDC can be consistent now moving into the second half.
One of his more weaker suits, but for Big in general, I think if you're looking at this scoreline and staying, and obviously we've acknowledged earlier that they have a much better CT basis to work from. It's where they got their comeback over the Source side, of course. Took the map of Train into a 3rd in the series. There are circumstances to follow as well, and the fact that you have a lead on the weaker half of the map for yourselves, and what going into what is OG statistically weakest half the same. You're licking your lips if you're the German team.
OG know what it's like to come back. I mean, that best-of-3 series that was played 26 days ago, City side of Nuke, OG were down 3-9, and they ended up bringing that back. They went completely flawless. They didn't lose a round in the second half. Now they've come back from a 3-7. It's a similar-looking score.
OG got a couple of players in brown halls in their default with the pistols. You see the movement from JDC is trying to close out from Pop Dog. He is looking for presence initially.
Gonna be a B fake into an Ivy take.
Noise is being made, but JDC's action may well suss out the info that they're looking for. Fighting as Arastos and Crizin. Crizin gets the kill, and now the split play will have to come in instead. Hype killed both of those Pop Dog players, though, and that dismantles anything more. They'll see nothing. They'll start to realize, and now Process will get confirmation. Goosh to 6 points of health, but Adam B will take him down, jumping with the Glock, but taken back by Hyped, who scores his triple in the round. 2 left standing on OG. Nikodos leaves 2 left standing on Big. Hyped will fall in the open, and both the Jewelies are left in play.
Nikodos is trying to slow the round down to cut rotations. Crimbo's been seen, but they don't know about the Pop player.
Spook caught off. Crimbo credited with the kill. Good shot from Nikodos, though. One more man to go. Sees him, but Crimbo's quicker to the trigger finger, and Big will take a second pistol.
I get a lot of highlight clips from Nikodos when he's got the P2K in action. But that round, I think you can give all of the praise in the world towards Hyped. What a sequence that is from him. He's deep in Pop Dog when he's lost his teammate of JDC, who's aggressive. He gets 2 kills. He really should be getting traded 1-for-1 here. And then even when they're coming out for Ivy, he strikes with that another one. Now that's the second clutch to come forward from Tabson on this map. He did it in the first half, and now he's done it on the pistol.
A wombo combo. Crimbo to close, continuing his top performance in this best-of-3 for Big. All-important pistol win for them that sets them on good stead to continue along this momentum, to continue with this rise through train. Try and score another 3-map affair thanks to that map itself. OG. I'm starting to feel this one slip out of their grasp here, the 2-0. And we were also confidently looking at may now not be quite as easy anymore.
OG are going to be in for a tough second half because of losing that pistol. I think any time momentum's not really been on your side throughout the majority of the map, you want to try and get off to a positive start. You want to get the economy going as quickly as possible. You want to get something like Nikodos involved in that rifling capability, especially on the T side of train. You get the AK and armor in his hands as early. OG, you look at the numbers out on train, and typically Spook and Adam B that put up the most individual performances. Spook averaging a 1.18 rating on this map in the last 3 months. Adam B the same. Over on the big side, it's Crimbo at a 1.20 and JDC at a 1.18. That's the 2 highest for the big side.
Crimbo and JDC, the 2 highest fraggers at the moment. Big. Thanks to their efforts, are in the driver's seat. The SMGs ready to receive the basic Glocks, which are out for OG again, as it was in the first half. No force buys for the second round. Happy to play up to the rifles in the follow-up of a Big to extend their scoreline lead.
We saw today Adam B overtaking Lambert on career HLTV maps, and Lambert's not even been playing the game professionally for a good couple of years.
Damage being done to Tabson and Hyped early on in round 14. OG will try press on to the A-bomb site. Nades onto Arostos, though that's quite heavy. Eventually, Hills look to roll in their direction. Adam B will take one back with Tabson. JDC feeling a little bit pressured, but same teammate right behind him. USB can get both those kills. And Nikodos has lost the bomb. No chance for a bomb plant. Obviously no chance for a round steal. And Big will make it look easy as it should be.
OG in a position where Nikodos is just trying to find the avenue of where he can go down, and it should happen out here towards Pop Dog. Big can add another round, get closer towards the double digits, closer to the all-important 13th. Get this map into a decider. Now, talking about it on the desk, the most recent wins against ESC, against Arbe to get themselves in that line qualification in Poland. Big should have been 2-0'd in that first series, but they clawed it back. They went into the final map decider, and then that's where they had a little bit more relief. That was a bit more of, I would say, a sounder showing, right? A much better performance overall. You wonder if that's going to be something that could potentially happen here. If you get tested on your map, pick a train, do you have more belief? Do you have more opportunity in that decider?
Tabson's tagged to half HP. The utility of OG, 2 men in Pop Dog. Tabson would have seen them and would have been seen himself. Utility into his teammate, turned away from the flashbang. Both line up there for Arostos, but Arostos has to rest on Nikos instead to get the 2 trades. Crimbo takes that chance to extend the Brown Halls, make it a 3-on-3.
JDC is trying to block out here to T-Con, and Spook wants to get on the front side of the smoke. JDC is going to get a freebie.
Just seen as he started to turn his head away. Spook had no idea. An advantage in for Big now. OG. Responsive pretty desperately again. This round kind of needs to be their win, else scoreline just gets worse and worse for them. Pre-fire from Process finds Adam B next, and Crizzen had a pretty monstrous set of numbers over on the first map, but not so much in the second, and up to clutch scene. We'll have a fight on JDC, at least that's one pick found. Process, the unawares that he extended out here past the boxes. He'll just wait for Crizzen to make the move. He knows that he's got to try and plant that bomb. At the angle, headshot secured. And Big are on double digits now. OG quiet in the second half.
I think OG made the right counter action because of the success of Big. So you've got yourself an aggro Pop and Brown Halls play from the City side. Nikonos gets a couple of kills, but once he gets traded, you want to excel elsewhere because you don't want Big to maintain that Brown Hall space and just be able to hold on to it for the rest of the round. So that's why they start walking out from T-Con, they start pressing elsewhere, but JDC just finds himself in a very good position at a very good time, playing around that smoke, playing back passive, and no matter if it was Crizzen or Spook that was going to walk through that smoke, JDC was always going to have their number.
Tactical for OG now. Chance for the aforementioned Lambert to realign his squad because OG are beginning to lose their grip on this one. T side with only Tech 9s and a Deagle available on the buy. Big should get to number 11 to 5, and I mean, look, if we're going to give OG a lot of praise for going 13-4 in their last map up, then surely Big should get some sort of extra bonuses as well for making this look one-sided in the second half. Double AKs, double M4s, AWP unhyped. OG set to the B bomb site execution. Can they secure a plant?
Process with the AK at good range should be able to mop up quite a lot of damage against the ramp individuals.
Grimbo's that one-man cross. The ramp players will actually force them back with that Molotov in mind. And Zen, or away from Grimbo, comes together on Crizzen in the end. Arostos can get one pick back. Guys can Adam B and Nikodos turn it into a 2 versus 2. But in the kerfuffle, the bomb carrier was also dropped. The plant can't be secured. And Nikodos is waiting for more damage to come his way. He's seeing the swing, seeing the shoulder bait. The shot rings out. JDC also missed upon. Trying to isolate Hype. He's just missed the AWP. Bomb didn't drop from the center of the frame though. Got to fight a bit more. He's got to get at least one of these kills, and it's not coming his way until Hype goes down, and JDC is the last one standing. The Dane trades places. Goes around the corner. 25 seconds out. Nikodos will need to find this kill soon. JDC thinks he might have gone all the way back to Brown Halls now. We'll start to clear it out. Nikodos doesn't know about his flank. Time is short against him. He's grabbed an AWP. Will he just save with this weapon? I think he might just do. 10 on the clock. Didn't see him. JDC takes the kill, and Big will hold the round.
Very clever repositioning from JDC. He's going into the Brown Halls not so much because he expects a fight, but because he knows he can play time. There's not a lot of time left on the clock, and the bomb is dropped right on the middle of the bomb train itself. So as long as he gets out there towards the Brown Halls and scales, there's just no hope. There's no chance there for Nikodos at all. gets expensive, it gets threatening, but when you're down 5 to 10, you really want to turn that into a round victory. You want to turn that into a steal. And the Des were talking about how maybe the scoreline was not as close as the game seems. I think that comes down to the clutches, and I think you can say the exact same thing on Train. And maybe that puts into question on the third map how important clutches are going to be for both of these teams.
ADC struck first on Spook. Adam being a trade back Tabson 4-on-4, but with HP advantage massively in favor of Big. Arostos trying to get the man advantage, but Hyped, his orb continues to fire away with 2 to his name. Finally overwhelmed by the Dane. Prison and Nikodos versus Process and Crimbo. And now it's all on Nikodos as Prison goes down. Another clutch for this man. He got close with the pistol in hand, with the rifle. He'll go down to 1 point of health. So it doesn't get any easier. 15 frags deep, top of the board for his team, and one ahead of what Crimbo's delivered. You favor the M4 in this circumstance. Nikolos needs the perfect headshot as soon as he takes contact. And Crimbo's creeping closer, ever so closer. Bit by bit, inch by inch, could still get caught with his back turn. Nikodos, timing and positioning's awkward. Crimbo's made his way around. Oh my God, they have absolutely no idea. Nikodos, this is all timing. Crimbo didn't see him. He has now, and he's got him. Oh, tragic for the man of the T side, because Big now have map points.
And in the mind of Nikodos, he's convinced that Crimbo is going to rotate either Pop or Con. Knowing the B-side anchor and how pacey that round is, he was just ready for it. And what he's not ready for is the Ivy wrap to come all the way around, start getting yourself closer towards Sandwich, the front of the red train. So that's 3 clutches, one by Big across train. Very strong in the 1vx's, and I think we definitely said that if we saw a performance from Big like they did against Saw, against OG, they wouldn't have a chance. This has been a much better showing. This has been a good, strong-looking Big side overall. They've given very few chances towards OG to at least keep the scoreline competitive.
Night and day compared to their opening best of 3. The sun's beaming on Big at this moment. OG have been unable to convert this train. The big map pick, in which they have 7 opportunities to close it down, take us to Inferno. 1-for-1 trades in the early portion of the round. Tabson and Crimson are respective fallers. Minute marker and OG are now starting to lose some map control of Brown Halls. A's got to be the hit.
ADC is just peering out from the back of the bomb train. He's not seeing any scale out of Pop, nothing out of T-Con just yet. He's seeing the U2, and him and Process can set up a crossfire.
ADC forced to hell. Process trying to take a timing on swing, but doesn't quite get it against Arostos, who gets the man advantage. Low HP for him, though, giving JDC a kill on Nikodos. Now leaves it very awkward for the T's. Double up secured. Hype starts moving as both men focus down the backside player. Bomb plant could well get secured, but Hype is looking for both individuals. He's taken out Arostos. It's all on Adam B now. He's going right out to the B-bomb site. Right call to make, but they'll know. They can hear those footsteps.
Adam B needs to take a fight as soon as that bomb goes down because Crimbo's on the run.
They're going to bait him. Crimbo has called his bluff. Bomb now. Tapped and stuck. Hype with the swing. Adam B doesn't get it. Couldn't switch to the weapon in time, and Big will close out their map at 13-5. One-sided maps to both respective teams, and Big looking much better than they did on day 1, and looking like they will still contest this chance to qualify for the Thunder Pit World Championship.
A lot of things go right for them out there on train, and it helps that your experienced ex-tier 1 player in JDC can show up. He went, what, 5 and 15 on map number 1, and on map 2 he had consistency in the first half, he had a good showing in the second half, and for Big overall, they'll look at that map and say, we've put OG in a tough position, we've made them really struggle out on our map pick, let's try and take it home, let's go into the third and stay really positive.
The difference one man can make across a series, and in this case it was JDC that made the difference on this train. I am hoping that he can keep that performance going though, because if you're going to have one map where you're good and one map where you're bad, and then maybe one map you're going to be good or bad, like it's one of those concerns you have to think about here. We need to see him step up for Inferno at the same time, because Big will have a lot of work to do, but now OG are pushed back onto a back foot. It's back to Sam and the boys.
Sam and the boys are here to break down what you just saw, and we spoke about this in the pre-show where we were saying it's going to come down to the T sides and who's stronger on those T sides. Well, Trav, OG didn't get a single round on the T side, so makes sense that Big would take their map.
Yeah, it's kind of honestly like the direct opposite. Like, we've seen a dominant map pick for OG, a dominant map pick for Big, and the same kind of things have happened, but in the opposite manner, with, you know, Big getting all the important clutch rounds like OG got the important clutch rounds on Nuke, right? I think Big, even despite, even if they'd lost a couple of those 1 versus 1s, I think they probably would have won that map anyway.
Yeah.
They're completely in control throughout the whole thing. But yeah, again, JDC multi-fragging, doing what he needs to do on this team. Crimbo ever reliable, and I do think the first half was like, it wasn't great for OG, but they did manage to recover a 7-5. That's by no means a calamity. But as soon as Crimbo won that clutch with the dualies on the pistol, I said to Matt in the as it was happening, always so reliable on pistol rounds with the dualies in the clutch or just in an anchor position. Crimbo won it, even though Nico had a great chance at it. Instant headshot from Crimbo, and they were off and running ever since then. And they didn't look back.
I think that even though we had fairly one-sided scorelines on both these maps, 13-4 on Nuke, 13-5 here on Train, I feel like this was a cleaner performance from Big compared to what we got out of OG on their map pick, even though there was an extra round won by the losing team. Big just looked like they were in complete control. I really enjoyed their T side, Sam. I feel like there was always a really good game plan going on, and I wouldn't call it aggressive, but I did think they had an explosivity about their T side, which just caught OG off guard in a number of rounds, where they would just flick that switch, pull that trigger, and all of a sudden they were all over the bomb side, more often towards B than A, but they just had a really good cohesion as a unit with the way that they were taking control. You could see there was confidence about them with how they were taking deeper control on the bomb sites as well. You could see here an example from Crimbo in the highlight, and Tabson forcing OG into the extremities, making it really difficult to even get a chance at making that retake happen. And you could see Big, they weren't really dissuaded by falling apart on Nuke and losing the map fairly one-sidedly. They still drew away from those positives, and they kept that confidence up coming into Train, and it delivered.
So this is something we spoke about in that first half. We were obviously in our little online green room, and we were talking about what it was that Big was doing right on the T side. So, I mean, Trav, we can unpack this a little bit more. I know Hayes had his opinions. He's touched on some of them there. But do you want to jump into what you liked about that T side and what you think they were doing right?
I think it's a combination of them understanding the map and learning the map progressively and making it one of their main picks. Way more than what Nuke is. Nuke is a map in their pool right now where they go to it because they have to, it feels like, with their results on it recently. They haven't really found much synergy and cohesion, and on Train, it's the complete opposite. They all seem to understand what they need to do. They all seem to be in the right position at the right time. They're not like going one by one anywhere, doing anything silly. There's no crazy maneuvers that you'd maybe see from them on some other maps in the pool that they play. It's very, I wouldn't say it's like overly special, it's nothing like groundbreaking, but it's just so much more of a solid baseline than what we've seen from them in other maps and in other games overall in the scene lately. I mean, they've been playing so many games, and it's pretty low tier, like tier 3 opposition as well, looking like they're struggling on every single map. But, you know, I think Dweg mentioned it earlier, they do seem to ramp up against the better teams they play. They play better against better opposition, it does seem so. And, yeah, I think here on this map, might completely fall apart on Inferno, who knows? But it was a very good example of that. And even the round where JDC is in the clutch against Nico Doz on B, right? Like, maybe a slightly more nervous JDC who's having a rough game, like on Nuke, wouldn't choose to make that play where he walks all the way down the sidewalk, all the way up toward Brown Halls, and play in a position where Nico has no chance at all. Maybe he'd play a bit more safe, maybe he'd play a bit more reserved. But, you know, even if Nico had won that clutch, as unlikely it would have been, you know, Big were winning that game either way.
Yeah.
So it just shows you how in control they were.
I feel like OG lacked a little bit of impetus on their CT side, honestly. I feel like they seemed a bit docile for my liking, especially when you have a team that have got players like Nikadaj, like Spook, guys who like to make plays and be active. It felt like they were just kind of letting the game come to them, which is not what I'm really used to seeing from a team like OG. So that was a little bit surprising for me, and I think they maybe gave up a bit too much respect and space to Big, who clearly had a really good game plan, but there wasn't much disruption, which I also think made life a bit easier for Big.
Obviously, when you're deciding on your MVP, it may be easy to sort of say JDC just because of the frags on the board. But Trav, Crimbo, possibly the bigger playmaker in this particular map?
I mean, the reason I said Crimbo is because we were kind of beating up on him when the game got underway, like in our pre-match stuff, right? Because saying, like, he's kind of just not the Crimbo that we used to see. We were talking about how, you know, his stock has fallen, about, like, where would he go if he at some point does leave Big? Should he have left Big? saying about how he's not the clutching, consistent phenom he was for such a good period in the past. Now, in this game, and I think actually, to be fair to him, in map 1 he had a few that went awry, but in map 2, the important rounds where he needed to get the kills, where he needed to win that pistol that I mentioned with the dualies, right? He was literally, there was no facing him at all. Nico Doz is known to be good with the P2000. He found it on the ground, one taps the pop dog rotator, knows where Crimbo was, goes for the swing, Crimbo gives him no chance whatsoever. So those are the clutches. I know, like, there's a reason why he's clutching. He's last alive a hell of a lot on this team. Like, it's a reality of how he plays, but he's clutching because he's good at it.
Yeah, it's just the way that they set him up as well, right?
Exactly.
It was very good to see Crimbo at that level, delivering what we know he's capable of and playing his role splendidly. But it was also just really good to see JDC having a return to form here on train after the way that things had gone down on Nuke. Obviously, had a really tough time of it on that previous map to JDC, but he left that in the past where it belongs. And he's one of the more experienced guys in the team now as well, so it's important that he's able to pick himself up between maps, and hopefully we get more of that out of him going into Inferno.
So each team has now taken their map pick. It's 1-1. We're resetting. Whoever wins Inferno is going to Malta. That is what is on the table, a spot at the Thunderpick World Championship. And when you take a look at Inferno now, I mean, is it leaning in the favor of OG Hayes, or do you think Big has an opportunity?
I don't know if it's just recency bias for me with Big because of how well we saw them play against Saw on this map. I was just really impressed by their T-side in particular. I feel like they were working incredibly well as a unit. There was really good calling from Tabson. They always seemed to be executing into the weaker defended bomb sites, not by virtue of luck, but by the way they were shifting the defense and then recognizing how they'd shifted the defense and what opportunities that in turn created for themselves. So it just feels like they've got a really good read on the map, on the T-side in particular. This is the one map that I actually do have quite a lot of faith in Big's T-side. As far as OG goes on Inferno, it's also actually been a great map for them lately, right? I mean, they haven't played it much in the past month, just one game played. Maybe you can go back a bit further to Fnatic as well. It has been in their wheelhouse, but it's a map that it does require sort of more experience within the team to be super well versed in terms of the decisions that you're making and how you're going to move around the map. And obviously the core 4 for Big have been around for a long time, so they've got those reps under their belt, and I'm actually kind of leaning in the direction of Big going into this third and final map. I know that might be crazy, but that's how I'm feeling based on their performance against Saw on this map and based on what we've seen throughout this series so far.
Yeah, as well, right? Like, they actually have reps on Inferno, sure. They're all losses, right? They're all losses. It's understandable when you play Gamer Legion, Furia, Pain, FaZe back in Cologne. That's to be expected, but you learn so much. I know Big have all the experience in the world with Tabson and Crimbo and everyone, right? They've been there, they've done that. They've played in all these big events, but still, when you are creating a new sort of, trying to recreate yourself, trying to reinvent yourselves, playing against those sort of teams at that high tier level, you'll learn a lot, even though you've been there and done that previously. So I am also a lot more hopeful for Big than I was before. But OG, they have okay results in it lately. I am just slightly concerned, but I'm losing a map to that Danish mixed team, Herb, in ESL Challenger League. So that was only 2 days ago. That is a bit of a weird loss to have on a map like Inferno, when you have all these players with the ability, and Krisen, I do think calls a good Inferno. So lack of reps might go against OG at the higher level. Big, of course. With Process, is that going to really change their fortune? Are they going to be able to get this all-important win and get that revenge? It might not be the same OG, only Krisen remains, but that game last year that would qualify them for the main Berlin LAN for Thunderpick last year went awry for them, and yeah, it's a huge one for them, because revenge will be something that I'll take very, very happily, I'm sure.
It is the battle of the IGLs here. You've obviously got all the experience of Tabson, Trav, and then the young gun, the rising star on the other side. And honestly, I think the calling will determine which team is able to claim that spot in Malta. Do you agree?
I think that's the main thing that makes this series actually just so much fun, because you've got a storied in-game leader that's been on Big for one of the most long-serving single-team members in the scene. He's in-game led. He's been the star player. He's doing everything, has done everything for Big. And you've got a player in Krisen who is at a stage of his career where he wants to be like that long-term in-game leader. He's been an in-game leader almost since day one of his career, right? Which is a differing aspect to tabseN. Who knows if he goes from in-game leader to star player? tabseN's gone from star player to in-game leader. But crizn is that young, and I've given him this much praise with what he's done with OG. With, by the way, every single version of OG. That game, you know, Dwayne mentioned it earlier. That game from Thunderpick last year was with a totally different core 4 members, right? I mean, it was with Modo, Fiku, Mikey as a stand-in, and Buzz. Now he's got a totally different 4 around him. So it shows you that he's got the expertise to work with different pieces around him and still provide results. This is a critical game, though, for him now. I am wondering if there's actually more pressure, despite how bad Big have been lately and how badly they need this. If there's more pressure on OG as the favorites now going into Inferno than there is on Big.
Yeah. The way I look at it, though, is that tabseN is the one who has all the experience behind him, and that can often be the difference maker in a situation like this where there's so much on the line and it's a really tense matchup. Sometimes it's the IGL who's able to just keep everybody level-headed and focused on what matters the most and not let them start wandering off and getting overwhelmed by how important the actual occasion is itself. I think that's where we could see a big difference going into this third and final map, and Big have been hurting, and I reckon that would motivate them even more to try and make this work, because if they could get this win over OG and qualify for the LAN event, I'm not saying that completely turns things around 180 degrees for Big and the optics on the team, but it goes a long, long way in just improving the mood in the camp and the general perception of this team as well. That could be a massive motivating factor for them. Conversely, if they lose this one, it's like, damn guys, again, we've come so incredibly close. We've now slipped down the VRS ranking to a degree that we're not going to be getting invites to these events anymore. We're not even qualifying for them when we reach the qualifiers, and they'll continue to just probably get heavier and harder on themselves at that point. So I think that this next map actually means quite a bit more for Big than it does for OG as far as qualification goes and what it means for the team.
It's an interesting take, Hayes, and something to keep in mind. Of course, both of these teams dominated on their map picks, and now it will come down to the decider to determine who is heading to LAN. OG up against Big is on the way, heading to Inferno. We're going to take a break, and then Jay and Dwayne will be with you after that.
wants to kill the last second. Right to the small. Look at him go.
Been a day of upsets here on the qualifying day of the Thunder Pick World Championship closed qualifier. Are we about to add one more to the list? We were very confident in saying OG should go over big. You and I, Dwayne, even saying 2-0 fashion. It certainly won't be 2-0. Off to Inferno as our final map in the best of three. And big certainly have looked good coming out of train. Do they have enough to tip this series over the finish line?
Well, I'm excited about their T-sides because I thought their T-side against Saw was excellent. They had to recover a massive scoreline where they had some really good depth, some really good lurking from JDC, especially towards top banana. My concern is their CT side because I haven't seen enough for their Inferno and a lot of their recent officials. Whereas for OG, they've beaten some okay teams. Yeah, it's not the best map in the pool, but I'm still convinced that this is going to be a comfortable showing for the international squad of OG.
Yeah, for those of you that missed out that matchup against Saw, it was an 8-4 half a Saw's T-side start. So Big will be on the T-side themselves to kick things off, giving OG a chance to potentially make better of what is traditionally the better half. Although, again, those T-side win percentages do favour them all the same. So, kind of a bit of a reverse role here when you consider the desk was saying over the series that T-sides will be the most important. Maybe defensive will start off for OG and set the pace for how they look to carry on. Spook, again, drawing out first blood. JDC falls in the pistol round. And Nikodos is ready for contact in from mid and brackets. Two men about to approach.
And Nikodos just take first contact and then fall back when the smoke comes in. This should be fast and aggressive up towards the short side.
Starsin in towards the triple, but cannot hold on against Hyped. Either way, he's done his work, as has his Danish teammate, as has Spook. 4 kills between those 3 players. Hyped is in a 1-on-5. He's taking out the first player of the trade. 34 HP to get the next 4, and Spook shows no mercy. No prisoners taken. OG start with a pistol.
Just a bit more of a wake-up call, perhaps, for OG. I mean, you've got a head coach of Lambert, an assistant coach for Killazoo, and then an in-game leader of Crism, where I'm sure between the 3 of them, they would have just discussed during the break of map 2 to map 3, look, we are a much better squad. It doesn't matter the Big is playing at a higher level than what we've seen from them recently. From your perspective, you should pump these guys. You should be able to completely just own them. And I hope that we see the performance that we got on Nuke and at least try and bring that sort of style out here towards Inferno. Being really positive, being really individual, getting a lot out of your star players.
OG on the front foot to start things off. Face the eco pistols of Big. More than happily doing so here with the rifles being the main port of call. It's the exact same sort of buy strategy that we saw from OG over the course of their series thus far when they're losing the pistols over on train. Nikodos and Adam B will make light work of said pistols. The SMG in the back lines of Crism will try and get some cash out for it as well. We'll get a $600 frag on JDC, all 5 alive for OG. Here come the guns for Big, their first chance to resist.
And you probably would have expected that since Spook was here first and then Adam B came in later, that maybe there'd been a little bit of a connection between the 2 of them. None at all. They played each other quite regularly in some of those local Svenska lands and a lot of online cups, but they were all a part of what I would say was top-end Tier 2 squads. You've got Adam B that was on, what, Young Ninjas and Metasport, and at the time, Spook was a part of Johnny Speeds and 0-0 Prospects, but no, never crossed paths between them.
Cross paths as opponents, I'd imagine.
Definitely. Plenty of officials, on land and online.
The teammates for the first time in their career. A team that has certainly surged into prominence, but imagine how disappointing it would be for both them and their squad mates if they weren't able to finish the story that they started. I mentioned earlier the head-to-head they had in the qualification to the last LAN event back last year in the Thunder Pick World Championship. Remember, that was the event where a lot of people sort of hyped up OG and possibly wrongfully so. The second opportunity with them truly showing the quality over time, as well as potential here in the closed qualifier to become a top-end Tier 2 team, something they've been vying for a lot longer than even the last event of last year.
I think you'd expect that if they do make it to the LAN, they'll have a much easier time. I mean, when they went there last year, they had to face, what, Heroic in the semis, and then 3D Max in the 3rd, 4th place decider. Heroic was a tier 1 team, and 3D Max was a tier 1.5 team, and it was only a fairly sort of new-looking project of when Buzz and Mikey were involved in the team. Whereas this lineup now for OG, even the core 3 of Chris and Spook and Nikodos, mate, they went to the major, and you're getting wins at the majors. You're already showing that on LAN, we can beat those higher-end squads. We can compete with some of the very best in the world.
You could beat some of them, but you've also got Navi, the Mongols Fury in the Invite, the Invite 4. So it's still pretty staunch opposition if you are OG. It won't be an easy task, I must just say. Maybe easier compared to last year, but certainly not easy in general. What moment it would be for them again to compete at that level, and if they do take any of those upsets, then would be more scalps to add to their list.
Well, just watch out for next week when they face off NIP in the first round. I mean, even though NIP have got a higher VRS, we saw them have a really difficult time here in Thunderpick. They couldn't even win their opening game against Venom.
That's at the Star Series event, right?
That's it, yep.
And we'll get to see how far they'll go. Just one of the LAN events that OG will be having the chance to compete at the higher end of the scene. If they can make it be fun, I think this will be another opportunity here and now. And again, we have high hopes for how Star Series could go for OG at the same.
And I do enjoy the notion that we've got here in Thunderpick of teams needing to work for the closed qualifier to really push on. I think at the moment, way too many of Tier 1 LAN tournaments are all just VRS invite. And it means that there's no pathways. It means that, I mean, look at Venom. Like, you and I, we've casted Innocent for a really, really long time in Tier 2. He's been a part of basically all of the top teams in Poland for the better part of the last, what, 10, 11 years? I mean, I remember him playing with ESC at Sparrow in, one of the DreamHack Winter 2014 majors, bro. That's over 10 years ago now. And yet, his squad, they would never get invited to an event like this. It wouldn't happen with VRS. They're not a consistent team in Tier 2. They're not even a top 10 Tier 2 team. But one good run, one good tournament that they've had here in Thunderpick, and now they're going to an 850k LAN. That's just such a great achievement for what is a veteran in-game leader, but a fairly young squad overall. I know Sobel has been around the scene for a little bit, playing on Vizsla Krakow that we casted for a little while, but Q-Clock and Huffer, I mean, those guys are very, very new to this level of competition.
Even with a team like OG, they wouldn't be within the invite zone of Tier 1 competition without the likes of these open qualifier events, Star Series we mentioned earlier, that they got invited, or they didn't get invited to that at all. They only got there because of the fact they had a closed qualifier. And same story here for Thunderpick. They only have a chance to make it to LAN because of the qualifier. If they can just make one final victory happen, it would be quite a way to carry on with this rise to prominence. 2-0 as of right now here on the final map of the series for them. Big are bringing out the big guns though.
They're going to take Banana. We've got a lot of players out here towards B to start off the round to drop util. So they've got the anti-rush util, but you do expect a deeper flash to get spooked past the half wall. Big have packed very heavily towards brackets. A is very light right now.
Sitting there from Nikodos, and this is out on Tabson. That bomb carrier is in first and finds Adam B very quickly for it. HE down to the smoke. Process returning some fire to Nikodos, and Arostos on the site will take some damage, but take down Tabson. Look back in the Process, who gains that headshot, and the advantage and the A site is picked up by Big. OG already falling back to safe.
All you can say is that OG were completely out-positioned because they brought so many players towards B. Because you're bringing 4 players B early round and you're dropping util, you've got no one on the apartment side of the bomb site. The only real anchor is Arostos, who's in the bomb side, and then Nikodos, who's rotating out from long. So because it's a little bit quicker and Big have excelled into brackets and then eventually towards the A bomb side, the CTs are just, they're outside. They're constantly trying to break the smokes. You're trying to fight in from Library. You're trying to fight in from Arch. And then your one A-site anchor has to deal with what? Short, apps, Moto. There's only so much you could do. There's only so much time you could hold off for.
And And Big will be on the board for the first round in their map up. OG might want to rethink their approach to some of these ones. If they're going to keep playing quick, then it would catch them off guard. 3 rifles staying in means that they're going to have the weapon sets to buy back. Indeed, they will do. Krisen still on that MP9. A lot less presence towards Big in the early round. Utility initially does very little damage to start.
Even reflecting on OG playing NIP on LAN in a week, imagine how much of a game that's going to be for Rostos, because he's just come from NIP, isn't he? He's come over from basically only playing on local national teams for the win, getting a bit of a taste of what it's like to play in European, in English-speaking teams, and then getting the call up to OG. But a lot of utility usage towards Banana, but even though it's stacked heavily with 3 and the bomb, they're not getting hit by the anti-rush of the incendiaries or the HEs.
Work of Krisen's well timed there to block off. Then he pushes Tabson or JDC. Could have tried and made there towards that B-bomb site. So we've got 4 players out here. Another incendiary sent in to continue to harass Big and try and stop any pushes, any executions. HEs will do a little bit of damage. There's noise being made by Crimbo, but it doesn't seem to buy any rotations. They are thinking about it just in case. They're going to run the clock low for the hit.
Well, it looks ugly because Big are running into this B bomb site and Spook has got another smoke. That is going to waste a lot of time. And look at the short players. They're being active. They're seeing nothing. They're going to get a mass rotation out. This is pretty much over already for Big.
Third man to the defensive. Fourth going to go ahead and join in. 1 player backstab is going to be receiving the last second rotates, and the information will get gained. The counter rotate starts, and Arostos stands ahead for 2.5 kills. Tabson's low, almost finished off by Adam B. JDC getting the trade back, but the time's been stalled for. Bomb's been dropped again by Nikodos, and JDC will not get past him. Excellent stuff from OG.
Well, for Big, I mean, come on. That's way too slow. I know that we're sitting here referencing the re-smokes that are going down on B, but if you're holding out here towards top banana and you're not being active, you need a lurk somewhere in mid, somewhere towards second mid. You can't allow that. As soon as OG just have a tad of activity, as soon as they go for a tiny amount of info searching, that round is over. You're calling that round before the executors even come in. That's what Inferno can sometimes be like.
Back-breaking round for Big of that. No bomb plant bonus, and obviously no money in the reserve for the early loss bonus ticked down. At least JDC's Tech 9 upgrade can get a kill to start off, but he, Crimbo, and Hype are tagged extremely low, and Krisen has a lot of pressure from the numbers game alone. Again, more tag damage. JDC on 1 point of health, and a 4-on-3 for Big. OG won't have full information about Incendiary sent towards the bomb plant position. They'll deny JDC's casualty, so he's fallen at last. Smokes towards the Coffins angle. Adam B, HE, will that catch Hyped? Yes, it will. Process low. Crimbo, half. M4 will search for the man, turn back. Nikodos will close out Process, and order will be restored to OG.
A shame that Big don't get the bomb plant there, because they've done well to get the double entry. I think what's always uncomfortable is that when you've got players tagged up low, you're almost crossing your fingers and hoping that there's not much util left for the CT side on the A players. And what do we see on what is basically all the rotation? Everyone's got a HE, everyone's got incendiary, so you're just getting peppered by it. You get a couple of kills, but no more than that. 4-1, next gun round comes in, and for Big, this is a must-win. This is so important they convert round 6.
Damage done to JDC so early, couldn't get the smoke up. 23 HP, second while he's 6 HP now, and he's dead to Spook. Catching him at the very edge of that smoke. Kill through the wood wall, in fact, and opening advantage for OG on the kill counts. Won't be aware of Tabson's damage, but that's also something to factor to their favor.
They're currently getting outclassed, aren't they? There's not much that JDC could have done there. You're getting hit by all of the util, you're trying to reposition. What he needed was a second player that could charge up with a flashbang and put more emphasis on at least taking that top of car and fighting against the likes of Spook. Instead, he was just left to basically make an impossible mission.
Oh, what? Process didn't see Krisen! And that is a pick. Easy pickings. Nikodos finding Crimbo next, and they're down to 2 men. Bigger done in this round. OG punishing mistakes and lazy checks. And I don't even know if I should call it a lazy check. He looked right at him.
Yeah, but it's lazy because of the flashbang, isn't it? Because you're right, he did check the area, but because of the flash, you just don't see him. So then it's still a lazy check because you're still not clearing it all the way. Oh boy, error.
Safe call, because what else are you going to do?
And I know that you mentioned the 4-8 half. Should we not mention it was 5-11 at the deficit, and we're now on the reverse of the CT versus T side? But this doesn't look good for Big. From just an outtake of, is it possible? Can they force the upset? This is OG that's looked pretty comfortable. They haven't even had the AWP out for Nikodos yet. They've got the economy in order. They're giving very few bomb plants over to Big. The only round that Big has won was the one round that OG had 4 defenders out on that B bomb site. Now, don't get me wrong, they still beat them by pace. They still opened up the bomb site. They got the entries and everything. Since then, they've not been able to get a bomb plant.
Oh, don't like that from JDC.
He looks fuming.
He looks pissed is what he looks. And maybe rightfully so. Frustrations can continue to build as OG have quite the weapon set up. 3 AKs available. Big none. Hyped AWP on 1 pick found, and suddenly you start to take a look at that scoreboard, and you can maybe see a little bit more of why Big are a bit frustrated. The numbers game, pretty poor. 1 kill, 2 kills, 7 frags across the T side for the last 7 rounds. Price is already dead to Adam B on top of quad. Kill easy, backs off. Swinging from Arostos at lower quad. Looks at the AWP player who's been spotted. Hype trying to bait him in. Swing out, dies to Arostos. And Nikodos can deal with Crimbo next. Oh dear, this is 6-1. And as you mentioned earlier, a outclassing in the purest sense for OG. And this may be the Big that completely collapses at the tail end of the series.
Oh, well, they're getting farms now, aren't they? You've got mass AKs being held on this CT line. Everyone is hitting really hard. Everyone's sharp. People are multi-fragging. JDC, who was frustrated and tilting in the last round, is now in a 1v4 where you're hoping to save the AWP, but there's intensity out here from mid. There's players just on the other side of Boiler, so there's definitely no way that this AWP is going to save in. Should go down before the time, which will help out the economy overall. As soon as you miss, that's it. No scope comes in, but you're not getting any more than that. This AWP is going to fall.
In fact, he's backing away. Gives more of a chance that OG can hunt him down after time, actually.
Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it?
3 seconds. Did he see his man? I don't know if he did. Turned away. Noise made by Crizin. Shotgun up.
Oh.
Tag! Whoa! Okay. Clutch to your chest and survive for a little bit. I don't know why JDC's smiling.
Did you know what I was just about to say?
I was caught a little bit. I don't know if someone made a joke or something, because there's nothing to smile about right now.
Absolutely not. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, you survived, but like, come on, the Big need more than survival. Then in a tactical pause that turns into a rifle victory and a streak to even the half.
And even if we're going to be realistic here, Jay, if we're taking and discluding the whole qualification to a LAN tournament, being one of these teams in the current nature of VRS and just for where they sit in the world position of Counter-Strike, they need to be beating an OG, because OG, they're not a tier 1 team. I wouldn't even know if they're a tier 1.5 right now. They've had a taste of what it's like at the major, but we're not seeing them at LANs frequently. We're not seeing them against tier 1 teams. So if you are Tabson and you're trying to rebuild this roster, you're bringing Process back in after getting rid of QB, these are the kind of opponents that you need to be beating, not getting slapped about on map 1 and potentially map 3.
OG already putting the heart up on Big. Nade Storm down top mid, and Banana and Process and Tabson are on less than 40 HP each. Shot from Hype that's connected from Crizing point blank. Closer at Spook. Flash around the corner, and Spook's AK whilst blinding get a headshot. Nikodos in support. JDC Threats training, but Nikodos gets 2 more before he drops. At least these pistols have removed the AKs from play on OG. Crimbo has been stellar across this best of 3 thus far in a 1-on-3. Can he make the clutch?
Well, you expect Banana to get smoked here for Rostos, to get the mollies out to maybe Dark into Nubox. This is a tough clutch, and Crimbo does not have a HE, so he's not going to be able to break this smoke.
Can't see any utility drop from the dead bodies there at top. Banana. Incendiary is available for him. Could force him off the bomb. Bomb fuse, I should say. Goes down. I think that might just stall for enough time right here. They're going to hunt him. Extinguish is just about. Kill, and Aristos not secured. Goes the way of OG, and they will have the defuse. They will have another round. 7-1 advantage taken. And this big is looking a lot more like the big from Nuke than the one from Train.
They do well, but look at map 1. Look at map 2. Whoever won the most clutches won the map. And it's not just down to that, but that's a key factor. Because in MR12, the whole economy, 1vx's, it resets, it changes momentum. Clutches are so much more important now than what they used to be in Go. And what we saw was some very good clutches from OG on map 1. We saw some pretty good clutches from Big out on map 2. When you're down at 1 and 6 and you've got Crimbo in a 1v2, I almost think it doesn't matter how that round plays out, you have to win it. That's just the bare minimum. He's the best clutcher on the team. And if those moments aren't being taken, then I'm sorry, the best of 3's not being taken.
There's more momentum to go the way of OG. Continue to feel and look good.
Maybe this is where we need to compare the form of these two teams. We're looking at Big that have won 6 out of their past 18 best of 3s on HLTV versus OG that have won 17 out of the past 21. And the only losses that they've taken to is BetBoom, Haravision, BC Game, and 9. They're not getting upset by weaker squads. And the squads that they are losing to all are playing at a high regard, a high level in Tier 2.
OG. Got JDC to start against them. Spook will fall. He's trying to be a playmaker on the B bomb side, but smoked off on the initial contact. And he's one of 4 players that took damage to all that utility and the resistance that Spook tried to show up. The Incendiary lands inside of a smoke, so it won't do anything.
They're doing a good job of taking away the HP bars with just the lobs of the HEs, but that's a cracking entry to come in. Round starts with JDC's opener. But the read is here, and OG have been stacking up bomb sites nicely in the first half.
Prison backs away. Ashes from Nikodos will at least disrupt things on Big for now.
Double Dark. This could be a good little bait and switch.
He comes in, player seen, Nikodos lands JDC. Doesn't quite catch the second player. Adam B is going to wait and bait. Spot 1, take the kill, back, double up, not quite as easy. Orpa now poked, but the headshot comes in for the man. Triple secured, gorgeous sequence, he runs out of ammo. But Krizen's quickly on the scene to deny any further damage from the T-side line. OG continue to run this hype train into the ground.
Bro, what a round coming out from Adam B. We always know that even if you set a bait and switch, when you get detected out there at dark, you can normally only go 1-for-1 because you're getting forced out by wide swings and trades. And look at this, the orb's missing, the AKs are struggling, there's not even a trading position to come through from the 2 riflers because of the rotation out from Coffins. That is a serious hold out there on B.
Excellent stuff. As Adam B level with Nikodos, the top 2 fraggers in the server. OG facing up against the hero AK on a half buy. There's not much to speak of right now for Big. I'm concerned I've already lost this best of 3. Nikodos strikes process down, Smoke's involved of his position at pit. Prison's on site. He's hearing players, seeing them from the taps through the smoke, getting a double on Crimbo. Nikodos lands 1 more for good measure. They are getting ripped to pieces. OG now 9-1.
And for Big, largest worry is how many more chances are you going to get, not only just in this one single best of 3, but I mean, imagine a tier 1 organization and an ex-tier 1 team dropping outside of the top 50 on VRS. To me, once you drop there, there's no return, is there? There's no coming back from once you get into a position like that.
Second tactical for Big. Look at the looks on their faces. Tabson has absolutely no idea how to even compete against this level of OG when Big aren't hitting.
Time to bring Keto back. Oh, no, hang on. No, we've done that one, haven't we? Dirison? Oh, I think we've done that one too. Tizian? Hang on a second.
This is a lot of the 500 conversation. Like,
Yeah,
you've got a
it
national-based team, but there's just not enough depth behind the rest of the scene in order to pull from. So I'm imagining at some point Big might have to look at the roster and maybe go, right, let's go international then, because what other options are there in roster moves?
Oh, freeze your assistant coaching? We talked about that a couple of days ago.
Well, we've made that joke already. Come on.
Well, we've been saying it for a very long time. You and I especially, about keeping it core German. I'm sold on it. Don't get me wrong. Keep your JDC, your Crimbo, and the likes of Tabson, but yeah, I don't know. There's just a lack of depth, a lack of threat in so many tournaments.
Big just picked apart again. Second kill for Nikolos, finally missing a shot that Tabson can punish. 2 men on the bomb side directly. Third player outside of the Moto smoke. Nade sent perfectly to center a mass. Big. A second pick out of that one. Tabson onto Adam and to Crizzen. That's 3 to his name. Finally dealt with by Arostos, dropping that bomb. That will draw in the second rotator of Spook. 2v2. Tabson has single-handedly brought his teammates a chance. Hyped up close. Arostos peeking. He's seen both the individuals. Damage being done towards Hyped angle. Look up to the balcony. Kill gets found. Hype trades. 1v1. One shot will do it from either player. Oh no, Arostos, don't.
Oh.
Don't! Oh no! He has absolutely done him, Dwayne. This is confidence. This is trolling, but not the negative kind. And certainly, this should be OG taking it.
Well, if Tabson looked tilted after that last round, imagine after that one. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. What a round. It looked like it was over from the get-go. As soon as Nikolos makes it the 5v3, there wasn't too much more of an expectation. A decent effort there from Tabson. Just starts picking them apart on the bomb site, and then a Rostos to be able to get a knife kill in a 1v1. Oh, you love it.
That's just cheeky. That's just insult to injury. Just, yeah. What more do you add? What more do you add?
Well, this is what I was expecting was going to happen on map 2. I said it at the start of the series. I thought this was going to be a comfortable showing for OG.
It's come comfortable in the end. Spook cross-firing with Crizzen. At least Crizzen will drop to Hype's trade. Smoke down to provide a bit of extra cover. Got a nade in from his teammate as well as CT Spawn. He'll use that smoke to get out of dodge with the Molotov that's sent to his position. Grimbo trades 3-on-3. Bomb plant should get secured, but OG actually lose one more beyond that smoke. JDC getting Arostos. Retake might not be as easy, especially as JDC doubles up all on Adam B now.
Adam B not even spamming off of that tap. He might be able to get the kill against JDC just because of the HP, but the next one's going to be a tough one.
Tabson responds very quickly, so it is a second round for Big, but no reason to cheer and celebrate here. You need a lot of rounds. You need a incredible comeback on the CT side of this map. And it's just, again, flashbacks to Nuke. It's even more one-sided than Nuke was at the turn of the half, and I'm just not seeing enough from them anymore.
And I do feel for the German fans, because I think there was a lot to get excited for a few years ago. Mousesports, Penta, Planet Key, Euronics, Alternate Attacks, Koana, so many organizations putting a lot of money into CS, and that was definitely because of Meisterschaft, and that played a large role in it. And now you've got Big, who are no longer involved in Tier 1. They're no longer even involved at the top end of Tier 2. And, I mean, you compare that to somewhere like the UK scene. Sometimes you've only ever got that one team. Look at what Endpoint was able to do with at least Mighty Max and Surreal. Then when they brought in Azubu, you finally had the core. When they had Mezzi, when they had Thomas. There's someone to rally behind. But with Endpoint gone, well, there's hardly anyone to rally behind. And now with Big slipping out of that dangerous mindset of what they can achieve at the top end of the scene, you wonder, well, what is there to cheer for if you are a German fan? What team do you follow at this point? Because Big are only the last ones left now.
A growing trend across all of the scenes in general here. Just the international squads, the way you want to look at the top level of Counter-Strike. So it's not a problem exclusive to the German scene. And Big may understand that pressure to some extent. And they've done so well to bring this series back to a third map. I mean, they got schooled over on Nuke. Did the schooling on Train, but class is back in session. And your teacher of OG has given you 5 hours detention because, well, performance has not been up there for Big at the moment. And it doesn't seem like they have enough time to do so. Again, you need to like do a full 180 from the performance you've had from the first half going into the second. Nothing less will be enough.
And it's not so much that Big have played poorly out on Inferno, it's just that OG are a much stronger team. And that's the direction of the convo of what we had across the last couple of days. It didn't matter if Big or Saw won in that round of 16 game. Whether it was OG or M80, they were going to get farmed. It's a different caliber. M80 have been playing up at the tier 1 level. OG have looked really rock solid in tier 2 recently. And there's a divide between the two squads. So for OG, this is an expectation. Yeah, okay, maybe you don't see a 10-2 coming forward in the final map decider, but with how hard they've worked and the results that they've got to qualify to Star Ladder, to qualify to Thunderpick, it is just an expectation. It's what everyone believes is going to happen.
It's just Big gave themselves and gave us a little bit of hope that there'd be something more. A fleeting moment and no more, it seems, than that. There is magic in the air tonight. And it will need to show itself right here, right now. Big. 8 rounds on the deficit. OG 3 away from qualifying for the Thunderpick World Championship and avoiding the upset. That would be a big victory. Nikodaz has landed Process first up. Adam B does get traded back. They try and charge down mid. 3 for 2 overall in trades to favor OG. Nikodaz is low. The bomb can get picked up. Second mid access for JDC. Can he get that bomb to drop a second time? He's seen his Portuguese opponent. And Crizzen is starting to walk his way forward. Back might be turned at the timing, but JDC has no idea about this. How awkward could this possibly get? And for Hoot's side, JDC will drop the bomb. All-important headshot. Back off towards long, because Crizzen may well be known about.
Nikodaz needs this kill against Tabson. This is all important because even though Crizzen might get a freebie against JDC, it's still a clutch scenario.
Bomb's exposed as well. Tabson can watch it. Both individuals with 100 HP. Straight up duel. Crizzen pre-firing the taps. Seen his man with the shoulder bait. Goes for the fight directly and gets his headshot on the drive-by to the right. That is another clutch for OG. Further frustration for Big. A pistol round that should put the penultimate nail in the coffin.
It's the right idea for Big. You go into the pistol and you try and get on the front foot. You're taking space away. You're going aggressive at Banana. You're going aggressive down from mid. But you just get drawn into so many of these Glocks. And then JDC feels like he has a bit of a timing to escape out there from bedroom. Get himself the kill into brackets. Then he's getting flanked. And then, well, the 1v1. It was awkward for both, wasn't it? It was not clean. But Tabson loses out. Doesn't even hit him once.
Hit his desk more time than he hit his opponent. Big. Just in the worst position possible. OG, they know that they've pretty much got this one. They know all they have to do is just hold on.
Yeah, someone tweeted at me earlier today. Today again, big bashing question mark, and then they lose map number 1, 4-13, and then map 2 is 2-11. So to reply to you, yeah, I think so.
I had some very fun DMs and tweets that day. The Reddit thread was just the tip of the iceberg, boys and girls.
Almost like we have been saying this for a very long time,
Yes.
and not just for one individual best of 3.
OG. 5-on-2. Process can tap one head of a lurker. Have a Mac 10 and try see if he can turn that into a magical retake. I don't even know if he even wants to go for it. I mean, like, what other choices do you have? You're forcing in the next round. Maybe you hold the Mac 10 for an automatic weapon. There's just nothing, you know. I don't know what the thought process could even possibly be in these circumstances for the big side. At least they'll get a couple of picks. At least they'll have some Mac 10s. At least they'll have some casualties. But the hunt is on from Adam B. Process has fallen. Adam will fall back in turn. But OG are on 12-2. Map, match, and qualification point. 10 of them for the international squad.
Now, all you can say is that Big are just completely finished. This is now 6 wins out of the past 19 best 3s on HLTV. And I'm excited for the future of OG. We know that they got a taste of what it's like to compete at the higher end level of the major. They'll be playing the LAN out in Budapest in a week's time. They'll be going to Thunderpick as well. And I look at the lineup, it's very young, right? That you've got guys that are very experienced, don't get me wrong, but you're bringing youth in, and I think that was the direction that we wanted to see OG change from, getting rid of some of the old guard players, your old ex-Tier 1 players, and bringing in the new generation, bringing in guys that have worked hard and achieved quite a lot in Tier 2.
Momentum of OG driven itself all the way through to the very tail end of the qualifier and maybe through towards the Thunderpick World Championship, and almost certainly has done. All they have to do is make it official. At least in this round, they've rushed into a big side that were ready to receive and to take them down. Adam B and Crizm, last 2 players that may can take down Crimbo. Follow up on height, the next up. Third player seen towards long. Bomb should commit and plant. A gap within that smoke that can't be abused by either side. OG is still on for this round.
Crizm might be able to backstab out towards Boiler and try and contain the short players in.
Re-smoke at Moto. Flashbang sent in towards short. Might stall them. I think it caught either player back here. Either way, Prison is considering on that backstab. No one's watching it. Slowly but surely, HG descent to the lineup. Sprays a bit awkward, but he transfers it back, and this is a 2v5 that OG can once again embarrass Big with, and a 13-2 final map, 2-1 in the best of 3. OG will deny an upset and make their way through to the Thunderpick World Championship.
There's a very good reason why Crizm was having a bit of a chuckle when he found out that he had Big in the very first round. Jeez, they just absolutely pumped them. They made Big look awful in this best of 3. Map 1 and Map 3 was a complete disaster, and by OG, that wasn't even a test. What even was that series from them? Easy.
Yeah, it makes you sort of take a look back at Train and start to wonder, was it more just down to OG's weaknesses that map went as well as it did for the big side? Because outside of that, it was class from OG. They looked like they were on another level in another world, and rightfully, they moved forward to the LAN finals. Another step on the ladder for them, another opportunity to prove that they are a top-end Tier 2 team, potentially even a breakthrough squad into the Tier 1.5 if this keeps going on as well.
You've got Big that made top 8 at the last 2 Thunderpick World Championships. Now they can't even make the LAN finals, and OG have done it twice.
Indeed, they have, and they will most certainly make the top 8 and or plenty more in the future of this young squad. And our future will see the likes of Sam and the boys.
Okay, so hear me out. I feel like OG planned this because they have a game in another tournament in exactly 30 minutes. And I feel like they just kind of got together at this one and went, okay, boys, let's make it quick. Let's make it snappy. We've got somewhere else to be. I am jesting, but the truth of the matter is it was quick. It was snappy and Big. Hayes, they had nothing.
I feel like there was a bit of a trap set by OG in that first half with how much control they gave up towards Banana in particular. And Big were thinking, damn, we're getting Banana control here so consistently. Let's just set up for the exec into the B bomb site. But that defense on the B bomb site was stellar. It was incredible from OG throughout the entirety of that first half. Adam B just basically got a kill every time they came in his direction, if not the multi. Top mid was also basically on lockdown. Nico Dodge, Aros Doche just doing a fantastic job towards that part of the map. It just felt like we didn't see any of the successful openings that we got from Big against Saw the other day. Here against OG this time, they weren't able to manipulate the defense and then exploit the gaps that they had created.
I mean, Trav, let's talk about themselves at LAN, right? This is a big damn deal for a lot of teams. Getting those LAN spots is like pulling hen's teeth. Extremely important for them. So tell me, what is it that you love about this roster and what you think is important moving forward for people to pay attention to?
I think the thing that just makes me so happy about this team is that how reliable they are at this level of Counter-Strike right now, and what potential they actually have. Because I think now they're a big upset team in every LAN they'll play. Like they'll have teams they'll face. Actually, I think they're the favorite to beat. I don't think it's a surprise at all. They've taken maps against teams like MOUZ and other teams at Tier 1 events playing well at the Major, for example. Like it really encapsulates my feeling about how Crizzen is as an in-game leader, that he's able to go from 4 totally different players in Modo, Fiku, Mikey, who was standing in Buzz, to now 4 completely new players on a different OG and make a Thunderpick World Championship not just last year, but and this year as well. He's got something about him as an in-game leader. The stars around him are looking really good. I mentioned the only thing that I feel like is a question mark for me is whether Nico does actually wants to AWP or rifle. It's very 50-50 with him. But at the end of the day, if it's working, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. I remember when coming into the game at the top of the broadcast, I spoke about how OG just have a really solid unit across the board from top to bottom. We even saw Arizdoche normally is normally that sort of supportive element, setting up his teammates, maybe sacrificing himself sometimes as well. But now you get this game where everybody delivers across the board. I mean, Crizzen IGL top fragged in the first map, got a great performance from Arizdoche, Adam B, Nika Dodge in the third map. We kind of forget Train altogether, but it was that well-rounded performance. When you get everybody on board for OG, it feels like they don't need that out-and-out star player because you're just getting those numbers across the board.
So here's the thing is, during last year with the partner systems in place, I kind of always referred to OG as a place filler. And I know that is somewhat cruel, but that was how it felt. And now taking a look at this lineup and sort of what we've been able to see from them, I do think that their position in the competitive Counter-Strike ecosystem shifts, Hayes, from place filler to that they could be the team that causes a big upset. They could be that team that comes in and maybe shakes things up and beats a tier 1 team. I think that is the role they can play now.
I feel like there's been a bit of a dynamic shift within the OG organization. I don't know if it's down to the management or the owners or whatever it is, but it's no longer like their Counter-Strike team is just features so they can have a Counter-Strike team. Now they're building for the future with the CS team. It's no longer like picking up players, okay, he's a good player, he gets sold to another org, you know, Valde, Flames. There's so many examples out there. Lexi was another one, Dexter there as well. You've got so many players that are out and around that tier 1 scene that did feature for OG at one point, but they never had a great team around them. They always had a piece here or a piece there. Now it feels like you actually have got a team, a squad that would be motivated to even stick together with the results that they've had. I don't think any of them are kind of looking over the horizon thinking, I wonder if a tier 1 org's going to come knocking for me anytime soon. I think that they're very happy where they are right now. So I do think there's been a dynamic shift for OG, and I feel like they've constructed a roster that will keep building together going forward.
Yeah, you mentioned that, Matt, but also at the same time, I also don't think they're thinking that because 2 of them have been on the team for a month, right? Like, there's a lot still to build for this team, and I don't think, like, if they were to be offered a side grade for only slightly better pay, for example, I don't think they'd take it, right? Because I think they've got something really good going on here.
But this is why I'm talking about where they've looked to build the roster. They didn't lose Buzz because he got signed by another team. They didn't lose Modo because he got signed by another team. They decided to upgrade those pieces instead of replace them once they got sold.
So we do actually have Adam B available for a quick chat with us, keeping in mind that OG needs to run along to play another game. So let's get him into the chat now so we can talk a little bit about that result. Adam, I'm going to try to be as quick as possible because I know you have somewhere else to be, but congratulations on making it to LAN. How important is this win and specifically getting that spot at LAN for the team right now?
Because I would say hello and thanks. Well, the game is really important for us, of course. Every game is important for us. We're working really hard. We're at boost camp right now. We have another game in 20 minutes, as we maybe know. The VRS points is always like nice to get, so we can qualify to the major. So all tournaments and matches are important for us.
I'll give you a quick one from me, Adam. Crizzen in the Thunder Pick World Championship last year had 4 completely different players on OG to work with. Now, of course, the synergy is looking amazing between all you guys. Can you pinpoint one thing that you think Crizzen and all of you are doing great together right now, which is what is making your results look so good?
I think it's all of us, like not only the players, like our coaches, Lambert and Kilaso. They're doing a lot of work. All of the players, we're working really hard. We're practicing. We're playing together a lot with each other to get the same vision of the game. And I feel like we're getting, like, we're not even started yet. Like, we're getting better, like for every day that it goes. So we're just working really hard. And I think we show it on the server also.
Fantastic. I have a more sort of game question coming through here. That third map, Inferno, you guys obviously dominated that, but I noticed that there was a distinct lack of contest for Banana from you guys, Adam, and I was wondering if that was maybe a bit of a game plan for you coming into Inferno against Big, where you were happy to give up that control and then focus on retaining utility and then kind of cutting them down as they try to push into the bomb site. Was that part of the game plan for you this time around against Big?
It was not really like a thing we talked about. We didn't really think about it. Like, of course, we got like some prep for them. I think we just adapted how they were playing. Like the B players generally like adapted how they want to play, you know. It wasn't like a match plan or something, I would say. We had like some other things that I can't talk about really. Some small things.
Fair enough. Adam, congratulations. We get a chance to see you in Malta, and now you have some time to reset for your next game. So thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with that one, and we'll see you at the championship.
Thank
Good
you so
luck
much.
against Simple.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good time.
He sounds like he's got one of those like voice changer, voice morphs things when they do like an anonymous video and they make the voice really deep just to conceal who's actually speaking. He sounds like he's got one of those voice morphs on, man. That's quite crazy.
That's pretty much what everyone says about your South African accents as well, Hayes, just so that you know.
Fair enough.
Okay, there we go. We have one more spot left for the World Championship, for that LAN in Malta, and only one team can claim it. Imperial or Legacy? Who is it going to be? We are going to find out, but first, a quick break.
going to force the kill the last second. Oh, right to the small. Look at him go.
The Thunderpick World Championship is back, and this year we're heading to Malta. 8 teams will be descending on the tiny island to compete in the LAN finals. 7 of them have been confirmed. 1 more spot remains. Today, we found out that Venom, I know, shock horror if you've just joined us, 9Z, I know, slightly shocking, and OG will be in Malta. And now, 1 more spot remains. Legacy or Imperial are trying to claim it. And we've got a little bit of a South American derby running tonight. And I think that's kind of fitting because I know that Trav and Hayes spend a lot of time commentating South American CS on some of their other gigs. So Hayes, you're completely set up and ready for this. You've done the Brazilian dance many a time.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. There's so many different angles we can take on it as well. I mean, these 2 teams are going to be very well acquainted with each other. They'd be used to playing against one another in South America to try and qualify for these LAN events. Now they're doing it on European soil. And it's actually quite crazy because they've gone up against each other in the past couple of months a few times. The past 2 times, Legacy beat them to qualify for Pro League, and then Legacy also beat them to qualify for Blast London. So this is going to be the 3rd LAN qualifier they've gone up against each other in recent times, where Legacy's got the better of them on the previous 2 occasions.
Trav, both of these teams currently based in Europe, boot camping. I believe Legacy is in Serbia, Imperial altogether. But it has been a little bit rough for Imperial. We got a chance to speak to Vinny yesterday after their victory, and he mentioned Skulls had gone to the hospital before the game. We don't have an update yet on Skulls' health, but so they're not firing on all cylinders, and more than likely one of their players may be struggling coming into this.
That is a worry for sure, especially against a team who knows them so well, right, in Legacy. But it does give me hope that they're going to be okay, considering how they played against TNL yesterday. It wasn't all Skulls, of course. Skulls had a very quiet game because of him feeling a little bit under the weather. But it shows that against TNL, who are a very dangerous team in Tier 2, who have the firepower with, especially with Davi and Ken, right, who play that really aggressive, in-your-face style that Legacy... that Legacy also play, that Imperial are able to deal with it pretty comfortably in the end, right? I mean, they were rock solid over the course of the entire series, and when the pieces of these new additions with Skulls and Cello, I'm looking for another good Cello performance today because I know he's got it in him. We beat up on him a little bit yesterday with how maybe inconsistent he can be, but his first bullet looked incredible yesterday, and they're going to need more of that today.
Let's take a look at that Imperial lineup now. I know Vinny also mentioned to us, Hayes, which I thought was a key takeaway from the interview, that they have done more prep for this tournament than a lot of the other matches and games they've been playing. They've put a lot of time into preparing for Thunderpick, which I think tells all of us how important getting to that LAN is for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've invested a lot of time to try and make this one work, which means there's a lot on the line right now. There's going to be a level of expectation, and that is to qualify for the LAN event. The fact that they've reached the 2nd stage here of the bracket isn't going to be, all right, boys, well, we've done the job here. You know, no matter what happens, we've got positives to take away from this. They're looking for that spot at LAN, and I think that they're capable of making it happen. I mean, we saw some good games out of Try, which we've come to expect. He was incredible with the Yorp on Overpass yesterday. Vinny also had some big pop-off moments. Cello looked like the guy we knew to come and love in his previous Imperial stint as well. It does seem like they're in a pretty good place right now. But yeah, there's definitely going to be quite a lot of weight on their shoulders coming into this with qualification on the line.
For sure. So, Trav, what was it that we saw from this Imperial lineup yesterday, obviously watching them against TNL, that allowed them to close that series out 2-0? What were you looking at that impressed you?
I think it wasn't just like it was one player like it's so often been for them, and it's so often been Try. Like, he's been the one guy you can rely on for Imperial with whatever roster they've had recently in Tier 2 South America, in big South American qualifiers, and in the occasional Tier 1 game they've played. It was everyone. I mean, Try had a slow T-set overpass, and I thought, okay, there's no way he doesn't perform well on CT overpass. He did. He was brilliant. Cello and No Way have been very, very solid as well, and Cello has not been whiffing like I feel like it's been almost a characterization of his time at the end of Fury in more uncomfortable roles. And I think a really important thing to mention as well, that maybe they haven't played as many Tier 1 games yet to really see if this is a constant for this particular edition of Imperial, but Vinny is looking very, very solid as an individual himself as well, even as the in-game leader. He's putting up consistent numbers, and that consistent floor is quite a high floor right now.
Yeah. I do still... I was a little bit circumspect about one of Vinny's answers in the interview that we did with him yesterday when he was asked how Cello and Skulls have kind of been integrated into the roster. He was like, yeah, no, they've been okay, you know, they've kind of brought some stuff from Furia, but he wasn't like, yeah, these guys have been awesome, it's been really cool to have them on board, the new blood, the new energy have revitalized us. So I do think that there might be a bit of a point of them maybe missing decency a little bit. I think Shay definitely has to be replaced, and it makes a lot more sense that they brought Skulls in to replace Shay, because those are the roles that Skulls plays, and they weren't the roles that Shay played before they brought him into the team. So I think that Skulls for Shay swap makes a lot of sense, but I do still feel like they might be lacking that impetus of decency a little bit, because he was putting up really good numbers in this team, and now I do feel like they might be lacking that star rifler a little bit. And when you compare the riflers on opposite ends of the server coming into this one today, I think Legacy clears them quite comfortably.
Talking about Legacy, let's take a look at that lineup now. There's two riflers in here that arguably, we discuss this every time we see them, they have the potential. They have the potential to be the best in South America. We're always surprised that they haven't been picked up, but we haven't actually had a lot of opportunity to see Legacy in the closed qualifiers, Trav, because obviously they had that forfeit. So we saw one map from them, and that's about as much as we have on their form.
Yeah, and it was against GG Howe as well, which is an opponent who you'd be expecting them to beat pretty comfortably, even if they did play that second map as well, right? So I think the thing that is something I can be quite confident in with Legacy is it's not because we haven't seen them much, we've seen them a lot at this sort of level, right? In big Tier 1 events as well. We know how much of a breath of fresh air they were at the Major too. They've been one of my favourites to watch for a while, just mainly because of that Dumao and Lato partnership. I mentioned to you when, of course, we spoke about them yesterday that I feel like there's a lot of like quantity in South America, but quality can be something which is maybe a little bit lacking in the sort of Tier 2 level. But Legacy feel like they're a threat to anyone that they go up against. And me and Matt have followed Dumao and Lato since the God Sent 00 Nation days, and I think Lux coming over from Pain has actually let them off the leash even more.
Yeah, I do think that there's also an important point to be made about somebody like Nussim and Lux, who's actually taken a bit of a big step backwards in terms of what he gets done as an individual in the server to create that space for Dumao and for Lato to really thrive and live their best lives. Because obviously everybody sees the numbers, the flashy plays, the big performances from Lato and Dumao, but you've got Nussim and Lux backstage that are frequently setting them up. Often Lux will be running in ahead of Dumao so that he can get traded out. He can set Dumao up perfectly because he knows how good he is. And that's why I think that Imperial might actually struggle quite a lot in the long run here in the series, because of the prowess of this rifling core on Legacy. I think if we compared Orpa's head-to-head, Try definitely clears Sads, and not by a massive margin, but he certainly does. But as far as riflers go, Legacy have got a lot going for them coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I was going to mention the Orpa thing, right? Like, I think you're absolutely spot on that Try, for me, would be the pick of the South American Orpas at this level at the moment. But Sadzin, I don't think, if you look at his HLTV, he's a 1.05 player. 1.05 isn't bad, by the way. Like, a lot of Orpas don't get the rating really going their way with rating 3.0, right? If you're a bit more of a supportive Orpa, it can be a bit mean to you. But I do think he's flashier and more explosive than a 1.05 would indicate.
Let's take a look at the Veto now to see where these teams are going to be fighting it out for that land spot in Malta. And Hayes, walk me through what we're looking at, and for the viewers at home, what they need to be keeping in mind.
Well, permabans, no prizes for guessing them there. Overpass out of the equation immediately, just doesn't really lend itself to the strengths of Legacy the way they like to play Counter-Strike. Inferno certainly does. That duo that we've been highlighting that always gets spoken about, that Lato-Dumao duo, they play the B bomb sites on this map, so it's almost like the B site's just off the table altogether when you're playing the T side against Legacy because of how ridiculously difficult they are to get past. And then another very good map, the second most picked map for Legacy, is Mirage, and that's been brought to the table here by Imperial. Conversely, you got to talk about how good both Inferno and Mirage are for Imperial as well. So I feel like we're actually going to get a really high-level game between these two teams because both of them are super comfortable on each other's picks and the decider as well.
You mentioned that ESL Pro League qualifier. Sorry, Sam. That ESL Pro League qualifier match, right, where they played the initial game, Imperial won 2-1, but in the game that counted, Legacy won 2-1. The veto in that one was Nuke Mirage Train, both times, right? The one in the Blast qualifier was Inferno and Overpass. It was a big change up to the veto compared to those previous two matchups, right? And that's the only time we've really seen Inferno in the last few months between these two, despite how much both these two teams enjoy it. So I really do think we're in for an entertaining Inferno here.
Okay, just to keep you updated, we mentioned, well, yesterday he went to hospital. Vinny confirmed that in our interview. We have had a quick update from our admins to let us know that they chatted to the team. Skulls is feeling better today, or at least better than yesterday. He's still not the best, but he is feeling a little bit better than yesterday, so that might work in Imperial's favor. What also might work in Imperial's favor, and we saw this yesterday, is that Cello Trav was doing the business. He was doing a really good job. He looked really good in that position. How does he stack up against that superstar on the legacy side?
I'm not sure where 0.68 has come from. I'm going to get that out of the way straight away.
Just
He's
on
not...
Inferno. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think that's a bit unfair that he's a 0.68 rating on Inferno, but still, maybe it's, as I say, it's only Inferno, but yeah, he's better than that, and he proved it yesterday. I think the thing with Cello is that if he hits his first bullet, he's as quick as anyone in the scene, I would say. If he misses the first 5, sometimes recovering that spray from all the games I've watched of his can be a bit inconsistent and maybe not the best and a bit worrying to watch. Whereas I feel like for the likes of Lato that we've got here, and especially Dumao, they are just kind of good at everything when it comes to the aim department, right? So maybe it's a bit of a weird thing to sort of jump on Cello for, considering how good he was yesterday, but Cello needs to perform well for Imperial if they're going to become a team like Legacy who have like a firepower dynamic duo. He needs to be that guy, or at least one piece of that dynamic duo on Imperial for this current edition of the roster.
Let's talk about Inferno now specifically, and this is, of course, Legacy's map pick, hey? So why do Legacy like this? What is it that they're doing right on this map that leads to them picking it?
I think it's because it allows for the rifling duo to just go nuclear. It's not an AWP-dominated map, so it's not like Dumao or Lato have to be too worried about trying to get past an AWPer. They can play their free reign. Their CT side is massively bolstered by that duo. I've already highlighted over on the B-bomb side as well. They play a fantastic defense over on B. I mean, think about their playstyle. They love to be in your faces. It's exactly how you've got to play Banana in particular on this map, so it's just synonymous with their strengths. And then on the T side, you're able to just have that explosive sort of, which once again is exactly in Legacy's wheelhouse. So I just think in that regard, where you get to really simplify the approach, it certainly does lend itself to the way Legacy want to play Counter-Strike.
And Trav, historically, how has Imperial played on Inferno?
I think for me, the reason why we like Imperial and Inferno is because they literally have an in-game leader who's been branded Vinferno, right? Like, they've always had a solid Inferno. Or whatever tier they've actually played it, regionally, they're loving it. They've beaten Fluxo, Red Canids, Odic, all the teams you'd expect them to really kind of beat, because Imperial still have that prestige of being that one cut above Tier 2 South America. It was rough for a while. They've improved a hell of a lot with these roster changes. You have to think about that most recent game they played on it, though, against Legacy, of course, that 13-3 loss. Do they have the firepower? Of course, sure, it was like a month ago now, but do they have that firepower with this new Imperial to match up against what Legacy throw at them? Vinny's a demon on Banana, and they set him up there alongside all the utility very, very well. Today, I just have a sneaking suspicion that it's going to be a really, really close one here. But I think Legacy will just squeak it. But I really do think it'll be a barn burner, because these two teams going up against each other with these current lineups. It reads very, very tasty when it's literally a domestic matchup to qualify for the LAN as well.
Well, that Banana Demon is going to be going up against the gods of Dumao and Lato. And we all know what happens when gods come up against demons. They get condemned to hell. So I think Vinny's going to have a tough time.
Do you know what just keeps sticking with me is how Vinny, and I mean, maybe I'm just grasping at this one straw though, but how he was so insistent on letting us know that they have prepped so much for this event. He said, like, we have prepped harder for this than any other. And that would mean that when they finished yesterday, and they were lucky they had like an early finish, I think that a lot of prep would have gone into Legacy, and based on previous results, I really do think Imperial comes in here with a little bit of a strap book in place, Hayes, to figure out the game.
Yes, I agree. The thing is, the Skulls has only played, I think, 8 maps with Legacy. I'm not entirely sure. I can just double check. Yes, he's actually with Imperial rather. Skulls has not got many reps, which means the preparation isn't going to be going super deep and diving into the details and the nitty gritty. It's going to be more about the broader game plans, the protocols, the responses. Whereas a team like Legacy, who have got a lot more reps together and been playing together for a longer time, can afford to go deeper. So even though they have had a lot of time to prep, it's probably just bedding Skulls into the roster on more of a surface level, and that's why I think Legacy will still have an edge, even though we've seen a lot of prep out of Imperial.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, the reason why they maybe have prepped so hard for it is because they've got this event, this closed qualifier. They have a local LAN in Rio de Janeiro that they're playing called the Fergie Rush 25 with some other teams like MIBR, 9Z, Bestia and Sharks, Red Cannons, for example. Those, I believe, are the only 2 events they'll be playing before the major VRS cutoff, because the CS Asia Championships they're due to be playing in mid-October. I believe it's after the October 6th or 8th, I believe, whatever the date is that the cutoff is. So not many games to be played to confirm your major spot.
1, fantastic frequent flyer miles to go backwards and forwards from South America to Europe. 2, absolutely killer on the players, so sympathies there. But 3, that just sets up how important a victory is for Imperial, Trav, which is exactly why Vinny would have said they would have put all that prep in, because there is such a limited chance of doing the big job, which is qualifying for the major, right?
Yeah, I think as well, that's what makes this game so fun. Like, because this is a domestic matchup for a huge LAN. So excited.
I'm excited as well, and I'm sure Dwig and Jay are excited as we jump into this matchup.
Oh, yes, we are, Sam. Thank you very much. This one has all the makings of an epic confrontation. Dwig and I have also been in the South American scene recently, and I have to say that Legacy especially have been impressing me quite a lot. I will say the mitigating circumstances against Imperial might just put them slightly on the back foot in this head-to-head right now.
To me, Legacy are the better team, but knowing that you've lost the last 2 head-to-heads, and the devs were talking about it in qualification games, I get the feeling that Imperial are just coming for revenge. They've had enough of losing all these games and not qualifying to LANs.
Third time may well be the charm for revenge over Legacy. Either way, I'm expecting this one to be a barn burner. So prepare yourselves, strap in. It is the final series of the close qualifier here for the Thunder Pick World Championship. We will find our final team that will be moving forward to LAN. Legacy on the T-side start of Inferno. Got a lot of map control up Banana. Only 1 man to defend this big bomb site. Vinny going to put that smoke down and hope it's enough to stop them.
Vinny is going to be very slow on rotations from the players coming towards A. So he needs to, bare minimum, just get a 1 kill. Get those Julies involved in impact.
Molotov driving away from the nuke box. Legacy is stalled on this execution. Vinny, ooh, not expecting the smoke to the Molotov to still be burning. He does get caught by it, and that gives Damao easy info on his position. Headshot right through said smoke. Bomb plant inside of the smoke. The try, struggling to get a kill back for Imperial. He does do so in the end as Damao goes down. Damage done in minimal amounts towards Try and Cello. Try eventually picked up Skulls, chimes in for his part of the pistol. 3 on 3. Lux scooshed up. Takes down Skulls. At least this is going to follow up on Cello. And now has no way to win the round. 1 on 3 for him. Legacy will take the pistol to kick things off in the best of 3.
And the biggest comparison you can draw between these 2 organizations has to be just the transfers. Now, I look at Legacy, towards the end of last year, they got rid of Barton, they got rid of Nekez. They brought in Nissim and Lux in January, and they have not made a single roster change in 2025. Whereas for Imperial, we had Phelps going over to Red Canids, we had a Jay Suze coming over from Fluxo, a Decenti getting benched, Cello coming forward, SHR was bought out from Saw, and now most recently, he's parted ways and they've brought in Skulls. So you've got one team that's really tried to be concise, tried to keep that 5 moving forward, and Legacy have got themselves in a position where they surprised a lot of people at the major and just how successful they could be.
Damn near made the playoffs. and therefore expectations are high for them in the circuit. Almost seems like they will be guaranteed a spot at the next major. The regional ranking extremely good, number 3 in the Americas as of this morning. Imperial a lot more further down the pecking order by comparison. They have only a forced buy-in from round number 2. Legacy playing with the pistol. Lux just trying to suss out what's going on here over along. The A-take will be the final end of Legacy. There are 3 to deal with.
Owe is playing quite tucked, and so is Cello around this long smoke. Everyone's trying to hide behind the util, and Cello struck well, but caught with util out in the open. That's an easy kill from Sadzin.
And they're back behind the Moto smoke. Away and try, still waiting for further action on short. Third player rejoining the A defensive. Going to try and watch out for mid brackets. That's Skulls. 5-7 attempting to take a fight, but now known to the T side. They can start putting the utility down and go for the execution. No way and try. Can still deny this round with getting the bomb planter at the right moment. No way goes falling, and so does Try. Skulls makes his way up to bomb side to get 1 kill. That won't be enough.
I want to talk about the Veto slightly. When you've got a head-to-head record as frequently as teams like Imperial and Legacy do, you want to try and curve it slightly, don't you? You want to have a little bit of differences. Now, in terms of the bans, we always see Ancient coming out for Imperial, always see Train in recent history for Legacy. Something different, see an Overpass permaban coming through from Legacy in this one time. And then in terms of the picks, Legacy tend to go into a lot of Inferno, a lot of Mirage, don't really pick anything else. Whereas for Imperial, they've got a very wide map pool. Recently, they've been picking Dust 2, they've been picking Inferno, Overpass, a little bit of Nuke, even some Train. However, they do not pick the side of Mirage. It's the one map that has never been picked in the last 3 months on HLTV, and that's their pick for the second map of the series.
Was played back in that Pro League qualifier, 13-3 result that Imperial had. Hoping that the past will work better for them. Our previous meeting over 2 months ago, again, the discussion of how much information, how much improvement can you gain from those previous meetings. Overlap that we have. Maybe quite a fair amount. Imperial have lost that first pick at least, and the eco that follows up. Legacy should get a 3-0 to kickstart this map up again. Good stuff on Inferno thus far, but the rifles always will be the true test where Imperial could do their best work.
Imperial have got a bit of a stack out here on B, but with limited upgrades, you're not expecting much. I think if you can get away with a couple of kills, you'd be satisfied with that one. Got a player up on the boost, might not get cleared by the CT.
Tries dealing with 1 pick back. No way is completely smoked off. Detected. Doesn't quite go down, actually. Falls away from position, so Legacy will now have them on site. On plant. And nothing really that No Way and Cello can do to get anything further out of this. Maybe an exit frag or 2 might come their way. But again, the focus is all about the weapon buy in the next.
I really appreciate Imperial taking a chance on someone like No Way, because he was a streamer out in South America and had not played previously pro. So even when you look at his HLTV maps of all time, he's played 491 maps on HLTV, and 480 of them have been with this Imperial organization. So every team or every HLTV match that had been played prior had been a mixed squad. It had not been at a professional level. Always about bringing the younger guys up in the scene. No Way is 20. Try, he's 20 as well. Skulls, a little bit older at 23. You look over at the Legacy side, Lato at 22, Demau at 21, Stadzin at 21. However, those guys have been going for a very long time. I mean, even though we know Legacy as a name now, they used to be known as Fake Natty. And before that, the team was 0-0 Nation. And before that, they were Godsent. So this iteration has gone on for a seriously long time now.
Long-standing lineage behind this organ squad. I mean, now. They're really starting to get the reps that they were known for. 0-0 Nation was an academy. Sorry, excuse me, that was the Prospects. So this is the main team at one point. And back years and years ago.
Well, for Lato and Damao, they both joined together on the 30th of June 2022, and we're now in September of 2025. So they've pushed on over 3 years now.
In a long time. Been a long time to find the opening kill in this round as well. A minute on the clock and neither side has struck. Utility has done damage to Legacy though, so Imperial have those potential frags under their belt. Into the A bomb side, let's go though. 2 players on defense, 2 more on the way in. Legacy have to strike now.
Tries getting caught with Util out in the open, trying to reposition. No Way does well to get 2. Rotates to try to help him out from Library, but the bomb gets dropped in a pretty good position actually from Cello.
Now maintains the 2-on-2, however. Him and Nissim down on HP for Damaus particularly. They're moving up from long quickly to grab that bomb. Expecting each other to make a move up. They hear the footsteps, and Vinny just waits for the chance to strike. Nissim takes one back, and Vinny's going to play for time. Nissim, hard spray, goes a little bit off, so Vinny can hold a clutch.
Well, good work from Vinny, but I think you need to give a lot of respect towards No Way. Try is basically out in the open. He's trying to pick up the incendiary. It's an easy kill. If this multi doesn't come in and just the time stalling alone, this round's finished. The bomb commits into the bomb side. He's just done enough there. Really good work from No Way. And Imperial, it was definitely a struggle. Wasn't easy, but they get their first round on the City side.
On the board for the first half, Legacy. Don't that lying down per se. They're having some very weakened buy states here, though. A couple of Galils in for the T side. They can tell over by Vinny will be first port of call in a banana. Imperial. I challenge Legacy quickly, but not much is being seen of the T side default. They'll start their walk up into mid, into second, into the apartments. Once again, looking to try and end A, assuming the defaults go right, the execution goes better.
We all know that TNL are a serious threat in Tier 2, and Imperial beat them pretty easily yesterday. So that was a good result from them, but now they've got to try and prove it in a local derby. Listen with the apps pop, contact, just misses that first kill. Now it's going to get a bit more awkward.
No Way gets 2 kills out of it. Triple, in fact, for that M4. Burst to the head of Lato, forced to switch to his pistol. He's out of ammo. Try, finds an angle. Cello goes down. Sadzin and Damao somehow find their way back into a 2v2. The HP is so low, however, for it, so I don't think they're going to go much further. Credit where it's due. Now Imperial set for the retake.
A tough post plant because no one can really move. They've got to try and get kills instantly. And the CTs are separated. You've got Vinny coming in from Library, whereas Skull's coming in from the short wrap.
Incendiary sent towards pit. Sads into mini pit. Making some noise, at least to draw attention his way. Fight on Skulls, wins it out. Flashbang sent and Sads in. Lands a headshot that clutches the round. I have no idea how they couldn't even get one shot off on them. Legacy, perfect response.
Well, for Imperial, they're going to be frustrated in themselves. I know that they're all grouped up out there on the app side of the bomb side. That's 5v2. That's a very good sequence from No Way to just halter. And then right here from Cello, was that necessary? If you've got 2 teammates down there at the mini pit, would you not want to peek on their contact? Wait and tuck, and then as soon as the fight comes in, that's when you can get Cello to swing just a little bit wider. That may be a round that defies quite a lot in the first half of Inferno, because that should have been Imperials all day.
By all accounts, like again, we had like 48 HP total between those 2 players. Better headshots, better composure. The last kill especially, excellent work. Legacy will just storm ahead at this moment in time. Look to continue pushing on this lead advantage. try and make the T half as one-sided as possible, give Imperial no way in to stealing anything back over them.
Now, we know that Legacy have played Imperial in 6 best-of-3s so far in 2025. Legacy knocked out Imperial from the Major. Legacy has always beaten Imperial in matches that are qualification games. We're talking about it on the desk. It happened for the ESL Pro League qualification, and it happened for Blast Open London. Every other win that's gone the other direction has always been a meaning, or like an unmeaningful Tier 2 Cup, or just a regular match. So for that reason, there is going to be a lot of favoritism towards Legacy, because it tells you that when there's a little bit more of a challenge on the line, when it's a series that has a lot of expectation, they always come through with the win. And knowing that Imperial now have got a fairly new player in the system of Cello, knowing they've got a fairly new rifler in Skulls as well, doesn't make it easy to try and force an upset today.
Again, in spite of the victories they've got in the way of Legacy, I still expect Imperial to bring us a decent fight here.
Really? I mean, let's entertain that conversation. What about the last head-to-head, the most recent one? It was the biggest blowout you could ask for.
Indeed it was, but I'm looking back in history in general and knowing that, yes, it was a bit of a blowout there, but last series was a 2-1 affair. The series before, the opening game of that ESL Pro League qualifier, the opening game of the two head-to-heads they had between those two teams, versus the upper bracket final in that one. That went down to even an overtime at times. So Imperial have shown that they can compete. I do wonder again how much the medical circumstances are going to impact that dynamic, though. Maybe we'll get a bit of a better idea as that rolls on. In case you're wondering, by the way, why we've got a technical pause, it's because I think Lato spilled his water, as did No Way spilled some water off the back of that clutch. So emotions getting the better of both the teams and their resources, if you will. So I'm going to get that cleaned up before we continue onwards here. So we're ready to get back into the thick of it, though. Legacy 4-1 over the Imperial side. Have maintained their composure well enough. Imperial cannot really afford to invest any further. So at least from a scoreline perspective, it's going to start to get away from them here, and Legacy can start to run away with this map up. I haven't seen anything that would concern me that it's going to be a complete blowout just yet, but let's hold our breath and see where we go.
Even if you compare both of these lineups at the Major, you've got an Imperial side that, beat Metasport in a single best-of-3. Legacy were able to beat Chinggis Warrior in a best-of-1. They were able to beat Imperial in a best-of-3, Wildcard in a best-of-3, MIBR, 3D Max in best-of-1s, 2-0ing FaZe in one of those Stage 2 matches that got them to Stage 3. And then what was their very first opening game of the best-of-1? Vitality. 13-3'd them. The results speak for themselves. They put on a hell of a run. And maybe for one of the outsider teams, right, teams that we don't see at Tier 1 or even teams from Europe, I'd say that's probably the best major run that I can think of in recent history, across at least the last 5 or so years.
Well, they did rather well. And they're using that point as a comparison between both of these sides. Legacy definitely have that one up. They can compete on the international stage, although majority of their competition has been more of the local division stuff. National stint Blast haven't really yielded the most amazing results. Obviously, again, you still got losses to Vitality in there as the mark of a jumping off point.
I think the only disappointing one recently will probably be the loss to FlyQuest. When you lose to Furia, that's a national derby. I think there's an asterisk there. Losing to Vitality, you definitely can't be disappointed with that one. But losing to FlyQuest in the lower bracket match of Blast Open, I think Legacy know themselves that there's probably not much in that match, but that's not a good enough performance from us.
And this matchup with a chance to make it back to a Tier 1 LAN event. Actually play at the LAN event as opposed to the online qualifier portion. Maybe there's extra motivation to Legacy. They've played the slow default again. They've taken damage for it in the early round. 35 seconds on the clock, and A will look to be the target. 4 out from Shaw. Good bait on tries up. No way. Fights on this in point blank outside of the balcony. So kill is found. A start for Imperial. Secondary out towards long. The Orpo has seen players at a quad. Legacy cancelling, rotating, looking like they're going to save here.
It's a good call. You've gone into a stacked up bomb site, unfortunately, and both on short and long, you've not been able to cut the opening kill. Instead, you've lost a casualty and you've not got the trade back. So hold on to the rifles, save them forward. When I look at both of these teams locally, you have to pick and choose some of the tournaments in the local scene and say, well, you've just got to be beating everyone, don't you? You want to be getting as close with the VRS as possible to getting more to those tier 1 lands. I know that you and I think a couple of days ago, we were talking about that aircraft carrier LAN, or at least I was. That was the one that Imperial won. That was not that long ago. They beat Red Knids in the upper bracket, Odic in both the upper bracket final and the grand final. That would have helped out quite a lot with the VRS points that are sort of getting themselves into the position they are today.
I didn't get a chance to look into that aircraft carrier.
Have a quick look now, Jay. Yeah, have a quick look. HLTV has got the galleries. They won it recently. It was the last line they won.
I indeed will do so, because we've got another tech pause. I was going to say, we're going to have another tech pause and I have a chance, but nah, not at the moment. We're going to drop right back into action. My day will come. Three to the good on Legacy's lead. Buy-ups reinstated. Of course, 3 did save onto their weapons, so I shouldn't be too surprised. On both sides, Vinny comes out worse for wear on the HP, but gets the opening advantage with the kill on Mao. Veto from beyond that smoke can return.
Well, with how much impact No Way is generating towards A, everyone else just needs to be performing. And on B and on short, no one seems to. Just when Imperial win their first round, we come out of attack, and it's just instant. It's just straight away damage in both Banana and in brackets.
They just got torn apart, didn't they? Bomb's going down on B. And Try does get Nissin from beyond that smoke, so that's one good shot. But 3 more to go for a clutch. I don't think he's got it in him. I don't think he vows to faith either. Legacy. Minimum 6 on the T side basis, so only the 8th round. And despite a couple of hiccups from Imperial at times, things are going pretty swimmingly for the favourites in the moment.
Anytime we've got a national derby, we know that there's going to be some history, right? So I did some digging last night. It turns out that Lux stood in for Imperial during the Brazy Party event a couple of years ago. At the time, Lux was playing with Vinny, Fallen, Bolts, and Jota. So just looking at him as a last-minute replacement to come in for a couple of best of 3s.
Of course, Vinny being the only player that remains from that particular era.
He's been there a very long time, and we're seeing step by step more ex-Furia players coming over to Imperial. Vinny was there for a very long time. Cello and Skulls were there most recently.
And do the last dance redux. Would be appropriate on Imperial. Find the kind of same success though. There's some time still yet to tell on that part. Kel for Damao to start off on Vinny. Kello trying to get the trade. Spray doesn't quite land and doesn't get a second player either. Lux follows it up. 5-on-3. Players boosting. 2 men over at the B bomb site at the Banana. Trying to get some sort of returning frag because they need one now. Otherwise they're not going to win this round.
I think Trav's bang on about some of the sharpness issues with Cello. That was a shocker down there at mid. And for No Way, he's very lucky to get around that half wall and escape. Imperial just getting owned. The only time they've won rounds is if No Way is putting up damage out on basically the apartments. Like if he's getting multi-frags on A-lanes, they're winning rounds. And if they're going long side or they're going B, Legacy just have Imperial's number.
Good smoke timing there from the one-man B defensive. No Way's lost his backup. Skulls and Try bolstering down the A bomb site. The execution does finalize, then Comes out of this M4 in a very exposed position as well. Flash is over. He's fully blinded and fully dead. The round is fully over.
And it's funny when you compare the two experienced players of Vinny and Cello, because Vinny, as of right now, is playing his 1,599th map on HLTV, whereas Cello is just below 1,400. You've got Vinny that played on Furial and Imperial, and that's it in his pro career. Whereas Cello, mate, it was what? Pain Gaming, it was Luminosity Gaming, INTZ, a Boom, MIBR, Imperial, Furia, back towards Imperial. It's a completely different career path for two veterans in the local scene.
One had the faith and loyalty to tough it out. The other one a bit more of a journeyman. Both may have had their best times over on that Furia organization. No such good times at the moment. Imperial just got hunted down. Lost all 5 of their elements, 2 saving rifles. Picked up over on the A-bomb site. And Legacy will have the half advantage now for it. Money completely busted on Imperial. Tactical pause called in already, and Orbs been brought in by Try though, so it does indicate early that they might end up going for a force up. Money's a bit tight on the other 4 players though, so time to refund maybe. We'll rather see what they decide to do.
We know that Lux is the in-game leader for Legacy and Skulls is the new anchor in for Imperial, but we also recognise that they were teammates out on Pain Gaming from August to November in 2023. They played alongside Cowers, Cassin and Big Uzera back then. And at the moment, Lux is having probably his feet up. He's feeling like on RT side, we're running defaults, we're getting picks, everything's looking really good. Whereas when you look at the numbers from Imperial, no one seems to be putting up performances that is ending this streak. This is just getting more and more one-sided as things go on.
Only really no way that top end of the board for Imperial will can't compete with the numbers over on the Legacy side, of which more players are in or above that region. Warp of Try being the only weapon to work with as a hero weapon. Nothing offered towards it though. He's set towards B-bomb site, and Legacy pretty passive on that side of the map.
Even though you look at the result for Imperial versus TNL in the round of 16, getting a 13-9 on Mirage, 13-9 on Overpass, context is very important, because I think that was a bit of a weird series. The opening map is, what, 12-4 up for Imperial? They just didn't even give them a chance. And then map number 2, Imperial were down 3-9 and had a massive comeback in the second half in which they didn't lose a round. So I'm looking at them being down 2-7 and now 2-8, and I'm thinking, well, they're going to need to drive in that sort of comeback again. And to replicate that in 2 back-to-back series, it's never easy. It's never likely.
Maybe the only saving grace for Imperial right now is the fact that their T-sides have been extremely successful against this Legacy team. I mentioned the previous head-to-head. We had a map victory from Imperial, the one before the Ace Masters, the EPL qualifier. 13 Greeks, they got an 11-1 T-side half. Might need to be 11-1 T-side half if they want to bring this Inferno, this one right back. Some very awkward times for Imperial.
Goals will be happy to hold on to that AK and bring that forward into the next round, get an AWP out for Try if they like. Legacy have not been tested very much, and for Skulls, this is his debut out in Inferno. We know that the Instaman for Imperial is Ancient, so no officials there. He's played 1 Dust 2, he's played 2 Mirages, 2 Nukes, a couple of Overpasses, and then just a single train. Out of the entire map pool, we get to see what Inferno is made for him, and so far, I don't think there's too much to be pleased about.
No, definitely not. 6 to the good. Legacy's lead going to continue to move on up. Hopeful that there's going to be some competitiveness, and no way does drive in a couple of kills alongside Cello striking back from long, and that's a bit more like it. Bait the trap, set it, spring it right on Legacy, make a third round happen, all 5 alive. They get a few AKs for the final round of the half.
But they certainly haven't learned their lesson. All they need to do is pressure brackets NB. if you go anywhere near apartments or short, you just lose. So that's just what we've seen against No Way. He is the only player that's performing well. Yeah, Cello gets 2 kills, but look at the T-side individuals. Everyone's looking at short. Of course those are going to be free.
Legacy. One of the very rare rounds we've seen them outclassed by Imperial, but as you mentioned before, just because of one man's efforts, realistically, No Way winning these rounds for his team is just not enough, unfortunately, with the way the Legacy are playing. Lux just seen the edge of that smoke as Cello will catch him off. The push forward of aggression not quite working for Legacy on this one.
Try is not getting drawn into over-peaking. He's playing quite tucked here under Porch. Banana completely taken by the T-side line. They've got themselves a lurk at Demau. Caught in at brackets aggressively. No teammate in sight there to help him on a crossfire.
Then beyond that long smoke, now they've got long control. The AWP of Try still finds Lato, blinded by No Way's flashbang. That gives us another man advantage for Imperial. They're going to storm short once again, out of the apartments as well. Players sprayed up. Nissim can't hold on. No Way gets his 2 kills. Yep, Nissim's all alone. Frag found. Trying to work his way around the bomb site. Get a second headshot on Try. Third man seeing he doesn't hit the headshots, though. It's a double dink from Vinny instead. As Legacy will concede one more, and 8-4 half still to their favor, though.
And I think we are going to see Legacy and Imperial a little bit more frequently in the Tier 1 circuit for a multitude of reasons. First off, they seem to keep qualifying to tournaments. And also, because of their ranking being quite high, they go through the VRS for South America in quite a lot, or the Americans, rather than just coming through from Europe with some of these tournaments. So I know that both Imperial and Legacy, they're playing at CAC in October. For the side of Legacy, they're also taking on Heroic on Saturday at that Fisher Playground LAN. And then, of course, they qualified to Pro League 2. So we've got a lot more LANs and opportunities for Legacy and Imperial in the near future towards the tail end of the year.
Legacy are definitely trying to get up to those higher-end Tier 1 lands, though, or at least they have those opportunities at the higher positions. Again, we're at that debate about whether or not it's a good or a bad thing if you're an out-of-region team or a lesser-level squad. The easy points will come in local divisions, but can get a lot more if you're successful in international stage.
They just don't lose to anyone Legacy locally. I mean, recently they've had to play, Pro League qualifier, and then the Blast qualifier to get into Bounty and Open, and they're pumping everyone. They're just getting win after win.
Legacy looking for another win over Imperial, the same 8-4 half score as they move to the CT side. Imperial have been in their sights. Demau and Lato are ready to receive them. Molotov's going to burn one of those dually sets out of the way, seeing so many players, hearing so many footsteps, getting one kill out of it as Cello finds a trade. Lato just backs off and waits for the cavalry to arrive.
Lato gets another spam kill, and this bomb is going down from Skulls, but they need to protect themselves against the quick rotations out in spawn.
Lato had the right idea. I think he was shooting through hard cover there, though.
They can either smoke the bomb or smoke Banana with this.
Smoke's been used to go down Banana. Being pushed forward. Player at the edge of the smoke been seen. Vinny gets his kill. No Way down in return. Glock out of Skulls. Overwhelmed. Vinny, the last man standing. Caught by Nissim. And the defuse will be held together eventually by Legacy. Pistol win once again.
And in the last 3 months, Legacy have only played 16 best of threes. They've won 11 of them. They've only lost to Mouse, Imperial, Vitality, Furia, and FlyQuest. Whereas for Imperial, I think they've had it a little bit more tough because they've lost to ex-W7M locally. They lost to Legacy twice. And then they've had very few opportunities to play at Tier 1 recently. So they took that loss against both Mouse and against Liquid. Right here, we've seen to the start of Inferno, whether it's first half, even going into the pistol, Legacy just are the better team. And I know I'm on the side of when you keep playing one another and you keep getting these rematches, eventually it is going to go the other way. You hope that that's the case, but after seeing what I've seen on Inferno, and No Way kind of felt like the only winning condition for Imperial, It's not giving me the best of sense.
I will admit I'm a lot less secure in my hopes of a competitive series given what we've seen so far. The only real silver lining for Imperial, much like it was for Big in the last series, is that this isn't their map pick, and at least Big were able to turn over a map pick into a third map. Legacy on their home turf, on their strong territory, playing a different kind of game, a confident kind of game, the one that has led them so far up the top ends of the scene.
I mentioned how we've gone from Godsend to 0-0 Nation, Fate Natty over to Legacy. Well, what about when Tri played under 0-0 Nation? So there was a core of Demal, Lato, and Tri. They played 59 maps together on HLTV from June 2022 to January of 2023. So that would be sort of a nice little connection to go up against one another quite consistently. Tri, without a doubt, is one of the very best AWPers that we have in South America. Every time we get the chance of casting Imperial or getting to see them at the tier 1 level, he is the one guy that really pushes the boundary on getting upsets and pushing teams like Imperial deeper in the tournaments. But he's not even been able to get activated on this first map of the series.
A large number of struggles for Imperial. It won't get too much better. At least the bomb plant bonus will enable a couple of AKs to come forward. One more win for Legacy. One more round win specifically for Legacy. Set them on good stead. Try damaged up early, taken down by Demal's peek forward. The HE certainly helping the flashbang, ensuring he can't respond back. No way to get a trade in, but takes a lot of HP damage by Demal. Excellent work overall. Now he's going to get boosted. Look above that smoke, seeing nothing at the top end of Banana. They're going for the B hit. Secondary player, tertiary player, in fact, to the defense has now arrived.
With a HE too. Lato trying to block that smoke out towards the coffins. 3 on B. This is a tough sight hit for Imperial.
That towards New Box. Ashes in. Back to turn towards the bomb site, which gives Lato 2 kills rather easily. At that triple, not quite. And Nissim's there from beyond the smoke with a HE in hand. And a death to Skulls. Should come through for no way as well. AK recovered for the man. He's lost the bomb. He can't recover that. Just to save the weapon into the next round, because Legacy are going to have 10.
And I do find it quite funny that when I reflect back on previous years and I think about Lato and Demal, to me it's, that's Taco's team, right? Because that's where they all began from. And it's gone through different in-game leaders. And Nikez was in-game leading the squad a lot of last year. And then one of the most recent pickups has been Nissim and Lux. And then Lux has picked up the in-game leadership. Now, he was a part of Fluxo. He played out on Pain. And then Nissim also came over from Pain. You bring that change of leadership, change of culture, perhaps. Legacy have just had a fantastic 2025.
A very good reason why they're number 3 in the Americas division. And number 19 in the world as well.
Just a shame that they haven't played that many Tier 1 tournaments, because this year they've played, 3 international lands. They played PGL Bucharest, where they only got a single win. They went to IM Dallas, which was a last place, and then they went for the Major. Now, the Major, of course, was excellent. They should have 2-0'd Mouse in that final game to advance into the playoffs. But I think now that we've seen them dominate locally and with that Major performance, I want to see them get to another Tier 1 LAN and kind of prove that the Major wasn't just a fluke, that they can replicate those kind of results.
Oh, they're on course to make it a Thunder pick. 6 rounds in the lead over Imperial on this Inferno. Good kill for Demal again to start off on Cello. It's only... They are forcing. I thought they were actually decoying around these upgrade pistols, but no, they are forcing back Imperial. Do take Demal down with a jumping Mac 10 of Skulls. They're going to players around that corner. Back up again for the CT side as the right ticking fast. Lux caught for the flashbang, but does get a kill alongside Lato's follow-up. Lato can, in fact, double in. Vinny, 1-on-3, doesn't know where to aim towards and will get dinked and dealt with as Legacy continue to power their way through to the end of this map.
Now, that last head-to-head that we've had between Legacy and Imperial, that was only 39 days ago. Now, we know that Imperial had SHR in their fifth. This was before Skulls joined the team. The outcome of the scoreline and what we're seeing almost looks identical. That series was a blowout. It was a complete whitewash. And we've not had a competitive game by any stretch to the start of this best of three.
With the only exception of No Way. 14 kills for the young man and just nothing being gained outside of that for Imperial. His other teammates unable to deliver around him. 0 to no impact. The team from in totality. Demonstrated by how that scoreboard looks. Half-port pistols for another broken investment for Imperial. Gunning for the rifles to grind back to overtime. Either way, it's going to be one massive comeback. Sad's in. Down here, alongside Lux will fall to No Way's Deagle again. He is generating as much as he possibly can. Skulls is caught by Nissim. No Way's on 4 points of health. Try will grab an AK. No Way will grab an M4. They're going to try and lead their way in towards that B bomb site, but push forward to now in rotation. Going to spot them. Kill found. No Way's low. And No Way's now dead, and that should be the end of this one. Vinny, Tech9, even get a kill out of this. It might be the only way he gets up to $1,200. He does do so, so there's a little bit more extra cash. And a rifle to hold over to the next round, perhaps.
There's nothing in this. Definitely not even holding on to it. You're going to fall. You might even fall after time. He needs to try and cross back into the bomb site and at least get the bomb down. Crosses. Definitely not going to happen, though. And on reflection, you look at the first half and the second half, and you think, well, was it just an outclassing, or was there schoolboy errors? Were there large mistakes? And then you remember they had a 5v2 round. You go, oh, yeah, that really butchered it in the first half, didn't it? You have No Way getting 3 kills out there on the balcony, dropping down to mini pit, and then Cello overpeaks on the bomb site. The 2 mini pit players die, and then Legacy turn what should be just an unwinnable round into a 2v5 win. And then from there, you've just been pumped.
Map point for Legacy. Imperial, disappointing way to start the series for them. Try and No Way been tagged early by the Legacy starters. The rifle is down against that banana presence. HEs and all. Slow approach may lead them back into brackets and a bomb site. Seems to be that call in the end. The bomb's on his way up. Legacy have held well so far. Imperial needs something special here.
Adds in, just jiggling, can drop that incendiary when contact comes in. Very quick, very explosive.
Try gets set. Players are blocked. Damage done to Vinny. He's low HP, but No Way again. Strikes for Imperial. 17 kills now. Try gets Lux. Sad's in on the bomb site. Does get overwhelmed in the end, so No Way again providing that opportunity for Imperial. Taking the round, and now we'll have survival for now.
Got a pretty good Inferno locally for Imperial. 9 wins, 2 losses in the last 3 months. And Try tends to average a fairly high rating of 1.21, No Way at a 1.10. You're going up against another team that's been able to play at the highest level, the highest degree. Bit of a shame that we didn't get to get much of a grasp of Legacy's performance in their round of 16 game, because they took on what Issa and that from GG How.
Yeah.
Got themselves a 13-5, a really easy, I would say, Inferno. And then there was a forfeit win for the second map of the series. So you can't even really judge that one. I mean, even GG how can you judge them? They're very inconsistent in Tier 2. I wouldn't even say they're a mid-pack in Tier 2 when they play here. So for that reason, I almost need to look at every other tournament from Legacy to just get an idea of where they sit. And so as of right now, Feels as if this map's going to close pretty quickly, and that maybe Imperial's chances in this entire best of 3 are going to close quickly.
I fended off the map victory for a round, but they need 8 in a row if they want to take it to overtime, and we haven't seen many of those over the bracket. Legacy, quick in, spray through from Lux, goes awry. Cello and Skulls strike well. Sadzin's Orb alone, back to mini pit. Kill found, secondary players on the way in. He needs backup desperately, he's exposed, and Vinny will punish it, so no more round again for Legacy. Imperial only now starting to pick up the pace, only now starting to get these solid entries. Now we'll stick around for exit frags. Lato's already backed away. So yeah, we'll play on for a little bit longer.
I can't wait for Trav to go into the death segment and say, oh yeah, Trav's Law, yeah, as soon as I get to 12, they never close straight away, happens every time. It's a few survival rounds. It's going to be the odd round here or there, but you know that it's going to close in quickly. You know Imperial aren't going to get to double digits. And nice to see that the T's can win a round without no way creating impact. Because as much as you might have a little laugh about that, that can't occur going into map 2 of a series, can it? You can't just have one player that is either a defining factor on whether you win or whether you lose every single round.
No, you're right. You're 100% correct. He might be doing good work for you now to set you on this comeback road, but it's still no guarantee that you hold anything more.
And let's just consider that I was mentioning how Imperial have never picked Mirage in a best of 3 in the last 3 months on HLTV, and they've been whitewashed on map number 1. That can't be good for their confidence, right? Like that, you can't be mentally in a strong position going into map 2 now.
Lato's boost, M4 does a lot of damage towards Cello. Vinny going to run down Nissim. Sadzin can finish off Cello's casualty. 4-on-4 can ensue. The MAC-10s should take dominance over the rest of the players because pistols only for everyone except for Lato, and the Kevlar's lacking. B-site's lacking as well, and a bit of a stat going. A-site will now just see them remain, see if Lato can protect that M4 for the next round, because there's no real value in going for a retake. Not on Inferno, not with this setup. Not with Imperial knocking on the door of number 7.
And you wonder what's changed from maybe the characteristics or the player of Cello to want to bring him back to this organization? Because he was involved when it was basically the Last Dance project, which was all the old heads.
Yeah.
And now this lineup looks completely different. Vinny is the older guy, but there's a lot of youth on the team. Now, they bring a lot of experience with Cello going forward, but was that something that has been required? I mean, they would have been very disappointed with how the major went down. They've still got the same core 3, but to lose to what, Bait, Nemega, and Legacy, it's not as if you've been taking losses to tier 1 teams. You've taken losses there to tier 2 caliber opposition, and with your only win being a 2-0 versus a Metasport side who, well, let's be honest, it was even a surprise for them to qualify to the major in the first place.
The fact you factor in that major result, and there's actually been 3 series in which this team have been eliminated by Legacy. Qualification games, of course, for Pro League, for Blast. That major event, that was the elimination game there in stage 1. High stakes can sometimes change the complexion of how these head-to-heads, how these rivalries can develop.
And maybe that's a criticism towards Vinny. You're the caller.
Yeah.
You're the one that you look upon, and if you do not have the chops to win in these high-pressure matchups, well, then how do you expect to be at a tier 1 level? How do you expect to compete at LAN tournaments like a Thunder Pick?
No, you're right. Struggle to take that next step up. Imperial struggling to take the final step in this map up at the moment. Legacy held away. Kill found by Cello. Lux 2 kills, not quite the third. Sadzin's Orb still set towards short, gets called back by Skulls on his transition away to the bomb site. Bomb is recovered. Lato's trying to find that man. He's got a rough idea of where Try is. There's a lot of damage from beyond that smoke, but the bomb will get planted. The retake will be set in.
The difficult retake because of the util. One smoke is all that's required, and it's been thrown as a lurk smoke to help them come through from Moto. Now, what they don't know is that it's a short and apartments play.
Oh, noise made. Now we'll walk through the clearing short smoke. After time has ticked away, Lato trying to strike. On site, not seen. They've covered up. Try, checks the angle, gets his head. And now Demal starts backing away. Another round of survival for Imperial. 8 on their board. And these skulls will fall back in trades. There'll be a little bit of damage. Not like it matters too much for Imperial. They're going to be buying no matter what happens. 4 to the good on this lead now.
Just a bit of a bait there from Lux. Cello's coming out with a flashbang from the short side, and Lux is tucked for a little bit too long. Yes, he gets the multi. If he maybe swung out wider, could they have set a bit more of a crossfire, been a little bit more dangerous? I mean, for Sadzin, there's no surprise he goes down. When you're an AWP out on short and you're falling back to the bomb site and the apartments alert comes out, you got to hope for basically the biggest whiff of all time, because there's no way you're going to be able to connect onto that shot. Legacy might want to just be on the front foot a little bit more. I mean, these last few rounds, they've been playing deep in the bomb sites. They haven't really been taking map control away. This might be the call to flash over second mid, take banana perhaps, just be a little bit more aggressive and really search for an opening pick.
Another good rifle win, and you might start to say that his comeback from Imperial starts to have some teeth about it. Kill found from Demal starts off the boost, at least caught by Try's utility. He can double up with support as well from the player up closer. 4 on 3 now for Legacy here. Lux, low HP, but still port of call. And Imperial starting to reform, the retake that banana control.
Now, what's very clever on this eco is that there's armor across the board. Sometimes you can get into the habit of just buying a little bit of util or even an upgraded weapon, but not using that extra cash for the armor. So when weapons do eventually get picked up, like they have here for a double AK, it gets into the hands of players that can do more with it.
Lux is so low though. Demal needs to hit his headshot first up. Flashbang on affects him. Kill found. Second player seen. Backups on the way. They need to hold off for a little bit longer. 50 seconds on the clock. And they're going to get both those kills. Imperial 2v2 now. Rifle for Nissim to recover. Vinny's going to look for him though. Takes him. Sadzin all alone.
They need to re-smoke off, and this is just wasting so much time. Now they know where Sadzin is.
Jump face, no taps, not for either side, no headshots, no kills. Very, very good effort from Demal, but not enough from his other teammates. And now he starts to become one man on Legacy, who's delivering all the impact and very little of the players around him.
Unfortunately, once that boost gets separated, there's only really 2 options that you can do. You either hard swing left or you hard swing right. And you hope that whichever direction you go, you can 1-for-1 trade again. And what we end up seeing was Vinny gets both of those kills, so they can't quite get him out there to the first oranges. Pretty good setup overall. Looked like it was going to be threatening, looked as if it was going to be successful, but no, not to be. We play on again, and Imperial, or Vinny especially, will know that this is on. He'll know that there's only a few more gun rounds left. You've got round 22 as a gun round. Round 23 will be a lightened half by eco, and then round 24 will be the next gun round at the end of regulation.
A third tactical the Legacy have called in recently. They are quickly running out. Steam has left the tank. No more fuel in the engine. They have still 1 more round to gain though. Imperial, 5 in a row. 3 more to require OT. A rifle win here in this round will set us on good stead. This is all important. Sadzin first up in mid. Trying to spot players coming his way. We'll see a bait attempt from Skulls, I believe. Sinister now leans up, fires back, takes down Vinny. No way, very fast to trade it.
Some serious guts to go for a play like that. Re-smoke the molly and get in there quickly. Shame that he only gets away with one. Now, they didn't spot too much out there towards mid. Banana being contested heavily. AWP can look up above that smoke. Both of the B players are sitting back because they don't have retaking util. Lux and Lato don't have a smoke or an incendiary, so there's nothing they can do to drive this space away from the T's.
Might have to hunker down and hope for the best. You see action coming in from Nissim in the meantime. Thinking of pushing forward that smoke over in the brackets. Watched by Skulls though, so it won't be quite as plausible. Does fall back to join his teammates. The footsteps were made, and now Nissim's timed it perfectly with that information gain. Smokes up towards Coffins and Cross. Nissim checks the angle, sees so many of them. Gets his head taken off though. Is this going to send them back into the other bomb site? It seems like it will do. Try. We'll pass the bomb towards Cello, or ready for more contact. 30 seconds though. They recommit B.
And now you've got the defenders with only a single flash between them. Clean entries are going to have to be required here from the T side. No smoke from Spawn. They've only got one molly.
Distracted by that backstab. That might give Legacy the leg up. Lato and Lux flash blinded. Lato dead and No Way doubles up. Continuing to be the impact man. 4 kills in the round. Nissim's efforts wasted as Imperial are truly on the comeback.
I don't even know what you can criticize there from Legacy on the defense. They've got a 3v3 where they've got 2 on B with the AWP watching out for what could potentially be a last-minute rotation back into brackets. And yet just both of the defenders get nothing. It's one of those moments where you feel like you've got the call, you've got players in good positions, but no one's striking for impact. The flashes come in and No Way just gets 2 instantly. Legacy will at least be able to hold on to the AWP. Now, they might think about having a fairly heavy investment here. I mean, Sadzin can drop an M4, Nissim can buy himself, Lato can buy himself, but it's whether you think it's the right call. Would you rather have maybe the AWP could probably go hero M4 here and then just have a little bit around it and then really prioritize a strong gun round in round 24?
See if they pick that. Oh, they're going whole hog. Straight up, straight out, AWP's in, M4's out, no money spared. Legacy want to end this now. Do they have the chops to do so, though? Didn't call in a tactical. I don't think they've got any left. And this time they're not going for the early engages. They are not going for the early utility down. Banana faces in from mid. They're going to wait for Imperial to make their move instead.
Now, this is the exact same scoreline of what happened against the TNL matchup. 12-4 up. Now, they closed that one 13-9. This time, it's getting even more awkward. They've already given double digits over to Imperial.
And finally, those nades start coming in for Legacy. Damage to No Way with no potential return options. Smokes to the cross. Is not going to convert into an execution. Bomb still back over towards stairs. Picked up by Vinny and starting to push into the A bomb site. 3 players there on defense.
The flashes are going to have to be on point against the AWPer. They need to make it uncomfortable for Sadzin rotating back into the bomb site and not just being able to pick off players from short.
Smoke on the apartments, well timed. These short players. Flashbanging against Sadzin. M4 gets his kill. And Nissim hides away. Looks back into the apartment. Sadzin can deal with Skulls and the trade. Vinny back in response back. Shot misses. There's No Way once again. Opens up the bomb site. Legacy cannot catch a break here.
They should be saving here. They need to be protecting their economy. And right there, it's very similar to the last round. You've got a man up on the bomb site. You had 2 defenders on B. You've now got 3 defenders against A. And they just can't trade successfully. Lux doesn't find anything. Nissim gets, what, 1.5 kills out there from the pit. And then Sadzin, the AWP, it's shotgun AWPing at that sort of range. Imperial, round by round, are just making this extremely tight.
From 12-4 to 12-11. 7-round streak from the Imperial lads, who now are starting to make this look like a bit of a closer affair. It felt so one-sided by the majority of this map up.
Well, they've got no AWP now in round 24, and I think this has to be the play to take mid, or to at least take Banana aggressively. We saw what Lato do it once, or it might have been Demal doing it past the half wall, but it was only one person. It wasn't really much of a challenge.
Guns up for all 5. Legacy. Have gone passive again. Same setup. 3 on A, 2 on B. And Imperial start pushing Banana.
Very passive, retaking Yuto, and just coming in towards the top of Banana control. Adson, without the AWP, is still maintaining the same position that he had in the last round. HEs are a lot better. No Way down to 25 and Vinny to 55. That's going to be awkward on an exec now.
Especially for No Way, who's been the main entry, been the main star of Imperial thus far. His impact rating is going to be massive. We see the scoreboard later. Good re-smoke. That will stop them again. Legacy doing all that they can to stall for time. Smoke to the cross of the T side though. Molly sent. Execution inbound to Mal, spraying wildly and manically. Lato trying to get ahead of that smoke. Can't get anything. Cello and Skulls have bust open the B-bomb site. And it's a 5-on-3 to fend off Legacy.
No Way just needs to waste for time. Oh, hang on a second. This is denial.
But only for a moment here. 15 seconds left on the clock. They can put the bomb down. Incendiary sent close. AWP of No Way catches Nissim. He is on a tear in this map and sads in a Hail Mary flashbang through smoke that just gets ripped to shreds. Imperial have completed the comeback. 8 rounds in a row to overtime.
Very similar to Big's, what was it, 5-11 down deficit versus the likes of Saw in the third map decider of Inferno. Round by round on the T side, bringing it forward. Cracking entries from the two first lines of engagement. Cello getting the first kill out towards CT, the player at Coffin's falling, and for Legacy, I mean, they had the read on that round. I think it was Lux. It pressed on into the apartments. The rotation was already there. They had 2 on B, they had the third player coming spawn quickly, and then the fourth player just behind him. All the site defenders needed to do was go 1 for 1 each, and instead they just got overwhelmed completely.
Wow. Now, game on now. Imperial, stop messing around. Legacy have started bottling this map up. And this is a little bit more for what I hoped for. Probably a little bit less streaky, a bit more back and forth. But opening game of this series, and we go the distance. Legacy not allowed the easy Inferno that they felt like they were promised.
Imperial have dug very deep. Some of these sequences that we're seeing, individual X Factor has been such a joy to watch. It's always been different players. It's not always been No Way. I know that he's put up what you would say the majority of the impact rounds, but even towards the end there, we were getting a little bit from everyone. 8 rounds in a row, you wonder, now that we've got into OT, is it that Legacy strikes straight away as what would normally happen?
And it would be particularly tragic if you now were to score your 13th. The try finds Demal and starts things off from Imperial. And just beyond that that banana entrance, rather. My food's mixed about. Demal is the only casualty. No trades, no follow-ups. They have stacked that B-bomb site, leaving Sads in very much alone. And could get surrounded soon. No Way comes up out of the apartments. Secondary kill doesn't quite come through. Unfortunately, Vinny's there to get Cello in support because Cello completely with the spray. Bomb plant will still be secured by Imperial here. Shouldn't be a retake, or at least not much of one. They will see Nissim trying to go for a kill. But A-site take very much a difficult little draw.
think what's made this map quite entertaining is that it's not as if Legacy have trolled. Do you know how many times we get massive score lines that go into an overtime and you just say, oh, it's complacency, right? It was mistakes here. Legacy had quite a few chances, but they were just simply outclassed. It was the execs coming through from Imperial that led that T side. Hack and Group constantly being able to out-aim. Now a position where, well, if Imperial can win this first map of the series from that sort of deficit, you would just be feeling incredible moving into map 2.
Imperial now gained 9 rounds in a row to continue along this path. Continue to maintain this comeback. Legacy. Still unable to find answers, still unable to find openings, still unable to keep control of these circumstances. Tagged to half HP is Demau already. Sadzin waits. Hoping that someone pops themselves through the apartments and he can get a free opening kill. Instead, Imperial once again lean over towards that B-bomb site.
Been able to draw a lot of util across from the defenders on B. Every time Demau's gone aggressive towards a half-wall, he's just getting sold into the mincer. He's not getting much assistance. This jiggle can only last so long. There's only so much patience between these two players.
Sadzin falls away as Imperial start to take the apartments. Timing couldn't be worse for the man. Now he's watching for the mid-access. No one's watching it right now for the CT side. He'll lean forward. The opposition will look up to the apartment's entrance though. Vinny and Try, 2 picks, making it look really easy now.
I don't know if they're just in their own heads or what, but Legacy have gone from being completely lights out to now just not even hitting kills. I mean, what's happening there to Sadzin? That just looks on. It just looks like the freest kill against Vinny. And then he gets nothing. I mean, it doesn't help on the timing, does it? You've held the apartments for what, 45, 50 seconds? And then as soon as you back off, that's when they move back in. And then even when he's dropped down from the balcony, that sound cue has then been heard. So they can put the util against you. So it's unfortunate from that moment. But this is 10 rounds in a row. Crazy.
And a perfect round at that. All 5 alive, all unscathed by the CT side. And one more round in this OT half. Legacy have still been unable to score since they hit map point. Come back on one side, a choke on the other. Because they had this one wrapped up a very long time ago, but tenacity to hold on from Imperial again. Tank the early utility damage of Banana. Done a lot more towards Lato though. 22 HP for him. Demau tagged to 65. Backup will not rotate with them. If they're forced to hold the bomb site, it's going to be very weakened. At least Nissim finds Cello to start.
You wonder if it's got anything to do with it being a domestic matchup. I know that sometimes these matches can get quite messy.
Yeah.
But even still, you don't often see 12-4 leads going into overtime, so that's definitely an oddity. Lurk out towards the boiler was caught early in the round, so Skulls gets a little bit more defensive after that death from Cello, and they can start regrouping. A lot of these rounds, Legacy have read the stack correctly. They've had the right players at the right bomb site.
Utility support from Lux is temporary to put the smokes down to the cross. But again, they will heavily handed look towards the bomb site. I'm very surprised they haven't tried to commit a third man, given these circumstances for Lato and Demau. Finally start the rotation and quickly at that try, we'll call it Incendiaries. We will be tempted to block. Legacy. Waiting it out. Flashbang forward, kill for Demal, try with a decent trade back. Secondary flashbang as Lato will get 2 of them. And finally, it has taken 10 in a row for Legacy to shut down Imperial. But they have broken this streak in their 13th. It won't be the map win, of course. There's that sign of life still left in them when it felt like Imperial were going to run away.
Well, I wonder if Sadzen's just lost his confidence completely. There was enough money to get an AWP forward in that last round. He just didn't even want it. And after looking at some of the missed shots that he's hit, maybe that's why. Whereas, I think for Try, I mean, we weren't seeing any AWPing from him on the T side because of mainly T side AWPing Inferno. You don't do it. But on the CT basis, because you were just getting farmed, we didn't really get to see much from him. Now that it's in overtime and this game's gone on, I'm quite excited to see what Try is going to be like on the big green.
May well see it as we approach the second half of the overtime. Imperial are in the lead. Even still, with Legacy's initial advantage, things have come together well enough for Imperial to threaten this opening map, take their opponent's map pick away. And you said earlier, the prospects of doing that heading into Mirage may well be juicy for them. Last Mirage meeting was very, very fruitful for Imperial. Inferno could be just as so. Second half is live.
Legacy have got Demal on a Mac 10, so they're trying to bring some pace in towards Banana, but and even this feels like some of the old Taco kind of calls where you'd see P90s and weapons like that.
HG's on Lux, and Demal moves up. Forward in, kills easy for Skulls. Flashbangs against the T side line as Nissim and Vinny go blow for blow. Vinny's going to get overwhelmed soon enough though. Legacy are on the bomb site, 3v3.
Rotator's coming in quickly from spawn, and No Way was just hanging around in case there was a deep lurk. And we know that everyone is in from the bomb site directly. Now the issue that the T's might have is a lucky util on the post. They can re-smoke off CT, but there's no way that they can block the rotation coming through from Coffin.
Aggressive Imperial, Orpa Lato with a kill. 2 players in a coffin zone, smoke on the defuse. Bullets fly all over the place. Knives are pulled out. Cello doesn't hold on. And Legacy have evened up the board.
Whoa, just about. So we see the T smoking off coffins rather than spawn, and then he's just trying to set up the util, isn't he? He's trying to get forward with the incendiary out towards dark, and he gets caught on the timing when he swings out in the open. Good entries. There it is from Lato. How close was this towards a defuse? Wasn't that close in the end.
The Imperial take their overtime tactical pause. As Legacy have finally started to look threatening in some capacity. They have finally turned up a couple of good rounds. Imperial's comebacks could still come up fruitless. They could still lose this game at 14 apiece. Need to find a response.
14-14. You feel that one clutch, one multi-frag is just going to make the difference on who closes out here. Legacy with the top bracket smoke to start off the rounds, and no funny shenanigans with a Mac 10 again. A lot of HE usage out here towards the logs. Demal's down to 72 because of his aggressive approach.
Just utility damage attempted to trade back from Legacy, but nothing is seen. Kill from Cello is seen. Lato first to fall out of the brackets. Flashbangs in, try. Evade it as his Orp plays Overwatch from the balcony. No Way going to try and watch out from the long access, and he's good. Try got a jumping shot, I believe, with the big green. Lux and Demal try to get those trades together, and they are successful. But a 3-on-2 still favors the CT forces. They drop that bomb. They can make it one. Demal's in an impossible clutch. Try his best to isolate the fights, but Molotov's in his way. Swing back from Skulls does get taken. That's one. The approach from short, not as viable an option. The approach from long Imperial can adjust against that. Demal, he's moving. So are the CT side here.
The two best players that you want in a clutch, though, for Imperial in a 2vx, don't you? You want your two vets. You want your two guys that aren't going to struggle under the pressure. Demal is waiting for the CTs to make the move, though. He can get back towards the bomb, but this is just timing from both respected sides.
Yeah, the footsteps. And then they reveal themselves. Demal, not sure of the second player, though. Back to way towards long. Cannot escape the ire of Cello, who now puts Imperial on that point.
And very rarely do you see the AWP jumping getting a kill. Sometimes you might get it with the odd AK. It looked like he was just jumping up on the balcony. Hello, though, just about getting that finishing blow. And, well, if you're Legacy, I don't even know what you would be saying to your teammates after losing a 12-4. How do you reflect on that going into map 2 of the series if you don't take the your map pick?
Especially because by the end of some of those rounds, they weren't even looking close. Imperial began steamrolling, especially on that T side. 8 in a row, and this CT line is now just the closing element. 16-14 calling Legacy. One chance to deny it, another overtime if they can do so.
Legacy are desperate for an opening amount of advantage in a round like this. Now, we saw in the last round the AWP was playing out towards the apartments. We've got Try a bit more aggressive on the short side, but not going out towards B as an example. Both of the B defenders very about passive. And for Skulls, I mean, he's looked very average. I don't see a single impactful round from him, or at least from memory. And as the B-side anchor and the newer player in the team, you'd almost want to show up. And this might be one of the very few rounds where he's got the opportunity to do so.
Push forward from Cello. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Two lined up. That might already be it. Legacy trying to scramble to get back into the bomb site. At least Lux's. They're going back out towards mid, however, trying to find other elements that might have pushed. And instead, Imperial just hunker down. 30 seconds remaining. Lux burning in a Molotov. I think maybe of his own making, or either way, he's left him at 19 HP. Vinny, back sight. Spotting a player over the shy. Skulls catches Demal, and it's a quick tap and burst for Imperial to complete the comeback. What a return that is. From 4-12 to 16-14, they will take Inferno.
Madness, absolute madness. I cannot believe we've seen that come through. A great outcome for Imperial to never give in, to constantly be on the recovery round by round. But you're right, towards the end of regulation, it looked comfortable, and this is a real worrying sign for Legacy moving into map 2 now.
Indeed it is, and that was your own map pick, right? To have it solidified, have a 12-4 advantage. You should be closing that every single time, no matter what you want to give to players over in the Imperial side. That is a buffer that you cannot choke, and they choked it, unfortunately, for them into OT, into a loss. And now Imperial look like they may well put one more notch in the bedpost in terms of this rivalry. Back to the desk with Sam and the boys.
Dweck and Jay said it so many times. I'm going to say it again. 12-4. 12-4. How? How do you lose that? How does that go so incredibly wrong, Trav?
The most crazy thing about it is it's like totally against the run of play in every single matchup I think they've played. We know how much they played each other in these regional qualifiers, even at the major. That's, to my knowledge, that's never happened before. I've not seen Legacy collapse like that. And there were small signs of it as well. Even when it was still in regulation, when the comeback was Imperial starting to build this comeback, there was one round where they were boosting quad on B. And it was like a 4v3 on a slightly lower investment round, and then they both had to drop off the boost on quad, obviously, because they knew they were there. But they didn't swing left and right. They swung together. It was an easy lineup. Miscommunication of which player was going to go first. Maybe the low HP player should have gone first. And it seemed to spiral from there. And it's so weird as well, because I was ready to like build up the narrative of, oh my goodness, no way, it's hard carrying all alone. Descentia used to be brilliant on this map for Imperial. They got rid of him, and Cello's performing so poorly at the moment. But as it is, it's totally flipped the other way.
you ask the question how, and I say no way. And I'm not saying no way as in no chance. No way is the answer. He is the truth. He is inevitable. What an incredible map coming through from him. He wasn't only the guy who kickstarted the comeback, he was also the one who almost got them the 4 rounds in the first place. He was the only one who was doing any heavy lifting initially, and then the rest of the team slowly started to come online. But it also has to go down to Vinny. I mean, his experience there to keep everybody focused on what matters round by round, step by step, and not just kind of count themselves out of it because they were so far behind the game. I distinctly remember when they hit 12-4, the call from Imperial was just to play on the front foot, run at Legacy, which for me, I was like, this team looks like they're still full of confidence. They don't look defeated. They don't look deflated. They were clearly still backing themselves. And that really caught my attention, that they still had that sort of impetus about them and that confidence despite being down 12-4. And I've got to give credit to Vinny for that.
So now let's just go back, way back, if you can take your mind there,
Yeah.
to the first half of this map where it actually looked like Legacy was going to run away with it, Hayes. Let's take away a few
Yeah.
positives from that Legacy playbook on the T side. What did you like about what they were doing?
I thought they were so proficient and efficient at the way that they were taking space on the T side, because normally teams, you go through 3 different stages in the round. First stage is getting your control, initially your early stage control. Second is getting yourself set up for the execute, and the third is the actual execute itself. The way that they transitioned through those stages was seamless. The way that they would take top mid control and then immediately move into that brackets control and then crunch into the bomb site. They didn't give their opponents Imperial any time to try and react and figure out what's going on, try get ahead of it with the rotation as well. Because it was so quick fire from Legacy on the front foot with the way that they were going through the motions and the gears, they were just all over Imperial. They were completely bullying them, having free reign. Whatever they wanted to do, they were able to.
Trav, anything to add to that from what you were able to see in that first half?
It kind of makes it all the more shocking that that's the accurate description of Legacy's sort of start, that they actually ended up losing that game. I mean, it's kind of unbelievable. I think Legacy showed everything. Here's this boost thing, right, just on the little highlights that I was kind of touching on as well, which kind of showed me that the communication was a little bit off. But yeah, I think that's the thing that worries me, because it's like, where did they go? They sort of fell back a little bit, started playing a bit more defensive. It was a bit more nervy. You can understand why when you're getting sort of comebacks on that much. But yeah, I think it's a shock, because their individuals are looking fine. Demau is having the game we all know he can have and should have. We picked him out, of course, beforehand. But no way was there to sort of match him, right? I think that we just saw it on the replay there, by the way. That one round where I kind of mentioned it to Matt when we were watching it in the moment in our little voice chat, right? Like, they had a great setup. One corner of Fountain, Legacy, one back pillar directly behind him. No way saunters in, surely going to get taken down first in. He just spray transfers both of them. Like, literally, he was unbelievable. And as I kind of touched on before, without his partner in crime, Desenchi, when they bossed this map, that is a really good sign that he's still able to do that, even if he doesn't have the full support throughout the whole game of the likes of Cello or Skulls or even Vinny.
Now, obviously, we've seen the superstar that was No Way and what a great round he had. We've spoken a little bit about what Legacy was doing right. We've spoken a lot about what Imperial's doing right. I mean, Hayes, I have to pose this question now. What went wrong for Legacy?
Honestly, it felt like, and this is never a way that anybody's ever described Legacy, their play style, the way they approach the game. It felt like they went into a shell. They were just doing their normal 3-2 setups, 3 players on A, 2 on B. There was one round at 12-5 they took deep banana control, and that was the only time Legacy looked to take deep banana throughout the rest of that CT side. As far as I could tell, it looked like they were playing not to lose. They were just trying to play super conservatively and safe, not give away opening kills, just thinking, all right, well, one of these rounds will be able to find the kills necessary when we set up on the bomb site. But that gave up so much space and room for Imperial to just scale forward, get themselves set up for the execute without any disruptions, and then they were just all over Legacy like a rash. So I think Legacy just went into a shell. I think they got too conservative. I don't want to use the word scared, because obviously it's probably too strong of a word, maybe not accurate, but honestly, it felt like they were just playing far too safe and not really backing themselves. And when you have a team that have got players like Dumao, like Lato, who really undelivered, in particular Lato, you want to let them off the leash and say, let's just run at them at this point. There weren't any rounds where they looked to try and go deep down middle, rounds where they try to fight apartments or get someone pushing through CT apps into T apps to get a big flank going. It was just a standard setup every round. They got exec'd on. They didn't have infos. They couldn't cheat any extra players across to try and get ahead of the executes either. And Imperial just had free reign.
Yeah, and the thing that's wild as well, right, is that the insanely good flash timings that Imperial had on round 24, I think I pointed it out, right? Like, that was... It wasn't like Imperial's recovery from 4-12 was like a shock or like a... Well, it is a shock, but it wasn't like it was explosive. It felt like a slow, gradual, like, wave of rounds. And when they did finish it and got those incredibly good flashes on round 24, they had the round in overtime where it looked like they were so cool, calm and collected. It's like, okay, we've got a freebie here, boys. We've come back all this way. We should never be in this position. We should be in map 2 already. Let's just play our game, play it as we know we can. Don't put too much pressure on ourselves. And the great example is how Cello and Vinny played that 2v1 versus Dumao. As soon as they knew it was Dumao left and he got one kill toward long, Cello and Vinny, never left each other's side. They just played it smoothly around the A-bomb site, walked together round from long arch side all the way through towards short side. Dumao had a glimmer of hope to wrap the wrap by going back toward long and maybe even going through arch to B. But they stuck together the whole way, and they, as I think Dweg mentioned, those are the two players with all the experience, and they knew exactly what to do in a really pressure environment.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Imperial has just beaten Legacy on Legacy's map pick. And not only did they beat Legacy, they came back when the scoreline was 12-4. And the reason I'm highlighting that is because we now move over to Imperial's map pick, which is Mirage. But Legacy not only has to play on their map pick, but there is also a mental barrier that could exist here, Trav, where Legacy's just taken such a hard loss. The reset now that has to happen between maps, that can be very difficult, right? My question to you, though, is how good is Legacy's Mirage in the sense that that mental roadblock, if you like, is not going to cause too much of a problem for them?
Now I'm worried about it, like genuinely,
Fair.
because of what's gone here. They have a decent Mirage. It's okay. They've played Imperial on it previously. They've gotten one 13-11 win and one pretty rough 13-3 loss. I believe that was in the series they ended up winning in the end. And they played against Fnatic in Blast Bounty. They won that. And, of course, played the second Bounty match against Vitality. Then played Blast London. I worry that the combination of what's just happened to them, knowing how confident they would have felt beforehand and at 12-4, and the fact they've played a couple of recent Mirages, which they probably would look at and say, okay, Fury are an incredibly tough opponent, but we underperformed. We lost 13-5. FlyQuest... That's a team on our level, which we should be probably beating, honestly. We lost that entire series. We lost that Mirage 13-8. We've just had this happen to us, and we haven't found a good win on Mirage lately. So
yeah,
I'm more worried now than I would have been at any point before this game got underway.
My concern is that they've gone from the super high highs of being up 12-4 and maybe even thinking they're one map away from LAN qualification to then losing that very same map in overtime. What has that done to their mental state, and are they able to reset between maps? Because even if they had lost Inferno, but let's say been a back and forth game and they'd lost it in overtime and hadn't lost 12 out of 14 rounds at the end of the map, then I would even still say, okay, not the end of the world for Legacy. Their mental state isn't going to be in the bin, and Mirage is a good map for them. It's a map that certainly suits their strengths. Got great Mirage players across the board, and I'd think even if they lost Inferno, good chance of leveling it up. Now I'm not so sure about that. I mean, they weren't able to figure out a solution on the fly for Inferno, so you got to imagine that they're feeling super rough right now. And let's think about their IGL here, guys. It's Lux. I'm pretty sure this is his first gig as an IGL. He certainly wasn't IGLing in Pain, the team he was in for a year and a half, and I don't think he was doing it before that in his career either. So now you've got an inexperienced IGL in this really rough position where LAN qualification's on the line. You've just lost this insane comeback. Who's going to be the one to rally the troops right now?
That's a fair question. It's one we're going to be asking. Another question that I think we can ask is how the two AWPers are going to fare against each other here on the Mirage map. We didn't see a lot of them, I would argue, Trav, in that first game. I think that the star roles were falling somewhere else. How do you think it plays out with these two?
Obviously, Inferno is not really an AWP's map, nor really is Mirage, but it has a lot more impact. You know, you usually describe Overpass and D2 and maps like that as an AWP's map, right? I think it's going to be really imperative here, though, because Try wasn't the main man in that previous game for Imperial. Every single game that I've looked at and watched myself of Imperial, he's had at least one map in a series where he takes control. And I really do think against Sadzin, mentioned it before, not a 0.85 rated AWPer on Mirage. He's better than that. He's very good in the clutch, even in the first opening rounds of this game, right? They had of the Inferno game, he had a really important round on the rifle to clutch it over toward the A-bomb site with 2 headshots on low HP. He's a pretty good rifler as well, but I do think that there is a diff here that Try can exploit, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can prove me right, because so far, Try always has.
I'm just looking at this and thinking, well, who's going to join Dumal? Who's going to join No Way? Because at the moment, both those 2 players are online, but they're effectively, or essentially, the only 2 players who are online right now on either end of the server. So if Try can kind of bolster that and join up alongside No Way, or Sadzin could do that there for Dumal, that might be the difference maker.
Okay, boys, so this is where we're sitting. We have had quite an eventful first map, I would say, which has made us all a little bit concerned if you're a Legacy fan. On the other side, you've got Imperial, who, as Vinny said yesterday, they have put so much prep into this competition. They're looking well on their way to making that trip to Malta. And now both of these teams have to face off. One map separates Imperial from Malta. How are we feeling? Are we apprehensive? Because that is the vibe I was getting from both of you during that conversation. Slightly apprehensive as to whether or not Legacy can pull it back, Trav.
I think it's obviously incredibly important for them. I do think that both of them in their own minds, like, there is one thing I don't think either of them have to truly worry about. Imperial definitely need to worry about it more than Legacy. I think they're both probably still a lock for the major, whatever happens in this qualifying, whatever happens in that regional LAN that Imperial are going to be playing in Rio de Janeiro. I think they're going to be okay. There is a difference in stage, right? Like, if Legacy lose here, don't make the LAN, don't get the points at some of the upcoming tournaments, and of course this one as well, they won't be in straight away in stage 2. They'll have to play stage 1. So these little small factors, it's not just, as we kind of been talking about throughout the calendar year, with the lack of RMRs, all these tournaments, all these qualifiers are all mini major qualifiers, right? So, yeah, I think they're both not going to have that too horribly in the back of their mind, but it's still incredibly imperative for both of them, especially with what's on the line at such an important LAN with great teams that are invited as well, remember.
I'm very concerned for Legacy going into this next map, and it's also because, for me, when Imperial forced the game into overtime, I noticed that on the player cams, they weren't popping off and jumping around and celebrating like crazy. Vinny had a big smile on his face, but for everybody else, it was like, yep, here we are, we're in overtime, we knew we were capable of this, and that's kind of scary. Like, if I'm playing against that team and they aren't, like, it's not a super big surprise to them that they forced it into OT, there's a degree of expectation, especially once they got closer to the finish line, of course. I think that Imperial seems super locked in right now. They've proven to us that even when things haven't gone their way, they're still able to get things back on track while the map is still being played. Now it's on Legacy to prove they can do the same.
I do love the speculation. Now let's find out what will come to fruition. We are getting ready for our third game. You're watching the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifier. 1 spot remaining for the LAN final in Malta. Let's find out who's going to take it.
going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Things came undone for Legacy, and now their legacy may well be that of disappointment here in the Thunderpick World Championship. Their opponents of Imperial are one map away from qualifying for the LAN finals, and they're on their map pick and Mirage to do it. Dwayne, can they get the job done?
I think they can. 2-0 looks likely, and for Vinny, it all starts with the pistol. You've got Molly out there to the top of stairs, the jungle cross with the smoke. They've got to deal with Lato out from the sandwich, though.
Try and no way draw out first blood. Luck's going to get the trade back for the Legacy side, but advantage sits with Imperial. Cello now in from mid is going to start his flank, and Nissim has no idea of the danger that lurks, which Cello will capitalize upon. Dead before he even realizes. A double up on Lux and all. And the confidence is brimming from Legacy, from Imperial, rather, I should say, who will look to take the pistol.
Great lurking in from Cello, but also very good entries. Now, that Molly, even though it was out there towards the stairs, a bit of it landed on the sandwich bottom. So it forced that first individual out into the open, and it made the opening kill quite easy. Now, the B-side anchor has got nothing in this one. And Imperial will get started with a pistol victory. Right way to start, Mirage.
Nicely kept together. And away into this matchup we go. Away into this 2-0 we go. Things are looking positive for the early starts of Imperial, who will be licking their lips at the nature of how things have looked for them. They know that this must be their best chance to make qualification happen.
For Legacy, you hope that it gets to a decider just off of the basis that National Derby deserves 3 maps, right? You deserve that competitive edge between the two. But for Imperial, they've got a very unique circumstance in front of them. Lack of SMGs going into the second round break. You've only got 1 Mac-10 in from Cello, rifles up for everybody else. A jump spot out here to the apartments, but 2 on the sightline from the CTs.
Scout and Deagle. Deagle positioned. Standing by up on the balcony. Sads in. We'll just jump face for information. Eventually we'll be able to provide some scope support, but really Imperial have the weapon advantage here, splitting their way into that B-bomb site with 2 men up on shore. Try and deal with the Geordies at Jamal. They'll be successful. Vinny takes the damage. The Deagle of Nissim just about gets away with that kill. The Skulls and Vinny hold their nerve, hold their trades. The Scout overwhelmed, and the round is done.
Nissim struggles to get that first. I think when you're out there on the balcony with a Deagle, you probably need to be quite clean with that first kill to transition to a second player and try multi-frag. Now, funny enough, Nissim and Imperial's analyst, ZQKS, were teammates from January to April in 2023 under the Flamingo organization. It would be a great way to get a one-up if you're now gone from an active pro to moving into an analyst, and you've been doing the prep right against your old teammate. You've been doing the prep for Legacy to try and get that edge, because for Imperial, it's got to hurt. You know that you're a fairly consistent team locally. You know that you've been getting opportunities at the Tier 1 level recently, but yet Legacy have always had your number in these qualification games, and enough's enough. This is the time now to step in and put a 2-0 up on the board.
It was 2-0 for Legacy in that last head-to-head, so it feels only appropriate that Imperial will balance the books here. Even though these last 2 best-of-3s in their head-to-head rivalry have gone the way of Legacy in general across the extended history of all their head-to-heads going back to October of last year, Imperial have more series under their belt, so history has favored them. And it seems like the present's favoring them as well. Thunderpick odds have them as the favorites. Legacy, those pistols only for the second or third round. Break didn't go well with the force bite. At least Lato does strike well on Cello, so it's a little bit of a surprising kill against him, but everybody else is all good.
Imperial have been, I would say, quite unique with some of their coaching staff opportunities recently. So Hiskey was the head coach for Imperial Female. He then got transferred over to being an analyst here for Imperial. And then Bubble, an ex-Bulgarian pro, he then started coaching the ladies, and now he's been transferred over towards Imperial's new academy system. So they've obviously got a way of looking at the coaching staff that have been involved in the organization, looking at the different projects, whether it be the female team, whether it be their new academy or the main roster here in Brazil, just work out exactly who needs to be where and what's going to suffice the best for results and overall progression.
Right now, Zach is the man that's in charge of the main squad, and well, clearly his efforts have had impact. Imperial 3-0 start. Legacy have their weapon sets with AWP for Sadzin. The M4s on everybody else. The damage done to Cello at least has started things off early in mid. He's on half HP. Imperial happy to play this slow and careful, considerate. That bomb is also up in mid. The majority of players out there. 2 out towards ramp, indicating that this probably looks to be an end A. See whether the bomb's going to commit there.
Good win rates from both of these teams when it comes to Mirage last 3 months. 6 wins and 4 losses for Legacy and 7 wins and 4 losses for Imperial. Only twice, though, that Skulls has played it. Hello, scaling up with the top con smoke means that he can get into ladder. Difficult when you're on low HP, so Demal's going to get an easy kill.
Man down, starting advantage for Legacy here. The AWP ready to extend that advantage. Mollies go out, flashes go over, smokes are inbound. The shot does indeed miss. Skulls taking damage. Try receives a secondary shot of the AWP. Lux joined by a teammate here in Connector. Oh, flashbang timing is perfect against No Way, but still he finds Lux before going down. Demal trying to hold the trade, but he doesn't last long. Lato will double up on Vinny and Co, and that will maintain the first of the CT side.
It's never easy when you've lost your short player that's just trying to create a little bit of space, try and pull some over rotates, and then even though you flash the AWP off the angle, he's still got to pick. Sadzin does a good job of being baited for the first one, but then connecting onto the second. And then even out there towards top stairs and jungle, it's not a passive approach from Legacy. They're not giving respect to the plant. The first round gets gained, CT side. See if Imperial can bounce back quickly, though.
So good still for Imperial. Legacy, of course, closed that gap early. Fast up from Vinny, takes down Lux. Secondary player in the ladder room, goes completely unchecked. Could be a chance for Demal to strike. The ladder's been picked up. 2 seen, only 1 falls. The bomb should get recovered and committed. 2 players in the back of the B-bomb site. Missing Sadzin defend them all off, and this is not going far at all. Sadzin can't even cut them off from the cross. He'll miss a first shot. And the bomb will cross successfully, planted, secured. And he is out of there to save his weapon because there is nothing left in this round for Legacy.
Just beaten by pace, completely out there on B. And fair play to the likes of Skulls, because Demal had a timing in which you probably saw a vision of the bomb being dropped and a multi-frag coming in, but Skulls make sure that that gets completely disallowed. There's no multi-frag coming in. And this is another round to add towards Imperial's quick at HR. Now, for both of these teams, they came in different pathways. You've got Legacy that won, what was it, the Thunderpick World Championship in North America. Didn't even drop a single map, even when they got into the playoffs. Getting info, which is Marky and Co, Wildcard and NRG, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Whereas for Imperial, we did see them at the main event last year. Thunderpick World Championship 2024, that was with Vinny, No Way, Try, Phelps, and Decenti. They got all the way to the play-ins. They lost to NIP in the group, beat Legacy in the elimination, and 2-0'd NIP, but then lost to the Mongols. And that's the same game that we were talking about between OG and Big.
Legacy going to charge their way into the defensive line where Imperial... Oh, look at No Way. What a shot that is. Didn't know where Lux was, took his head clean off. And the defensive line again going in to grab a kill on Skulls, grab an AK for this eco round. Mostly all that they can get away with. To prod towards the AWP. Doesn't go whole hog with it. So he'll get away alive, as will 4 members of the Imperial camp. 5 on their board now. Legacy, once again, the early game not favouring them. It feels like the opposition has just converted their momentum from the last map into the second with particular ease.
Even if your legacy, I know that you feel like you've had the one up by winning the most recent best of threes versus Imperial, but considering that they got knocked out in last place of the Thunderpick World Championship last year by Imperial, and now you are looking like you're going to get eliminated again, but this time not even in the main event, that's got to hurt. That's got to be really tough. This is a good-looking scoreline for Imperial at the moment.
Indeed it is. Lower stars, the defaults this time for the Imperial side. No major pushes into mid. Warming up with underpass control. That may well still find a split into the A bomb site. 3 men to defend it. 1 centralized, 1 back at CT. Sadzin's had not the best of sequences. 1 pick on the A defense. That's the only pick he's found in the game so far. Nissim caught by Cello. Mid presence now revealed. Bomb can start to walk out of the ramp. Cello gets a double as Lux could not find that trade. Vinny now on connector. And this for Mars. Surely it should not be going much further here. Now been seen. Flanked. Caught. Skulls credited with the kill. Sadzin can take him back, but Tamal's fallen in his place. And Sadzin's running to save his weapon once again. Imperial gonna hunt him down. Look for a sick flip to take all elements out of play. The flank from Cello is inbound. Sadzin has no idea about it. He does check for it in the end, the count for the man, but many more to deal with.
Been a couple of moments across this best of 3 where you have really seen the tier 1 experience that Cello brings. You can say what you want about some of the sharpness, but some of the individual moves, they look rock solid. Look at this gun round, okay? And we can back that up with what he did in the pistol. The pistol, he was what? Late lurk, coming underpass, cut the 2 rotations out there in con. He comes into round number 7, gets himself a pretty good duel in an underpass, and then he's anticipating the next fight. He's getting ready for that refrag, and he just backs himself up enough that when the CT has to jump on the lip, it makes it an easier fight for him. And those 2 kills, it ends the round instantly.
Nothing can be done after that. Legacy struggling to get started here. There was a nice impressive exit orb sequence from Sadzin. I'd love to see some more of that during the actual round offensives though, because they need an impact player on Legacy pretty badly. Someone, anyone, to turn this situation around, because they were favourites coming into this series. I think everyone had them down as such. Maybe you could throw some Brazilian derby shenanigans into the mix. The team that was eliminated during stage 1 of the major about to eliminate a squad that damn near took themselves to the playoffs of the major.
I think all that can be said is that it's a shame that you're getting a national derby in what is a mainly European tournament. Like, out of all the ways that the seeding could have gone, and the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, that's what every non-region team wants. And it happens very frequently at the tier 1 level, just because you're poor seeds, that you all play one another. It's like, no, we want to play the European teams, we want to play the CIS squads, we want to try and get ourselves ready for other levels of competition, rather than playing each other for now the 7th best of 3 in 2025.
I think all of us would have also looked at the bracket and said that maybe TNL should have been here, considering their rise to prominence and how well that they've done recently.
Yeah, well, I would have pinned TNL to win that series. For them to get 2-0'd and not even take double digits on map 1 or on map 2, that was a surprise to me.
Had an impressive run from Venom taking down NIP and Amiga, and I guess you could also say that this run from Imperial could also be classed within that impressive bracket, right? Taking down TNL, and now the regional rivals, we've had the best of them in the last 2 meetings. Imperial lead by a margin of 5 rounds, 6 minimum on the board. 1 more round to win the half, and Legacy would have shown us nothing as of right now. Utility down, smokes to connect jungle stairs and CT. They are out and about of ramp. Lato on site. One man, I believe back at Dark, actually found underneath it. Damao will strike first. Lato will get a trade back. Damao is extremely low HP. 5-on-3 established, and Lato can double up. All important. Even the transfer to the triple looks stunning from him. And finally, there's the impact man and legacy we're looking for. All 5 will maintain their lives, and they'll find their second.
Just have a moment for Imperial where they're going into a set execute, but no one is opening up the bomb site. It's a very tucked CT line. You've got, what, an off angle just on the left-hand side, a bit deep back from the default, and then another player from underbound. But even when contact is established, both Lato and Damao, they're not really over-swinging. They're not giving easy fights away. And for Skulls, he's done everything right there to swing on the contact out from Palace. He's just been owned. That's an incredible individual sequence from Lato.
Quick out from Damao, trying to get involved in mid. Imperial actually have Sads in to find the opening. Vinny can trade it quickly, so it's not an advantage that lasts. They back off for it. That bomb sent back towards Vinny. They try up in mid to maintain the orb's position. Meanwhile, Skulls has walked down the A bomb site. No one's accounted for this. Lato goes down, but Lux trades in.
The serious walk coming through, and Skulls knows that he's out there towards back triple just because of the util. Damao repositioning, back and forth trades. You've got another walk from underpass and Vinny with the bomb. This is now an odd timing for both teams because it's a question mark on exactly where the bomb's going to lean.
East Imperial have the information on Legacy's players. One on short, one on site. No way, I think just got spotted. He's not even going to account for Nissim still being pushed up here. Nissim completely whiffs his chance though. Half HP, the AK gets the kill. Oh, that's a massive whiff. Legacy, that's the last thing you need right now. Lux, 1v2, found 2 kills in the game, and we'll get no more in this round. That is the worst follow-up you could find on that following round. And Vinny's laughing about it. He knows how hard they've just been done.
Yeah, that looks like a face at level 3 player right there. That is a shocker. And I look at that sequence and say, you probably just deserve to lose now. I mean, you're 2-6. You're desperate to try and get momentum. You're desperate to try and get a few rounds in a row. And that happens. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's going to get in his head now. That's a big whiff. That's the biggest whiff I've seen in the whole close qualifier.
And we've seen a few. Trust us, we have seen a few. And Damao connects the double orb, set up onto No Way to start off for Legacy once again. Trying not to let that whiff get in their heads. Nissim especially. Caught by Cello, adjustment to the head is perfect. The 4-on-4 early AWP, close quarters. Vinny catches Sads in before he can pull the trigger. Lux and Lato get training. Damao also chimes in. So Skulls is left in a 1-on-3 this time in a blink of an eye. I guess he start winning some individual fights. They just have one more to gain.
Well, Lato's dangerous. After seeing that defensive down on A and then seeing him on that round, he's the reason that it gets won. Because Vinny's basically running up con. He's working jungle. If he gets that kill against the A site anchor, the round's finished. The bomb just rotates in. But instead, Damao puts up the advantage, holds down the defense. Good opening from Damao out with the AWP. I mean, you don't often see double AWPings, but then I guess at the same time, when you're down 2-7, you need things to go your way.
Well, much better recovery from Legacy in that one. Tactical pause pulled in by Imperial as a result. Finally faced some good resistance from the Legacy camp. They can follow it back with something a bit more similar to that previous round. And that certainly would be nice. And they are buying heavy, but not a lot of cash in reserve. Double eco status. Tech-9s and Eagles means that they're probably going to look to win this round if they want a decent buy for the last half.
Imperial can still threaten a lot with an opening pick in a round like this. Think about the pace. Maybe a dive up towards connector. They are split at the moment, but it should be an A split.
Lux is trying to find angles of attack, known towards that smoke. That's trying to spray on the first. Cello point blank has spammed down Lux to get a 4 versus 4. Oh, I think he landed a jump peek tap on Lato's head as well. That advantage not extended. Damao brings it back to the favor of Legacy by a margin of 6 points of health. Sadin also taps up No Way with the AWP. And Skulls grabbing the bomb. Hearing players close. Kill doesn't get found on Damao. Nissim trades him back too quickly. The round will go the way of Legacy. Imperial will force one more time to close the half.
Just felt that Imperial were a little bit tunnel visioned after getting that double entry. No one holding out for short at all. They're trying to scale up Connector. They get a couple of kills. Cello probably should have been able to get that kill against Damao. It took a while for the M4 to transition back towards the left-hand side after getting the bench pick. And Imperial, I mean, this buy basically looks the same as the last, doesn't it? It's Tech 9s, it's armor, it's util. You're getting back-to-back rounds where you're not getting great weaponry.
Kill from Sadin starts off Vinny. Tech 9 to try and push into the bomb site. Sadin's doing well with Lato to deal with his individuals. Lux also takes his place as he gets traded and as the quickest enter around we've seen Legacy take so far in the series. 7-5 at the turn. Still favourable to Imperial, but that is hopefully a positive sign for the favourites in the best of 3.
A bit disappointing from Vinny and Co. You're up 7-2. You've got your opponents on the ropes. They're not feeling all that confident out in the second map of Barrage. They're struggling to even get consistent buys together. And then you've given them a little bit of freedom towards the end there. They get a few rounds in a row, give themselves a bit of a case to really fight in this second map. Hope to see if they can drag it out towards the third now.
Have a bit of groundwork to work with for Legacy. Foundations of a potential return. But it will not be easy. And that much has been made abundantly clear. Two rounds to the good, and the scoreline has looked a little bit better from Imperial so far. Legacy into the T-side pistol with their Glocks pulled out. Utility, Sads into Damao, and Lux ready for the B hit.
A lot of players on B, and Cello is tucked out here to jail.
Ashes forward, Damao turned away. Vinny and Cello, easy pickings from sight, from jail. I don't even know if they're aware of the jail angle. Either way, Vinny and Nowhere sponging the damage. Cello going to back away towards the bench. Eventually, we're going to get back towards the back of the bomb site. Sads in with the kill. Cello peeks back for another one, and Vinny follows it up on Sads in. Lato's alone, surrounded, and dealt with. Another pistol win, another round win for Imperial.
And that hurts if you're Lux, because you're going in for a quicker B play. You've got quite a lot of util behind you. And firstly, you're running into a stack. There's 3 players there. And secondly, you are just getting owned on the opening kills, aren't you? Both Vinny and Cello on first contact just get everything. Sadzin tries absolutely that sort of wide angle, getting them on the backside, but he just can't multi-frag up. And for Legacy, not even looking to force buy. He didn't make it expensive, didn't get a plant. It will be an easy night for Imperial.
Currently the odds favourites at Thunderpick. As you would expect, given the circumstances. You've got your opponent's map pick, you're leading on your own. You're facing an eco from Legacy that will leave you up a margin of 4 rounds and leaning in the CT side ever closer to your own map win.
And it'll be...
Go on.
No, I was just going to say, it'd be nice to see Imperial back at a Tier 1 LAN, because they've not had that many opportunities this year. They played at what? Blast Open Spring towards the start of the year. They played in the Fire League Buenos Aires event, but even that was only in Argentina. And then the last one is the Austin Major. And I'm sure that if you're Vinny, you're not satisfied with making the Major, because, yeah, it's great to get your stickers there, and it's great to have the organization be represented, but one win? Nah, that's not good enough. We know that we can provide a lot more. And I think they would be able to show something like that at Thunderpick.
To prove it to themselves as well as to everybody else. As you are right, opportunities come few and far between for the lesser level teams.
And also to prove that the roster changes have been an upgrade. That the likes of Jesus and Decenti coming out and bringing in two veteran players like Skulls and of Cello that have both previously played at a tier 1 level, that it's going to help us. It's going to push that progression forward.
And for fight, Cello Sadzin goes down, Norway and Cello continue to pick them up. Imperial steamrolling. Legacy a bit overly hungry from Norway, but Skulls is still there to trade back to Mao, and Nissim alone at the apartments. Vinny's going to run right past him, actually. Not like it matters too much. The round is already secured by Imperial. They have the bomb up top mid. And Nissim, how do you play from this position?
Well, you've got to hope that with trigger discipline you can get two. But that's hoping. As soon as you get spotted, there's not much you're going to be able to achieve. And for Skulls, it's only a matter of time until he spots him towards short, so there's not going to be any trigger discipline to get 2 kills.
Seen, tapped, easy. Imperial on the run up to the end of the closed qualifier. Their map in the series, their domain to rule. 10-5 on the board. 3 rounds to go before they will secure their 2-0 and secure themselves their spots at LAN. Legacy, another tactical, because they are almost completely out of chances to maintain this win, to push us to a 3rd map. They have fought valiantly across their tournaments in general, and again, we had them pinned as the team that should have won this series, but it is looking ever more like they will not be going to the finals.
You can give a lot of praise to the coaching staff. Zach, who's been around the scene for a very long time, coached Immortals, Luminosity, ZQKS and Hisky. I mean, both of them ex-pros. You've got ZQKS that's got nearly 1,000 maps played on HLTV. Even Hisky played on Woolsung, a fairly decent level in Tier 2 in Europe. They've done everything they can to get this team prepared for this best of 3. They know that it's a tough domestic matchup where we've struggled in the previous head-to-heads. But the way that they've done it, from a 4-12 deficit to now performing like this on Mirage, they deserve the qualification. They deserve the spot at LAN.
Indeed they do. Hero weapons, one stolen off Norway and his death. Giving Sads in an M4 to play with. His AK still available for the CT side though. Legacy trying to pick their moments wisely. Slowly rotate back into his B play, it looks like. Only Vinny to defend, centralize. They're starting to extend up short, so I'm not going to get much rotations in quickly. If they can go 1-for-1 for A, they can probably get a bomb down here. They're making noise though. According for backup, they don't check out the van. Vinny gets 2. Sads in trades. Bomb plant can indeed be secured, but everything else is the concern for the T side.
Goals of the Molly is going to make it uncomfortable for the planter. Force him out in the open. Damao just swings, but instantly hits to the headshot against Skulls.
Okay, that provides some potential. He's burning down Molotov though, so he's low HP and dead to Cello. Shoots him in the back. Sads in. No Kevlar. No util. Playing hidden in this 1v2. Seen now. Forced down by Cello and Try, who will find the 11th down for Imperial now. Legacy have gained themselves a cash basis to buy back into the next, but they need an Imperial level comeback like we saw on map 1 if they want to stay alive here in the qualifier.
Well, Cello is certainly playing up to the expectation of the match. Knowing that it's an important best 3, he is outperforming a lot of his star players. Now, Cello's a bit more of a role player. Definitely looked at more as an experienced piece. He is averaging a .93 rating on Mirage since joining the team. And right now, he's top fragging, and I know that that round is only an anti-eco, but in quite a few rounds in both the first half and the second half, he has been the piece to close. He's been the piece that's adding more rounds to the tally for Imperial.
And this must be the last tactical timeout for Legacy available. You either take this and begin a comeback, or you go home. M4s and AK still available for Imperial. Legacy brought in the AWP facades in. Lack of impact with the majority of his kills coming in on exits, I believe. Picked it up a little bit to the tail end of the CT side. Not seen here on T just yet. As Legacy will lose half of the HP on their AWP, but now fast out the A-bomb site. Skulls going to get them out. And the rest of the CTs rotating in to try and take active angles of defense. They will find so much damage on return. Skulls and Lux blow for blow. Skulls caught by Nissim, who quickly turns on No Way the same. Tries close. He only finds one. Lux with the response of it's Vinny alone. 1v2. Another clutch attempt for Imperial. Bomb is on the site. Has not been planted yet. Sadzin's watching the edge of the smoke. I think he's ready for it. Indeed, he connects. And Legacy have found the lifeline.
There's going to be a lot of people that saw Skulls standing in for FaZe recently when they were playing with Simple and thinking, geez, he had a really rough tournament there, not tier 1 ready, whatever excuse you want to make. Also got to remember, this was Skulls playing on an English-speaking team of FaZe and sitting next to Simple. That's still a young rookie. I wouldn't say that Skulls is an experienced tier 1 player by any stretch, other than his short little stint that he's had on Furia recently. But he is still a class anchor at this level, still a good piece for Imperial. Out there on A, considering that he was the anchor and he was getting those flash assists, he made those 2 kills look easy on the defense.
Lato has struck down Skulls to start off the Legacy once again. And doubles up on Cello the same. So 2 great duels to go the way of the T side. Try's going to try and respond though. Close quarters in, now hears those footsteps. Molotov's coming in. Try just gets worn down with a straight up pre-fire and wrap the corner of them out. Legacy finally finding some wins here. Finally finding some rounds. Imperial have no choice but to fall back and save the M4 and the MP9. It's not great of a weapon for Vinny. And beggars can't be choosers, and right now with their economy state, they are the beggars at the moment. Gap will close to 4 rounds for Imperial's lead.
Well, it was a unique circumstance. So Lato gets a dry kill against the anchor, and then he tries to molly towards the stairs, and he misses it. The molly drops down, and it gives him the sightline through the flames to make it more difficult for Cello, who's trying to swing on bench. So in a weird way, that molly has actually helped him for the secondary frag. Imperial will hold on to 2, and Legacy, that was a good gun round from them. Nice impact.
Four rounds still to lead for Imperial, but that gap should start to close for Legacy. Wearing down the economy state of the opposition. The M4 in the hands of No Way, who sadly has dipped off compared to his performance in the last map up. He obviously was the guy that stunned everybody when he was performing on Inferno. For a period of time was the only performer for Imperial in the top of the board, and rightfully so. Now on the 8 and 10 as we approach 20th round. Imperial Eco to focus on the rifles in the next, and that's all they can really hope for now.
Really comfortable CT side we saw from Imperial versus TNL yesterday. Went up 8-4 in the first half. Didn't give the Ukrainians a look in. Very quiet on that approach. Going to get tested to close. And we're looking at how these last few days have gone down, looking at how some of the ends of maps have been. I think teams have struggled to close when they've come close to being, what, 11, 12 rounds. Feels like that final few markers, those final few attempts to get towards 13. And hey, just look at Legacy in map number 1.
.30 seconds, and Tamao has struck. Cello is fallen. No way, can't quite get the kill. Look at how close he got on Lux and Sadzin though. Vinny caught back towards mid by Lato. 6 HP for him. Sadzin on 25, Lux on 12. Player at CT spawn spotted. Try. Cannot finish the job his teammate started. Very good effort and so close to so many casualties.
I'll tell you what, that was close to a round steal. The bomb was coming A-ramp. So
Yeah.
if those 2 kills come in and then he can quickly repos in towards A main, I think that round is on. That was very nearly a 12th being stolen there from Imperial.
Not enough bite behind those eco pistols and that SMG, of course, that did a lot of damage. The M4 as well that set up those casualties in the first place. Sometimes it just doesn't quite go the way you want it to. Imperial take a tactical now because they have still got a buy available. They've still got a round that they can turn over to their map point. At what point, though, if you're Imperial, do you start worrying about the choke that Legacy gave to you and you might give it back to Legacy the same? At what point do their mental start affecting their gameplay? Mid access for Nissim. Lux right behind him. Pokes are in the way initially just for blocking of vision. There's Thorsman's flowing up towards mid. The apartments play meanwhile from Tamao. Spammed up a little bit for him and Lato will tank the damage. Vinny was flash blinded. Try caught Nissim to kick things off. No damage being done. Kill found the first, damn near the second and all. Tamao, 25 HP. 4 on 3 from Imperial here.
Excellent anchor hold there from Vinny. Gets himself basically 2 kills, 1 kill and a dink off. Now, no way and try. They're expecting a fight. They're expecting a wide swing to come towards Market.
Sadzin will just block that entrance. Watch for the window. Player about to cross. Try gets the kill. Sadzin trades it. Lux goes back to a 2v2. Looking for another Sadzin. Doubles up at that window angle. The last man of no way is solo HP. Legacy hanging in there.
And Lux somehow out there towards Electric, just not being cleared. You would have expected that in that sort of post plant, it would have been the AWPer out of anyone to hold the ground. Just because you're more back passive, you're out there towards a van. You see it again, how Damao was able to get the opening kill against Vinny. Very close to the multi. And then Sadzin just works with Lux. A little bit of a lineup for a moment, but good work from Lux indeed.
Imperial are very close to losing their lead here. They're going to have to concede the eco. Half-bought pistols, SMG in, rifles for the next, which will be their last stand to fend off Legacy. They'll take A site easily. No resistance. Maybe try for something on the retake, and that would be one hell of a steal if they can steal it. I mean, they've got to be close with less. One smoke for Skulls, maybe to get towards the bomb. Cello, no way. Skulls mowed down by Lato and Lux, so no chance left. There wasn't even one in the first place.
Right, gets one on the bomb site, but the MP9's even struggling. Just a slaughter out there towards top connector. Legacy add another one, and when I think about the long and extended streaks, we had, what, 4 in a row from Imperial to start off the second half. Now we've got a little bit of a tasty round streak here of 5 in a row. So this is the largest round streak by either team when it comes to at least Mirage.
Legacy comeback is on. Imperial, one last chance to shut it down. Orps in the try. AK of Lux is spammed up towards mid. Damage by no way is what I can assume. I don't think Cello was that far pushed up in that exchange. Incendiary's on the short, he can't stay behind the stack. He'll throw his weapon back away to somebody else, but he's probably the AWP. Imperial. No picks yet, but they started well here.
Might be a play into window. They've smoked off top con. Haven't seen a lot of window jungle activity from the T side of either the first half or even transitioning into the second. Lato, Molly out towards the balcony to drive anyone off. Vinny, more defensive, not jump spawning at Van this time. He's out towards jail. And it's a read because of the insertion close towards A main that we want 3 players around B. We're going to have Noe as the short player and then Cello as the rotate who can at least start towards market.
No way. 3 around the corner. 2 to line up. Both to go down. Third man doesn't quite suffer the same circumstance. 4 on 3. Legacy facing 2 players on the bomb site. Over at B, the Skulls offer himself out. The AWP of Try missing its shot, getting back away from the bomb site. Meanwhile, a kill from Lato getting Vinny. The HE can trade it, and Cello holds his nerve to protect the bomb, to protect the round. Not enough time for Demau to rotate up. And Imperial will push up to the finish line. 1 more to cross it.
Oh, well, there we go. That is sick coming out from Cello. That's a serious round. Because everybody else, well, they've just trolled on that round, haven't they? What a lazy rotation. That is from A towards jungle. Not even being ready for the top con swing. You can see that round turning on a dime, can't you? That round is over, and then all of a second, there's a few picks, and it looks like it's on for Legacy. The only player left on B. And it's this impact. The HE and the fight towards short. This is Cello at his very best.
Well, in the first map as well, we saw some very awkward sequences from him, some very awkward sprays, and of course some flack for it on the desk and all.
Well, nice to see him back in an Imperial jersey. There's a good reason that he's come back to the organization.
And that was it right there. The killing blow, perhaps, on Imperial. To put Legacy to bed and close out the qualifier. 2 map and match and qualification points for Imperial. The rifle buys are back in for Legacy. They have the economical advantage as well. Nothing in reserve if Imperial have to buy into round 24. So still not completely said and done just yet. Set piece set up to the A-bomb sites.
Looks like a good raid here from the CTs. No short player, 4A early round, and try defensive with the AWP.
Flash initially in Lato. What a shot that is from range. The M4 of Skulls will burn. He'll take a kill and damn near get Lato on the response, but not to be. He's on 13 HP. His teammates around him, 4 on 3. Bomb plant look to get secured. Incendiary sent towards default, and from beyond that smoke, no way with a blind spam will take Lato down. A flank is inbound. Cello's checking for it. The Orb in at close, finds his man with a no-scope. The counter backstab out towards Rampant City. Spawn has got nothing that he can do to support his teammates. It's all Vinny for Mars in hand, a 1v3. To clutch up the 13th through Imperial. He'll lean into the bomb site. Check to see 1. Shoulder bait's going to catch him off. Revealed. All 3 peek together. And Legacy continue to hang in there.
It's a nasty shot from Lato against the AWPer, but Skulls needed 2. When you're the A-site anchor and you're out there towards default, you need to buy time, you need to put up damage. And he comes close to getting this next player towards the top of Tetris. It's Lato down to 13, but it's not enough. He needed that extra kill.
Was flash blinded in an exchange, so all he could do was hope for the best. 1 extra bullet may have made the difference. Instead, Imperial broken by to try and close out this map up. Legacy looking for an overtime. 2-in-1 series, set piece again. 4 players to receive it. Lato, first man forward from Arson side, going to try and dive back to the back lines. Try gets a kill and doubles up. Is it coming undone at the last moment for Legacy's efforts? Demau trades. Lux goes back. Trying Skulls. Keep control. Demau's all that's left. A 1v3 that he just can't win. And at the very last moment, Imperial will finish the job. Take it at 13-11. 2-0 in the series. They're moving forward for the Thunderpick World Championship.
Try had just 8 kills going into that last round of regulation, but he gets a triple to close with the FAMAS. And it's back-to-back World Championships now for Imperial. We saw them last year getting a top 8, being 1 game away from qualifying for the LAN, but they do the unthinkable. They make sure they get the upset. They make sure they LAN qualification this time.
And how upsetting, how heartbreaking must this be for Legacy? You had a 12-4 on map number 1 and you couldn't close. You go into map 2, you can't close, you can't bring in the comeback, and you're done. No chance to qualify. Our 4th and final team of Imperial will round out the lineup for Legacy, man. They are going to be having a very awful night tonight. I'll say that much.
They'll be disappointed in themselves. They know, doesn't matter which opponent, right? It could even be a FaZe, it could be a Furia, it could be a FlyQuest that we've took on recently. We should still be closing 12-4s versus them, even against the Tier 1 squad. So to happen against a Tier 2 squad in a local division, yeah, you're not going to be happy with the outcome of this best of 3.
No, not at all. Walked in as the favourites in this series. Another upset to add to the day of upsets. Venom, 9Z, OG, and Imperial will qualify for the Thunderpick World Championship, and that will conclude us for the closed qualifier. All we have to do now is send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Dweg and Jay. You got an early night. You can go and watch some Counter-Strike somewhere else. But in the interim, let's talk about what just happened, because obviously Imperial qualifies for LAN. Boys, I legitimately thought OT was on the cards. Hayes, I was getting myself ready. I was like, OT's coming. Legacy brings it back. 3rd map guaranteed. Let's talk about that final round where Imperial was able to get it and claim the victory. How did they do it?
I mean, it should have been overtime. They had done all the hard work, winning all the gun rounds. They then had an anti-force buy to finish off the job, but then it looked really clean in those anti-half buy, anti-eco rounds up until that point. But man, they try to keep things super simple. Try, who hadn't really delivered much throughout the entirety of that map in the last round of regulation, is able to just stand tall and basically win that round single-handedly to get his team across the line. What an emphatic way and anticlimactic way to end the series.
Trav, what did you think about that performance from Imperial?
Honestly, I'm very happy for them because I didn't expect it. They looked better than I was expecting today, and I think it comes with multiple things. It comes with the fact that I think, as we've touched on before, which I maybe get a chance to ask him about as well, Skulls was feeling a little bit better. Vinny's in-game leading and individual level was still, I think, at a level which I was happy with over the course of the series. Try was actually a disappointment for Imperial. I thought he really bounced back after map 1, even though they won it. But yeah, I think Cello once again is the main man, and we've been banging on him a little bit, saying, look, Furia ended poorly, he's in roles he wasn't comfortable with, he was whiffing too much. There were signs of that on map 1, there were signs of that, and my point was kind of jumping up and down in terms of accuracy over the course of the series, because he's had a great map 3, and yeah, I think some of the duels that he's known for, and just street smarts in like tough brawling situations, like when he had to nade the default player on B and then win the short duel as well while that was going down. Yeah, that sort of place and situation he can deliver in, and it was critical for Imperial.
Trav, were you surprised by how close the scoreline was at the end there?
Yeah, I mean, Legacy, I think I will say 7-2 for Imperial, I believe it was at one point, right? Legacy did really well to bring that back to 7-5. And when they did, I was actually quite hopeful that they'd be able to bring it to a 3rd map. Then the second half started slow. You can see even though the pistol was kind of back and forth, Cello had it under control the whole time. So they're already playing catch up there, despite the decent recovery to 7-5. And then I think Legacy's comeback was actually quite impressive because they didn't really look fallible in any of the low investment rounds. There are lots of situations where those can go awry. The Deagles can do some work, the 5-7s can do work, but Legacy didn't get caught, and they kept their economy really high as well. I think at one point they had, I think Lux was on 14 grand, right? So there was never an issue in any of those rounds, and I really thought that was one of the main factors that would pull them to overtime.
Yeah, I think what makes that comeback attempt more impressive for me is it was off the back of losing that 12-4 lead on Inferno. I feel like once you go down 10-5 on the second map, at that point most teams would have just called it a day. They would have been completely demoralized. So the fact that Legacy were able to maintain that belief and show that level of resilience does actually deserve some credits and was impressive, but they're not going to be focusing and thinking about that right now. It's not really a silver lining, it's more like a gray lining, I guess.
I think it's a very dark gray lining, because losing an opportunity for LAN it's rough in these streets, man. The Counter-Strike streets are not kind to you if you're not heading to LAN, and they're going to be feeling that pretty hard, Hayes.
Yeah, I do want to say, I agree with you completely that is going to be hitting hard for Legacy, who came into this as the favorites, who have beaten Imperial to the punch in the couple past LAN qualifiers that they've played against each other as well. So it's, and you throw in the fact they spilled that 12-4 lead as well. But I will say, I was just really impressed with how Imperial opened up here on Mirage with the way that they were playing on the front foot. I think it was a fantastic tempo that they brought to the table here on Mirage, because you know that Legacy's mental state is going to be incredibly frail with what had transpired on the map before that. So now you're just looking to bully them, you're looking to try and play in their faces, you're looking to try and get up in their grill, right, and just not give them any room. And they really did suffocate Legacy, and I was just really happy to see that sort of style coming through from Imperial, looking to kick their opponents when they're down.
Let's talk about this guy though, Trav, because I'm starting to feel like when he's online, Imperial is a different team.
Exactly right. I mean, I mentioned it kind of on Inferno a little bit, that I felt like before they made their incredible comeback, that No Way was kind of doing it alone. And before, he had Desenchi alongside him, who was always a very good Inferno player, and they would play off of each other very, very well. Now No Way has to find and learn a new sort of dynamic duo partner. And thankfully, he's got one that seemingly is looking very, very good at this level, and obviously has all